Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. We will be beginning our agenda today with D1, and then we'll circle back to C4. As I noted yesterday, we have dropped our D3 agenda item, and we will be dropping our D5 agenda item as well due to time constraints, and would like to extend my apologies to public and stakeholder. This does happen periodically. It's really tough to anticipate how much time each agenda item will take, and we can't meet past when we have noticed in the Federal Register. So we do have a full day, and I would just ask council members to help me navigate efficient conversations throughout the day so we can work through the rest of our schedule. So with that, Mr. McCracken.
I think I'm going to let Kate introduce the first slide or so, if she's online.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. This is Kate Hoppola with council staff. I'm going to briefly introduce the D1 agenda item that includes the 2025 American Fisheries Act, or the AFA program review. And then Mr. John McCracken will provide the remainder of the report. Next slide, please. So this slide just provides you with information that's also contained in your action memo for the D1 agenda item. Briefly, the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires that limited access privilege programs undergo a review every 7 years after the initial 5-year review. The AFA program was signed into law by Congress in 1998, and prior to this 2025 program review, it was last reviewed with a report in 2017. These reviews are intended to assess whether the program has continued to meet its stated goals and any changes within the fishery. So upon receiving this report, the action before you today is to provide input on the completeness of the program review and evaluating its impacts and ability to meet the program's objectives, and then consider whether the council would like to make any changes to the program that may be necessary to better achieve its objectives. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McCracken.
All right. Good morning, members of the council. So if I can figure out the challenges of moving the slides in my last presentation, my career. Come on. And I can't. What are you doing? But just that one, not this or anything else.
You should just be able to click through.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah. There you
Okay,
go.
perfect. All right. Okay, I think we're back on track. So just a brief outline and a for the remainder of this presentation. So this presentation will be fairly brief. It's be a high-level overview of the program review, focusing mostly on the 2015 to 2023 period, but we will at times bring up a period from 2001 all the way through to 2023 throughout the presentation. So the first part of the section will be Chapter 4, which looks at the catch participation or vessel counts as well as value, both ex-vessel and wholesale. Next, we'll turn to the harvesting and processing limits. This is only a single slide. And then we'll move through a few slides on PSC, just showing trends. Then we'll move to the CDQ program and the fishing community impacts from the AFA program. Another single slide on retention and utilization. And then we'll move to another single slide that kind of overviews pollock products overall. And then we have a few slides on sideboards, and those are just overview slides for the most part, just kind of remind you where the sideboards are and how they're laid out. And finally, we'll finish up with a slide on safety. So looking at section 4, this is the allocation, harvest, revenue, and participation chapter. Figure -4-1 on page 25, which is also included in the figure in the slide here, shows the pollock harvests in metric tons across the AFA sectors from 2001 to 2023. We've highlighted a few boxes here where there's some downward trends in harvest, and we'll get to those as we go through these few bullets here. So 2001 to 2006 period, harvest of the pollock remained above 1.2 million metric tons. However, in 2007 through 2010, harvest did decline due to the reduction of Bering Sea pollock ABC during this period. In 2011 through 2019, pollock harvest increased annually, as you can see in the slide. But then during the 2020 to 2021 period, harvest did decline slightly due to COVID-19 disruptions, and in 2022 due to lower pollock abundance. Finally, in the last bullet, there is an overview of the percent of allocation harvested in all the AFA sectors, harvested all of their allocation annually, except during the 2020 for CPs and 2021 for inshore sector due to COVID-19 disruptions. Next slide speaks to ex-vessel revenue and ex-vessel price during the 2001 to 2023 period for Bering Sea pollock. Looking first at the inshore sector, the Bering Sea pollock revenues has fluctuated annually, but has remained above $200 million from 2001 to 2023. The one exception I would draw is the 2009 to 2010 period, which obviously in the previous slide we saw that the ABC for pollock did decline significantly, and as a result, the revenues declined for those 2 years for the inshore sector. The at-sea sector revenues has generally remained above 50 million annually, but fell to 50 million, below 50 million starting in 2019. And as you can see, there's a declining trend there. Next slide speaks to first wholesale gross revenue and price. So figure 4-3 on page 27 shows this information in a figure format, and it shows it by sector from 2001 to 2023. During this period, gross first wholesale revenue earns across all the sectors on an annual basis range from 1.3 billion to 1.6 billion. Looking at the inshore processors, their first wholesale gross revenue generally remained above 600 million annually. The CP sector has remained above 500 million throughout the 2001 to 2023 period, but on a few occasions has reached as high as 600 million. The mothership sector has remained near 200 million, but first wholesale revenue has declined annually since starting in 2018. The last slide on section 4 speaks to participation or vessel activity. So tables 4-2, 4-5, and 4-7 on pages 29 through 36 of your program review provide a vessel count by the different cooperatives. So looking at CP sector, which is the Pollock Conservation Cooperative, participation has declined from its high of 18 in 2008 to 13 CPs participating in the last 5 years. For the mothership sector, participation has also declined since its high of 18 CVs in 2004 to a low of 11 CVs participating in 2023. Looking at the individual motherships themselves, which are not in a co-op, their activity was 3 for the period 2002 to 2018. Those were the 3 that were eligible. But starting in 2019, only 2 of those motherships were active. Finally, looking at the inshore sector cooperatives, participation has ranged from 85 CVs in 2004 to a low of 69 in 2023. So looking at the single slide of excessive shares, there are 2 regulatory caps. One is harvesting and the other one is a processing cap. The harvesting use cap, this one is no individual entity may harvest more than 17.5% of the pollock, directed pollock. And the processing cap is no individual entity may process more than 30% of the Bering Sea pollock from the directed fishery. Overall, some entities are close to the limits, but no entities appear to be exceeding those limits. Turning to Chapter 6, which is the prohibited species catch. So we'll walk through a few slides here. First slide is the Chinook salmon PSC. So figures 6-2, and which is the halibut PS, or excuse me, not halibut, but Chinook's salmon PSC, and 6.3 is the rate on page 44, show that Chinook salmon PSC amounts from 2000 to 2023. So overall, the average annual Chinook salmon bycatch was 35,000 plus from the 2000 to 2014 period, which was covered in the previous program review. And comparing that average to the average for this review period, we're down to 17,711 Chinook salmon. This reduction is likely due to a combination of factors, including changes in abundance for both Chinook salmon as well as pollock, and changes in fishing behavior to avoid Chinook salmon bycatch. Looking at non-Chinook salmon PSC, so figures 6-5, which is again also included in the presentation, and the rate, which is figure 6-6, on pages 45 and 46 show non-Chinook salmon PSC amounts from 2000 to 2023. And as you can see in the slide, from 2015 to 2023, annual non-Chinook PSC levels has fluctuated and generally increased to generally an increasing trend from 2015 to 2021. But then there have been reductions starting in 2022 and 2023. These recent reductions likely coincide with the Council's request for the fleet to take immediate actions to reduce non-Chinook PSC. That came out of the June 2022 Council meeting. And just a reminder that the Council is considering new management measures to reduce chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery under a separate action. The last slide on PSC kind of overviews halibut and crab PSC. So figures 6-11 through 6-16 provide halibut and crab bycatch amounts, and they're also provided in the slide here. Looking at halibut PSC, since the AFA fleet has made voluntary changes starting in 2013 to their fishing behavior to reduce halibut PSC, the fleet has not exceeded the halibut PSC limits. For crab PSC, no sector has exceeded annual PSC limits for red king crab zone 1, Apelio crab for the coballs, as well as beardeye crab zones 1 and 2 from 2000 to 2023. Moving to Chapter 7 or Section 7, which is the AFA CDQ program and fishing community impacts. So first looking at the CDQ program and its impacts from AFA. So their ownership, first part of this slide speaks to ownership interest in AFA vessels. As of 2023, 5 of the 6 CDQ groups have ownership interest in AFA vessels. That is, information is contained in table 7-2 on page 64. 3 CDQ groups have full or partial ownership and interest in AFA CPs. 5 CDQ groups have full or partial ownership in 30 AFA CVs. And finally, 2 CDQ groups have ownership interest in AFA eligible motherships. Looking at the pollock allocation to the CDQ groups, so they get a 10% allocation, which has played an increasingly important role for the CDQ groups. And so I point to the figures here, which are also contained in your review, and figure 7-1 on page 62 show pie charts of the amounts from each of the allocations. So looking at pollock in 2023 accounted for approximately 70% of the revenue groups. All the groups combined total revenues from all of the BSAI fishery allocations, which is equivalent to about $162 million. Turning to the fishing community impacts. So the community We measure community impacts by looking at vessels' registered ownership address, their shore-based processor locations, as well as location of support sectors services. So across all sectors, vessel ownership was concentrated in Seattle, Washington, with 13 CPs, 3 motherships, and 71 CVs via the registered ownership address. CV ownership among Oregon and other states was concentrated in Newport, with 11 CVs, or about 10% of the total CVs in the AFA program. CV ownership among Alaskan communities was concentrated in Kodiak, with 5 CVs, or about 5%. Finally, the AFA vessel port calls throughout the Alaska region also foster local support services for crew transfers, fuel purchases, cold storage facilities, and other logistical support, which then obviously provides indirect and induced expenditures as those expenditures move throughout the economies. Last slide speaks to the shore-based processors. There are 6 shore-based processors located in Unalaska Dutch Harbor, Akutan, Sandpoint, and King Cove. And they have participated in the pollock fishery since at least through this review period through 2015. On average, these processors earned approximately $640 million in first wholesale gross revenue from the pollock fishery from 2015 to 2023. In addition to the shore-based processors and ownership, as well as the ownership in CDQ, as well as the direct allocations to the CDQ groups, there's also important information or revenue sources from tax revenue, which equivalent is approximately $20 million in 2023 for the Alaska communities, the boroughs, and the state of Alaska. This information is provided in figure 7-19 on page 81. Moving to section 8, retention and utilization. Since the rationalization of the Bering Sea pollock fishery and the implementation of Amendment 49, and just to kind of stop there and say that's an IRIU amendment that was implemented in 1998. The combination of these two actions, which requires that Amendment 49 requires full retention of pollock and other species as well, and a 15% utilization rate. As a result of those two programs, both the AFA and the Amendment 49, the AFA sectors have increased their retention and utilization of pollock. Looking first at the discard rate, this refers to the percentage of groundfish catch that is not retained, either for economic reasons or for regulations that require the discarding. So overall, the discard rates for the Bering Sea pollock fishery are generally less than 1% during the entire 2002 to 2023 period. That information is contained in figure 8-1 on page 81. Looking at utilization rates, this refers to the percentage of the retained groundfish that is processed into a product form. Amendment 49 established a 15% minimum utilization rate for offshore processors. AFA processors process nearly all of their pollock harvest into either fillets, surimi/minced, fish meal, fish oil, head and gut, and other ancillary products. So they utilize most of all of the fish. After the production process, the utilization rates have ranged from 30% to greater than 50%, depending on the AFA sector. So in other words, there's a lot of water in those pollock that are being processed, and that's why you're seeing those utilization rates when they're utilizing the entire fish for the most part. Looking at section 9, pollock products. Table 9-1 on page 84 shows the annual average wholesale production during the 2000 to 2015 period, as well as the 2015 to 2023 period. So during that first review period, production was slightly greater than 984 million pounds. And during this review period, it was slightly over 1 billion pounds in product forms combined. What we found is fillets and surimi made up the largest share of the total wholesale production, followed by fish meal, fish oil, roe, and head and gut. So looking at table 9-2 on page 84 shows the annual average total wholesale value. during the same period, both the first review period and the second review period. And during the first review period, which was 2015, the annual average total wholesale value was 1.1 billion, while for this review period it increased to 1.4. And again, fillets and surimi minced contributed the largest portion of the total wholesale value for pollock. And then just another note there that roe, as you can see on the slide here, and as looking at your program review, has declined as a percent of the total wholesale value from its peak in 2004 to 2005. Next section, section 10, talks about sideboard limits, and we'll kind of sequentially walk through, I believe it's three slides that kind of look at the sideboards for the individual CV and CP sectors. So first, we'll look at the CV Bering Sea Aleutian Island sideboards. The AFA vessels historically in that in the Bering Sea targeted obviously pollock, but also targeted cod and yellowfin sole. So looking first at the cod fishery and their sideboard activity. So the activity for the non-exempt vessels, these are the vessels that are be restricted by sideboards, range from 32 in 2015 to 42 in 2018, and harvested between 51 and 71% of the total sideboard for cod. That information is contained in Table 10-4 on page 94. And just a side note there that the PCTC program, or Amendment 122, rejiggered those numbers slightly, the sideboard limits. So the A and the B season cod is allocated as quota share now to the PCTC program, but the C season is still limited access fishery. So the sideboards are maintained for the C season cod fishery. Looking at yellowfin sole, so the Amendment 80 suspended the A sideboard limits for initial tax if the initial tax is equal to or greater than 125,000 metric tons. So that started in 2008. Since implementation of Amendment 80, though, the non-exempt vessels have not had a sideboard since the yellowfin sole has not had initial TAC of 125,000 metric tons, has been greater than 100 to 125,000 metric tons. The number of non-exempt vessels that have participated in that fishery has ranged from 1 to 3 vessels. That information is contained in Table 10-4 on page 94. Finally, looking at the PSC, this information is in Table 10-5 on page 95, which provides non-exempt PSC sideboard limits and the actual PSC itself. So no PSC sideboard limits were exceeded during the 2015 to 2023 period. The last few bullets here talk about the PCOD exempt vessels. So there is a group of vessels that are exempt from the PCOD sideboard in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. These CVs were exempt from the sideboard limits because they qualified, because they do have a high dependency on the cod fishery. And so 10 of these vessels qualified under the landings and vessel size criteria, and 19 of the 19 vessels from the mothership fleet also qualify and are exempt from sideboards after March 1st. So Table 10-6 on page 95 shows that between 5 to 8 of these exempt CVs have been active in the cod fishery and have harvested between 15 to 37% of the total cod for the AFA trawl CV catch sector allocation. Looking next at the AFA-CP group, these vessels participate primarily in yellowfin sole and also cod in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. So again, looking at yellowfin sole, since the implementation of Amendment 80 in 2008, the CPs have not had a sideboard, and the number of CPs that have been active in this fishery has ranged from 2 to 7 CPs. Looking at cod, since implementation of Amendment 85 in 2008, there has not been a sideboard limit for the AFA-CP sector, since they are allocated 2.3% of the total PCOD TAC. The 2.3% allocation to the CPs has been managed inside the Pollock Conservation Cooperative, and only one AFA-CP has actively participated in that cod fishery on a regular basis. Finally, looking at the PSC sideboard limits for the CP guys, table 10-7 on page 97 provides that information. In general, the AFA CPs did not exceed their PSC sideboard limits during the review period, with the one exception of Red King Crab Zone 1 in 2016 when they slightly exceeded their Red King Crab PSC. The final group of vessels that we'll talk about here for sideboards are the Gulf CV sideboard limits. And this information is in tables 10-8 and 10-9 on page 99. This provides, again, Gulf groundfish sideboard limits, their aggregate catch, the percent of the sideboard limit harvested, and the number of AFA non-exempt vessels that have been active in these sideboard fisheries. So no groundfish sideboard limits were exceeded during this review period. Other than on 2 occasions, the halibut PSC sideboard limit was not exceeded during this review period. And of the 82 AFA non-exempt vessels that are sideboarded in the Gulf, only 12 are endorsed to participate in the Gulf at this time, 10 in the Central Gulf and 6 in the Western. And the last group underneath the Gulf sideboard limits is the same thing in the Bering Sea as is here. There were a group of vessels that are highly dependent on the Gulf groundfish fisheries, so they were exempt from the sideboards. These AFA vessels had low pollock history and had a lot of Gulf groundfish history, so they were exempt. So there are a total of 17 that would qualify for these sideboard exemptions. And table 10-10 on page 100 highlights the AFA Gulf exempt harvesting activity for these vessels from 2015 to 2023. The final slide for the program review is section 11, and it is just an overview of vessel fishing safety. So pages 102 to 103 provide a list of fatalities and injuries involved in the AFA vessels since implementation. During the first review period, it was pointed out that there were 5 fatalities. During this review period, we had 3 fatalities. NIOSH also did make a point that the AFA fleet has maintained a high level of safety and noted that the fleet is one of the safest among all the Alaska boats. At the same time, NIOSH did indicate that the AFA program has slowed the pace of fishery, but there is obviously still pretty significant risks out there on the water. So this slide just kind of reminds you what's next. And so it would just remind you that you still can recommend changes to the review period or review prior to finalization, as well as recommend changes to the elements of the AFA program. And Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll see if there are any questions. No. Very thorough. Thank you. So that takes us to our AP report, and I'll just ask any members of the public wishing to testify on this agenda item, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you. And I think we're receiving that remotely.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Heather Mann. For the record, I'll be reading the AP motion on D1 AFA Program Review Report. The AP appreciates the receipt of the AFA Program Review, and the AP recommends that the Council accept the AFA Program Review. And that motion passed 19-0, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any questions on the AP report? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann. In the rationale, I'm interested if you can speak a little bit to the bullets regarding the discussion around utilization. And maybe we just had a little more information in our presentation here. But based on our presentation, I wasn't quite following then the AP's discussion on that.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, yes, thank you for the question. I didn't compare the two presentations to see if John had made some updates to avoid the confusion in the AP, but basically there was a question from an AP member about, well, if only 50% is utilized or some kind of percent, what happens to the rest? And the response had been, I'm not sure, perhaps it's just discarded. And we were like, no, all the fish is utilized. And so that kind of dove us into the discussion around utilization and the different ways it's calculated. And in order to avoid confusion, particularly with public perception, that maybe we weren't using as much as the fish as possible, and also meeting the the objective of increasing utilization rates, we asked for that to be further clarified. So basically, it's the same result, just presented in a different way to avoid the confusion that perhaps we weren't fully utilizing that fish, which the goal is to fully utilize it, and for the most part, that's being done. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions on the AP report? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
So thank you for the report, Ms. Mann. And noticed in the rationale that the AP recommends expanding the discussion on pollock's importance to the communities. Was there any discussion on metrics or indicators that the AP may have wanted to see for that? How do we determine the importance, I guess?
Through the chair, Mr. Sankata, I don't recall if we had really specifics beyond making sure that pollock-dependent communities were recognized and more information was provided in terms of the importance. We noted that the CDQ program and the impacts, the positive benefits for that were included, but we just wanted to make sure that there was a robust discussion around those benefits to Alaskan communities, both CDQ and and dependent communities, which I think you'll hear a little bit about in public comment. And that also spurred us to just look for any additional information that could be included.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for the report, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us into public testimony.
Ernie.
That's it. Okay. Thanks. So we have one person signed up to testify, Ernie Weiss, remotely.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I am Ernie Weiss, testifying today on behalf of the Aleutians East Borough. We submitted a comment letter under this agenda item. The borough is a municipal government of the state of Alaska, located on the southwest Alaska Peninsula and the eastern Aleutian Islands, between the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska, encompassing the communities of Akitan, Cold Bay, False Pass, King Cove, Nelson Lagoon, and Sandpoint, and the processing plant at Port Moller. We thank the staff, Ms. Hapla and Mr. McCracken, for the excellent AFA program review report and presentation. Well done. Of course, the program has many benefits, including improved safety and sustainability, and the borough has benefited from the successful Bering Sea pollock fishery. The Aleutians East Borough was incorporated in 1987 and levies a 2% raw fish tax on all fish sold for processing in our shore-based processing plants. Fish tax on pollock deliveries have historically accounted for about 35% of our total annual borough fish tax revenue. that percentage has increased since having zero processing at plants in King Cove and Port Moller since 2024. Under AFA, communities where pollock is processed are protected for 1 year at a time, as shore-based processor may not move their pollock processing quota mid-year, but it can be moved at the start of a new processing year. We believe an improved program would provide better protection for communities like the borough that have a history of support and financial dependence on pollock processing. The program review seemed like the place to highlight this issue. Our letter proposes something called eligible pollock processing communities status, and we're just looking for some consideration or recognition from the council that this is an issue for pollock-dependent communities. That being said, I do support the unanimous AP motion, and especially the fourth bullet point of the rationale that requests staff expand upon the importance of pollock for dependent communities. We do support our onshore processors, and we depend on our processors. We support and depend on our fishermen. The borough supports the pollock fishery, and we are dependent on pollock. Appreciate your time today. I hope everyone's enjoying Newport, and I'm happy to take any questions. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss, for your testimony. And I just wanted to make sure I understood the letter correctly. It's not as if the borough is losing some already established status through the AFA. You're just very concerned about any pollock processing leaving a community and trying to establish some sort of other new, I guess, eligibility marker that would allow for some transfer of benefits. Am I understanding that right?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, that's pretty much correct. We're not sure what the council could do at this point during this review, but we have recognized how dire it can be when we lose that much processing, having lost two processors or two plants that haven't processed for 2 years now. And the threat of losing the fish in Acatan would really hurt the borough. So yeah, some sort of status that would allow for processing to come back, because we don't have any quota, and I guess I just don't know how that would work. But we just wanted to highlight the issue. So I appreciate the question, Ms. Kim.
Thank you. And just to follow up, Mr. Weiss, through the chair, that there's nothing preventing another processor with an eligible AFA permit from operating in any of these communities. Is that our kind of shared understanding that even absent a new status, we would just be trying to find a AFA permit to be used in a community in the Aleutians East Borough? Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. And I believe any community where a processor wants to take their processing quota is an eligible processing community. So
Okay.
yeah, I think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, for your testimony. And I just want to make sure I understand your testimony in terms of next steps. It sounds like you support the advisory panel report and the discussion that took place at the AP in terms of the final version of this AFA program review, expanding upon the importance of pollock for dependent communities. Do you have specific types of information that you would like to see there, or were you satisfied with the discussion at the AP?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, in terms of discussion at the AP, I really didn't hear too much about it, but after I testified there, I did get this rationale stated by the proposer of the motion. And in fact, when she said that, she mentioned that these considerations would be taken up in the next review. And that's fine with us. I don't have any specifics, but again, we are concerned about further loss of pollock processing in our communities.
Thank you. And any further questions? Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you.
So that concludes our staff presentation and AP report, public comment on D1. Let's take just a brief 5-minute stand down, come back at 8:50 and see if the council would like to take action. Thanks. Council members, please come back to order. I think we're ready to take action on D1. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion I've sent to staff, and I'll just wait briefly for that to come up on the screen. Okay. Motion reads, the council accepts the AFA program review after incorporating suggested edits from the council and AP as practicable. And with a second, I can speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I would really like to thank the staff for all the work that they've done on this well-researched and comprehensive AFA program review. We've done quite a few of these now, and they just seem to keep getting better, and I really appreciate that. And this may be Mr. McCracken's last meeting, and I know he's been a huge part of that. So thank you to staff. The document successfully outlines the council's goals and objectives for the AFA program and the extent to which these goals and objectives have been attained since the program was implemented. AFA is a fully mature program, and this review demonstrated that it largely continues to meet the goals put in place decades ago. The council can consider this program review complete, and I do not have any modifications for the council to consider at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Vanderhoven? Okay. Seeing none, any comments? Or I should say, any amendments? Any comments on the motion? No. Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to thank Mr. McCracken for all of his work on this, and express appreciation to Ms. Vanderhoven for the motion. So is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Thank you. So that brings us into our C4 agenda item. Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I believe that Sarah Marinan is on the line to introduce me. And if so, Sarah, please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Sarah Marinan, council staff. Just a brief introduction here. This is C4 BSAI CRAB binding arbitration. This is an initial review analysis. The analysis is posted online, and Daryl Brannon is the primary author and will be presenting the staff report first. We also have 6 public comment letters posted to the agenda. I just also wanted to note that the Council's Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee met on May 27th virtually and discussed this topic. So rather than a separate report, I can read their motion and answer questions about the meeting if there are any. So that report is attached to your e-agenda as well. And the motion related to this topic is PNCAC accepts the analysis as issued and thanks the author for their work. And that passed unanimously at PNCAC. And I'll just note that I'm available online during the presentation if there's other questions. But with that, I'll pass it off to Daryl.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan.
Good morning again, members of the council. And this is the CRAB binding arbitration regulatory impact review. The analysis looks at 4 potential changes to components of the CRAB rationalization binding arbitration system. And there's also under alternative 3, a potential option for clarification of regulations regarding the withdrawal of IFQ or IPQ after NIMS has accepted the application. The four alternatives under Alternative 2 that would potentially change the arbitration structure. Under Option 1, it would remove the requirement that the arbitrator can only select a remedy proposed by one of the sides. This is often called baseball or last best offer arbitration. And the regulatory change would allow the arbitrator to select an independent or compromise remedy based on the facts provided in the arbitration, as opposed to just one of the two options selected by the parties to the arbitration. Option 2 would allow the parties to receive the arbitrator's written report and rationale, as well as a publicly available version of the report, including key rationale of the decision, as long as it didn't include confidential information or information that would trigger antitrust issues. Option 3 would remove the requirement for a market report for each fishery in the crab program. A market report is currently required within regulations. This option would remove that requirement. Option 4 would remove, I'm not sure how to get rid of the little box on the screen, would remove the arbitration requirement to enforce performance disputes after a contract has been established to define, thank you, crab price, delivery, or other contract terms. And the regulations currently state that arbitration shall be used to enforce those provisions. It doesn't give the parties an option to use any other method for resolving those types of performance disputes. It keeps to use this one. Okay. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. And Alternative 3 would clarify the IFQ and IPQ application withdrawal regulations. Currently, the applications that are submitted and accepted by the National Fisheries Service could be withdrawn, and they have been withdrawn in the past, but it's dependent on the National Marine Fisheries Service determination of whether they want to allow those or not. There's no regulations that currently define how that would be conducted and when they would be allowed. This option would simply clarify regulations and allow industry to know with more certainty during what time period an accepted application could be withdrawn. This slide is my attempt at trying to show how the arbitration system currently works and the timing of various components of the arbitration system. Beginning with May 1st, the arbitration organizations have to form. That includes the harvesters and the processors that are members of those organizations. NMFS has to be informed of who will be the market analyst, the formula arbitrator, that's the non-binding price formula arbitrator, and the contract arbitrators, and that's due to the National Marine Fisheries Service by the 1st of June. And then by June 15th, the IFQ and IPQ applications have to be submitted. And you can see that there's a long gap between when those must be submitted and kind of the cluster of things that must happen around the 1st of October. And this is using the 2024-2025 Bering Sea snow crab fishery as an example. And you can see that there's surveys that are conducted over the summer. The crab plan team met in this fishery, in this case, September 9th. The council met October 4th and recommended the OFLs and ABCs for the fisheries, and ADF&G announced the tax that same day. If we use the longest time period that the council is considering under Alternative 3 in this example, the deadline for withdrawal would be October 6th for the IPQ or IFQ applications. IPQ or IFQ would be issued on October 9th. The share matching would begin on the 10th of October, the fishery open on the 15th, and then the deadline to initiate arbitration or the length of the season approach would be on October 19th. And you can see that we were dealing with this fairly compressed time period where a lot of things have to happen. Kind of after the plan team meets and get some idea of what the TAC will be, And all these decisions have to be made by the harvesters and processors. Moving on to alternative 2, option 1, and this is the last best offer arbitration. Selecting this option would remove the requirement that the contract arbitrator select one of the 2 offers submitted, and that would eliminate the regulations that are defined in 680-20H2 that require that structure for arbitration. If that were to be removed, the arbitrators would be allowed to use the available facts and arguments from each side to select an outcome, either within the range of the proposed alternatives by the 2 parties, independent of the proposed offers, or matching the proposed offers. In other words, the arbitrator wouldn't be limited to selecting any outcome. It could be the ones that were proposed within that range that was proposed, or even outside of the range proposed under this structure. One of the questions that I raise in the document is just to be sure, the scope of this potential change. The assumption in the analysis was that it wouldn't change any other components of the last best offer arbitration or the arbitration structure. It would just remove the last best offer. In other words, the cost sharing, where the harvesters and processors would each pay 50% of the cost of the arbitration, the timing of the arbitration, and that only Class A IF holders could initiate arbitration for establishing contract terms. Those would stay in place is my assumption, and if that's not correct, I could use some guidance.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Just to be clear, then if the council was silent on those points, then all of those arbitration requirements, the assumption would be they remain in place. That's the default analytical assumption.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that would be my assumption.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the reasons that the last best offer arbitration was initially selected was that it was an efficient arbitration system that incentivizes members of the arbitration organizations to submit reasonable offers. There wouldn't be extreme offers submitted because the assumption is they wouldn't be selected, so there's no incentive to do that. It helped to eliminate strikes by harvesters when there couldn't be a price agreement so that the fishing could start on time. It helped ensure predictability and fairness for the parties involved. And it was assumed to have a lower cost than other types of arbitration and a substantially potentially lower cost than going to civil court to establish these terms.
Do you want to maybe finish this slide or, okay, yeah, if you have other points on this slide and then we'll go to the questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. And the arbitrator, the last point on the slide is that there's arbitrators that are selected, and we talked about the date when they must be selected by on the previous slide, is selected by the 2 parties, and so the 2 parties must agree on the arbitrators that could potentially be used in the arbitrations that may occur in the future. My understanding is there has traditionally been either 3 or 4 arbitrators selected, and of the arbitrations that have occurred in recent years, there's only been 1 arbitrator that it's actually been used to conduct those arbitrations.
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Brannon. The last best offer, though, isn't the only arbitration alternative to eliminate strikes, right? But was the thinking that maybe it was the best alternative to eliminate strikes? Or what was it? I'll leave it at that.
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I think my discussion focused on why one of the reasons that last best arbitration in general was selected. Probably it wasn't necessarily last best offer, but I think any type of arbitration that selects a binding outcome for the 2 parties could resolve strikes, and they would be established along the same timelines, because the working assumption is that we're not going to change the timeline that I laid out. We're just changing what offers can be selected. So I believe you are correct, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Brannon. And then we had a early public testimony on this, and one of the points that the testifier made was that it was his understanding that one of the other reasons that you really don't list here for choosing last best offer was that it seemed superior to other approaches to arbitration in terms of really constraining the amount of time that it would take for the arbitration process to fully work through. His sense was that potentially some other options, some other arbitration alternatives might end up, particularly if there's an appeals process and all that, might end up taking a lot longer. Would you agree with that assessment?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, yeah, I've never done an arbitration, and so take it for what it's worth from my opinion. But I think if there's additional information required in the arbitration, depending on what types of decision the arbitrator is going to make, the information that's provided, how much time they must review it, the decisions that have to be made, the back and forth between the parties, it could potentially take longer. In the analysis, what we do talk about is if you move to a court system instead of an arbitration system, that would definitely take longer and have greater costs than an arbitration style of reaching a settlement.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brannon. I have a related question about the last best offer arbitration and that first bullet there in terms of at the time when implemented, it was thought to be an efficient system to incentivize the parties to submit reasonable offers. And I guess I've heard, I think in previous testimony that moving to a different or removing the requirement for last best offer arbitration would result in then no incentives for members to submit a reasonable offer, and so you might get unreasonable offers. But if I'm understanding correctly, under the potential action we're looking at here, both parties still split the cost of the arbitration. And so in my mind, I guess I'm just asking in terms of maybe a spectrum of kind of along the lines of Mr. Twite's question. There are different approaches to this, and maybe the impacts of those different approaches are somewhat nuanced rather than black and white. And am I tracking maybe potentially? I think that splitting the costs of arbitration and that remaining unchanged as we all understand it under this approach, I guess in my opinion, wouldn't take you to the place where removing LBO arbitration would leave no incentives for reasonable offers. I think it maybe changes the incentives, but can you help me with that, please?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker. From my perspective, I think there would still be incentive to provide what they consider reasonable offers because they're submitting information in whatever form and whatever types of information they feel necessary to justify their position on why they should receive that or that outcome. Would there be more divergence from the offers that are submitted? Probably, likely, it could occur because they're hoping for maybe a better outcome, and if they don't get exactly what they want, maybe the arbitrator will look at the information provided and kind of move closer to what they may have offered otherwise. And again, this is a lot of speculation on my part because I've never been involved, but it just seems logical that would be the outcome, and I know that we've had discussions, I believe when this RIR was tasked about, well, couldn't the processors, for example, because they're not allowed to initiate arbitration to establish contract terms, couldn't they just submit an unreasonable offer and force arbitration? And we talked about, well, that might not be something that fostered good working relationships between the two sectors. But I think also that if that was their offer, and the arbitrator had to select one of those offers. If it was a really bad offer in terms of what the arbitrator felt was reasonable, it's highly unlikely that that offer would have been accepted anyway. Could incur costs, but whether they would get that outcome might be doubtful.
Sorry, I think we have Mr. Williams. Did I miss your hand? Okay, great. So Ms. Kimball. Yes.
Thank you. Since we're asking questions, Mr. Brandon, I was also a little maybe confused by the assumption that it would have higher costs by moving to option one as opposed to status quo. And I mean, my understanding is still that the parties, as Ms. Baker said, will present and as you responded, will present their best case. And the arbitrator is still going to look at all the information under status quo or under option one. So that's the time required right there, is looking at all the information and determining what to do. But under option one, at least you have the opportunity to pick something in between as opposed to each party's first offer. So I guess and I know that you have said you're not an arbitrator and you haven't talked to an arbitrator, as I know, but maybe in the next version, we could get a little bit more understanding about any real difference in costs.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, and I would be happy to, in addressing your assumptions. I have not talked to an arbitrator, and I would be happy to talk to an arbitrator if this should come back for final action and get their opinion on how things might change. I think one of the reasons that I thought potentially there could be greater costs is if there's different types or additional information submitted to the arbitrator if the type of arbitration changed. And I don't know that would. And I've had discussions with members of both sectors, and members of the processing sector said they already submit a bunch of information that the arbitrator has the option of reviewing. If there is additional information submitted than what is currently being submitted, would there have to be some sort of verification process of the information submitted so that both sides can kind of agree that this is accurate and viable information that should be considered in the arbitration? There's all these steps within that process that, I'm not 100% sure how they would play out, but if they played out that way, they could potentially increase costs. And going back to my original point, it's probably best if I do talk to the people that do the arbitrations and get their opinion.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brennan, for the presentation. And I appreciate this line of questioning. I think it's helpful to better understand the nuance in the costs here, potentially for this option one. And just correct me if I'm wrong, but in here, what I've been hearing is the purpose and need speaks to reducing program costs. Status quo, we're saying, is intended to be a lower cost option because you bring your last best offer forward. And then if I heard you correctly, if we shift away from that, it shifts the incentives just enough that it may cause them not to bring their best offer forward, and it may shift the offers coming forward and have more back and forth. Versus the other end of the extreme is going to court and having civil cases, which we know would be a lot more expensive. I just want to make sure I'm kind of understanding that gradient of costs and potential cost increase. And I think it would be really helpful to speak with the arbitrator before the next iteration of this.
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I think you explained my thinking pretty well in your question, and so I don't necessarily have a whole lot to add. I think that's kind of the gradient of cost that we're trying to determine, and I think there's some question, from the two sides of exactly how much the cost would change under the changed arbitration system, and that's what I would need to talk to the arbitrator about and see if they can shed a little bit more light on my thinking.
Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brennan, for your presentation. The concept of, who else is using, or who else besides baseball? I understand not a good example, but baseball, crab, and where else is this form of arbitration used? And do we have any lessons learned from anywhere else except baseball? I mean, we're not baseball, so Is there anything we can learn there, or did you learn anything there as you reviewed this?
No, Madam Chair, I think the only baseball we have here is hardballs and softballs. And so um, the I'm trying to think in the reading I've done on this, whether I can give you another example and the lessons learned from that, and I have not, and that may be something again that the analyst that brings us back could dig into a little bit more deeper and maybe provide a little bit more context in other places it's used. But my understanding is that it was just used in baseball. I can't give you an example of any other places where it's used besides here. And again, it's something I could look into.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I know as in analyses, it's very easy to focus on the things that we can try to quantify, but how can the analysis provide anything on the value of this potential option? I think we're losing sight on what the potential benefit could be in the context of the entire action, allowing for people to take on less risk, have more stability, and actually apply, in particular for their processing quota, which they will not do if they think they will continually be taken to arbitration and only be able to pick one offer and lose money on the fishery. So that it's really difficult, I think. I don't envy you that challenge of trying to explain what benefit there might be in terms of quantifying things like arbitration costs of using a contract arbitrator. But is there something else we can do to try to also show what we're supposed to show, both benefits and costs?
Ms. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that's an excellent question, and it's a difficult question to answer. Yeah, the things we typically look at when we think about these arbitrations is as we say in some of the slides, is an efficient system, which we've been talking about. Will there be changes in costs? But also, I think changing the structure, how does it change the outcomes to what they would have been under the status quo? Is the price actually going to change if we change the system, and how is that going to affect people, at all levels? And I try to get into that a little bit in the analysis when I talk later about the impacts on crew and impacts on communities and taxes and those kinds of things. But it's certainly possible to give this a little bit more thought and just maybe create some sort of table in the analysis that kind of lays out all of the costs, potential costs, things that could impact costs, and benefits that would be accruing from either one type of system or the other, and just kind of be a little bit more clear in laying that out in the analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
One of the issues not directly addressed in the options is a fairly contentious issue, I think, in the overall arbitration process as we currently have it and moving forward, and that's the division of first wholesale revenue. Available information indicates that the contract arbiters have not chosen to diverge from the historical division of first wholesale revenues, and there's potential reasons for doing so. It could create a precedent. It would likely be more controversial, and it could increase the complexity of weighing all the factors. As I talked earlier, it also could affect maybe the arbitrators that would be chosen in the future, because both parties have to agree to the arbitrators that will be in the pool to be selected from to conduct arbitrations. If an arbitrator it indicates that they may be more or less willing to weigh some of these factors, they may or may not be chosen by both sides. And so there could be some limiting factors on what the arbitrator is willing to do in terms of decision making, and whether they would be selected or not as part of the pool of contract arbitrators chosen by the two parties.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brennan, were you ready to move on to the next slide? Okay. Because my question is on this one. I want to ask, in terms of the division of first wholesale revenue, I'm hoping this is the right place. In your review of, the rationale for the binding arbitration program that was implemented and the information that folks were working with then, I've heard a few different perspectives on what was perceived to be the council's intent for the essentially one of the primary purposes of the binding arbitration program. And so I'd like to hear your perspective as the person who's probably most closely looked at some of that administrative record. Did the council intend for the binding arbitration program to preserve the division of wholesale revenue for arbitrated cases? Or I'll just ask that question. Were you able to find any indication of that?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, let me give you a spoiler alert. Moving ahead a little bit in the presentation, this slide was on the impacts of the distribution of wholesale revenue, and as I talked about already, that it's based on the factors presented. But the regulations at the reference listed there indicates the things that the arbitrator could consider in an arbitration. And well, the regulations talk about that it should preserve the first wholesale division of revenue. It also says under Part B of those regulations that and preserve that, and the arbitrator may consider these other factors. And when you get down to the bullet that says a financial, healthy, and stable harvesting and processing sector, how much leeway does that give you in selecting something besides the historical division? And I think the council has asked in the past, and I believe Ms. Marinan, if she wants to chime in on this, was tasked with writing a discussion paper on this issue back in about 2019, I believe. And the council didn't take any action on that discussion paper, but it has been looked at. I think there's strong indications that the council that implemented or asked that these regulations be implemented in the way the regulations were drafted indicate that they wanted people to stick closely with that division, but they also gave them the opportunity to consider several other factors if they think there's some divergence. And I think that's more of a policy call.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks. I'm probably just going to ask you to restate that last one. Because it seems to me it is a really critical point here. I can imagine that the council was essentially suggesting that for purposes of getting the program up and running and sort of everybody adjusting to the program, that it would be wise to continue to center on the historical division, but that they expected that over time, as factors changed, as unforeseen circumstances came along, that future councils might experience a movement of the historical division either in one direction or another, or just at least a greater amount of annual variability in how prices center around that. Is that your understanding as well of the council's sort of larger view of the utility of maintaining a track record around the division and comparing it to the historical?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, this is essentially one of the more sensitive issues in this entire discussion. And it really is kind of what's driving a lot of I think the decisions the council's thinking about making today. And going back to just reading the regulations, there was a strong emphasis on maintaining that. I think the council's thoughts were that they wanted those costs or those division of revenues to be maintained historically because they didn't want the program to shift bargaining power and change one sector's ability to influence the outcome on ex-vessel prices a lot over the other, just because of the change in bargaining power the program implemented. Realizing that, and with kind of that expectation, they also knew that things changed. I'm not telling you as a council member or the other council members that things are static in the fisheries and we think they're never going to change, because we know that's not true. And so I think they were just trying to list some things that the arbitrator may want to consider if there's a strong argument that things have changed substantially in the fishery, and they may want to consider that. I think the council wanted to give its recommendation on what it should be, but they also wanted to recognize there could be change and kind of leave it up to the arbitrators and the industry to kind of work that out amongst themselves if there has been substantial change. And that's where I think we get into a policy call if it's working the way we think it was intended by that council, or you think it's not working the way it's intended, you certainly have the opportunity under this program or some other amendment to provide additional direction. That's my understanding of how things work. And again, it's just my understanding.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Brana, but your analysis, concludes that the available information to you indicates that the arbitrators have never diverged from the historical division of first wholesale revenue, and so not actually provided any opportunity, given baseball style arbitration, to consider any of these other factors as things have changed over 20 years. Maybe my question is, you don't see that they've ever deviated from the formula?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, no, to my knowledge and based on discussions with informed members of industry, that has never been included in the decision-making process of changing using additional information to select a different outcome, is my understanding.
Yes, and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, and I apologize if this is a jump ahead question. And if you want to defer answering in that case, that's fine. Going sort of one step further than on your answer to Ms. Kimball's question, if this council, what are the levers available to any council at this point to send a different message, should the council wish to do that, to arbitrators? We've got a couple levers in front of us right now, particularly this one. Are there other levers too that aren't part of this action? Or do we have kind of the universe of ways the council could influence what the arbitrator centers on in terms of the division of wholesale prices?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I don't know that I have a good answer for you off the top of my head on exactly what other levers you may consider to deal with this. I'm happy to think about it, or you could ask people behind me that are probably much more knowledgeable than me in some of these things in public testimony if they have an opinion on that. But just sitting here, I don't think I have a good answer for you off the top of my head.
Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding your answer to Ms. Kimball's question. So with the last best offer approach, we haven't seen a deviation from the distribution with historical revenues. But if we shift to a little bit more flexible approach, my understanding based on this slide is that the arbitrator could start considering additional factors, which may then shift how that is considered. Is that right?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, that's potentially true. And again, I mentioned earlier in my presentation that the two sides have to agree on the arbitrators that are selected for the pool, and probably some of those discussions, while I've never been involved in them, could center around what are you going to consider? What information would you consider if you were chosen for an arbitration? And again, from my perspective, I'm kind of speculating on those types of things and on how that process might work. But the option one that's before the council could potentially allow that, but I think there are countervailing factors that may limit that somewhat in terms of how the arbitration organizations form and their willingness to how they operate internally. Madam Chair, if there are no questions, I think this is where I was. Changes in the number of arbitrations. Based on discussions with industry, and this information was presented in the CRAB program review that Dr. Mike Downs and I recently completed and was updated slightly for this action, but there have only been 3 reported arbitrations since 2012 to 2013 fishing year. Allowing the contract arbitrator to select a broader range of outcomes could result in IFQ holders seeking more favorable outcomes. And it's discussed in terms of IFQ holders in this case, because as you'll recall, that IPQ holders aren't allowed to initiate arbitration for contract terms. Again, the cost of arbitration is expected to limit its use. People aren't going to want to spend any more money than they have to for frivolous arbitrations. And so I think the costs and the negotiations of whether arbitration will be implemented could impact the number of arbitrations that would be used. And it depends on whether the structure of the program changes at all. And again, my assumption is that it wouldn't change, so that IPQ holders would not be allowed in the future to initiate arbitration.
Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you clarify, are there situations where IPQ holders are allowed to initiate arbitration?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, there are. There are different types of arbitrations that are allowed under the program. With this, I'm just speaking to the arbitrations that establish contract terms, like enforcing, when we get to that option later of enforcing contracts and performance. Either IPQ holders or IFQ holders are allowed to initiate arbitration in that case is one example. And this gets back to something we've been discussing already in the change in arbitration costs. Certainly the cost of arbitration would increase if there were more arbitrations than would have occurred under the status quo. It could change if more information was submitted to the arbitrator. And as I mentioned earlier, if submission of that data required that the arbitrator somehow verify that information to be considered as part of their review of the case. The duration of arbitrations could increase if additional information is presented and it takes more time for the arbitrator to review all the information provided. And there could be additional costs associated with attorneys' fees with the formation and administration of each arbitration organization, and especially if they're required to compile more information to prepare for the arbitrations. We've had a fairly lengthy discussion on this slide already, and so I'm not going to go over it again. But again, this seems to be one of the more highly contentious issues that is underlying the change in the arbitration structure.
Mr. Brandon, before we move on, just back on slide 8, just wanting just maybe a brief clarification on the first bullet in the conclusion that the current system has been successful in limiting the number of arbitrations. I mean, is that at least in part due to the perceived outcome based on the lack of deviation from the historical distribution of revenues? Thanks.
Madam Chair, I think that's one of the reasons that, and simply the fact that some of the harvesters that I've talked to have indicated, or representative harvester organizations have indicated that they're unlikely to arbitrate, unless the price that's been offered is kind of outside the bounds of what the other processors have offered. They've got fairly limited budgets, and so there's they kind of understand what the market price was, and if they select the lower end of that, they feel they would be successful. If they go much higher, they may not be as successful in the outcome of the arbitration. So I think there's just if you know that you're either going to get a certain outcome or not get the certain outcome, and you feel that you have a fairly strong position, you may not be. You'll only be likely to initiate arbitration in certain cases. I think if you think that you may have a better outcome, based on kind of maybe the range of the going prices that harvesters are receiving in a fishery from different cooperatives or different processors, there may be more incentive to increase the number of arbitrations. But again, this is just kind of my speculation and understanding.
Okay, thank you.
My next slide deals with the impact on harvest crew. And again, this really gets back to because harvest crew are paid on crew shares. If you change the ex-vessel price that is being paid, that has an impact on the amount of compensation that crew would receive, whether increase or decrease the compensation they would receive depending on the change in price. Excuse me. A similar issue on the impacts on communities, and there's a discussion of the communities that are involved in the shore-based processing under the crab rationalization program, and that's in section 3.5 of the analysis. And processing has really been centered in recent years on Dutch Harbor, Unalaska, and Acatan. There's been some program deliveries to Kodiak, but those are pretty small deliveries, and it's probably like the last trip of the year people take their crab back to Kodiak, especially if they're home ported in Kodiak or have some affiliation with the community of Kodiak. But it probably doesn't make a lot of sense to run back and forth from the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, to deliver to Kodiak on a regular basis because of costs and quality and all the other issues. There are other communities that had shore-based processors that don't currently have shore-based processors that were active under the crab rationalization program. And as I mentioned in the first bullet, it's really centered now in Dutch Harbor, Unalaska, and Acatan as the processors. And my understanding was last year there was really only 2 processors that were active buyers of crab in these fisheries. And like harvesters, changing the ex-vessel price would change the tax revenue derived from the fishery that would be distributed to communities. And as we've talked about in previous meetings, there's some agreements that either redistribute the tax that was collected between communities in the east and south in the Golden Creek and crab fishery. There's been these agreements put in place over the north and south as St. Paul and Unalaska recently went through this last year for the snow crab fishery.
Excuse me, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brannon. I feel like these are just kind of true statements, but I'm having trouble relating them to the option at hand. And I didn't know if you had an opportunity to think about or analyze, because I didn't see it, how communities are affected when a shore-based processor simply doesn't apply for their quota and doesn't operate. And that seems like a much bigger impact than any potential slight change in ex vessel price, whether it's in the positive or the negative. But those level of community impacts are what we're hearing about in testimony, in written testimony, in all sorts of agenda items under the council. And I don't expect you to do that big analysis, but there needs to be some recognition, do you agree, of that potential impact on all these little thousands of cuts that are happening to different sectors in this program?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I agree. And that's kind of what I was alluding to when I said agreements to address, regional delivery requirements, well, it's specific to North and South and East and West currently. Yeah, if as processors exit communities for a variety of reasons that likely aren't just because of the CRAP program, and whether they would, the withdrawal of IPQ, I want to say this correctly. The withdrawal of IPQ, if the processors are truly currently just centered in Dutch Harbor, Unalaska, Nakatan, there could be some redistribution of tax revenue, like if Akatan withdrew completely, and then all those revenues would flow to Unalaska, Dutch Harbor, and the as Mr. Weiss testimony on the last agenda issue, the impacts that they're facing with AFA, those kinds of things. And I think you're right that I should probably talk about that a little bit more in the analysis, because these are important issues for these communities. And if a processor were active in some of these smaller communities, say, just using King Cove as an example, if someone were to buy that plant and they were processing crab, or if they decided to withdraw their application, it would have a big impact on the community in terms of taxes. And that's something I could talk a little bit more about in the analysis.
Thank you.
Option 2, it deals with the written reports option, where the contract arbitrator would provide a written report. And this is the non-public version. There's 2 options. One was kind of for a non-public report, and one was for a public report. If it doesn't release confidential information and the information would be provided is allowed within antitrust rules. The contract arbitrator is currently required to submit a written report to the National Marine Fisheries Service by 30 days before the end of the crab fishing year. And the citation of that regulation is included. And the information included in that report are the minutes from any meetings attended by the crab arbitrator between quota holders, the last best offer during the binding arbitration process, including all contract details, the names of the participants in the arbitration, of other participants in the arbitration, whether contract arbitrator accepted the bid, and any other people that were given information as a result of the arbitration. And one of the things that I indicated in the analysis is that, or I talk about in the analysis is, I rely really heavily when we started getting into antitrust issues on the paper that was provided when the program was being developed by Porter and Arnold, or Arnold and Porter, whichever way it was. And so, I'm not an antitrust lawyer. And when you start getting into specific questions about exactly what pieces of information might trigger antitrust concerns and what wouldn't, I end up relying on guidance provided by that report primarily. The Arnold and Porter report, the legal opinion, was attached as Appendix 1 to this analysis. And it advised that there's several pieces of information, or there's some pieces of information that could be publicly announced and be consistent with the antitrust laws. And they include publicly announcing the price formula, circulating the market report, and providing arbitrators, not the general public, but arbitrators with access to information from prior arbitration sessions.
Sorry, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for this section of the presentation. I'm wondering if you can give a little more context around the antitrust concerns. So I think I'm hearing there's more antitrust concerns with the public report versus the non-public. But can you give a little more context for the risk?
I think if I could go on a little bit in this section, I may cover some of that. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I may go on, I may cover a little bit of that, and if I don't cover it completely, we can kind of circle back. Antitrust concerns. The main concerns focus on provisions regarding the exchange of information that would not be permitted in an unregulated and competitive environment. And these types of things include giving both harvesters and processors access to all the information provided to harvesters, providing harvesters, permitting processors to engage in discussions regarding price, and the unlimited publication of arbitration results. The legal opinion recommended that harvesters and processors access to information during an arbitration be limited to materials directly presented by the parties. The opinion also concluded that access to the results of other arbitration should be limited to arbitrators and non-affiliated harvesters that have not committed shares to a processor. Limiting the information was an important consideration in the program development to avoid antitrust issues. And so I think the bottom line in terms of antitrust concerns is if the council requests that specific pieces of information be included in a report that's either public or private, that in the private report would provide pricing information that would not be allowed under antitrust rules to processors, for example, then that raises flags on, you may be getting close to having concerns about antitrust, crossing the line for antitrust issues. And I think that's why the program that was initially developed was fairly constraining in the information that it allowed to be provided because of both the report attached as an appendix to this document and other legal opinions that were received during the implementation of that program. And again, I'm not an antitrust lawyer, and I can't get into all the details of would this be allowed and would this not. But I think it's just trying to caution the council that this is a concern. Nobody wants to cross antitrust issues and get in trouble for it. Just be careful.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Follow up. Thank you for that explanation. And I know this program has been under antitrust scrutiny. I also know we've heard that there's a new executive order on anti-competitiveness and antitrust concerns. So I'm just wondering if in your work in this analysis, and I know that came out fairly recently, was there any thought put into how this may interact with that new executive order on anti-competitiveness?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question. I don't know if legal counsel feels like they want to dive into that question at this point. I think it's beyond my ability.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon.
Another option that was considered, rather than putting in regulation that these types of reports would be required, was that we thought about, well, it may be possible for the parties that hire the contract arbitrator to just include a clause in the contract that requests that they will receive a written report from the contract arbitrator. And these types of written reports are commonly used in contract arbitration settings. Some of the information that's included in those types of contract is that when the report has to be released to the parties, a summary of the proceedings, the findings of fact, various legal considerations included in the arbitration decision, and a detailed justification for the award and the final award. Yeah, again, sharing prices and things like that outside of the people directly involved in that with other processors in the industry, again, get into the antitrust issues that you really don't want to cross. But if this were limited to, say, the parties to the arbitration, something like that could potentially be included in the contract if the parties to the contract wish to do that. And that would be outside the regulatory process that we're talking about for requiring a report. And again, we've already kind of talked about this, and if the council had any additional information on specific pieces that they would like to see included in these types of reports from the contract arbitrator, it may help the analysts provide additional information on whether we think that would be or would not be allowed under antitrust rules. Option 3, under alternative 2, would remove the market report requirements in the analysis or in regulations. There are other sources of information that are available and have been used by the parties to collect this type of information that's used in the arbitrations that have occurred. That information is more current and is readily available. To my knowledge, it wouldn't create any data gaps in the arbitration process. The information that would be available would be similar to what the contract or the market report would include, and it may even be more timely. Just some background information. The cost of the market report, including the non-binding price formula calculation and reporting that formula, was estimated to be about $49,000 in 2023 and 2024 fishing year. So some portion of that would be the cost savings of not having to produce the market reports each year for each fishery. And I would note that when this issue was discussed, when the RIR was requested, that both the harvesters and processors agreed that they did not need the market report. There were other sources of information available. The removal of the regulations that require arbitration to be used for non-performance. If these regulations were removed, and the regulations currently state that if the harvesters and the processors can't agree on the performance issues in a timely fashion, that arbitration shall be used. And so the regulations dictate that this is the system that would be used. If those regulations were removed, the individuals would have the option of, if they could agree on it, still using arbitration. If they were unable to agree on it, then they would have to use civil courts, which is expected to be considerably more costly. We also noted in the analysis where under an arbitration system, harvesters and processors are each required to pay 50% of the costs. If it were to move to a court structure, the council doesn't have the authority to say how the costs would be paid under a court proceedings. And so there'd be uncertainty generated by how much individuals would have to pay, but they would likely have to pay more depending on the outcome. We also note that judges making these decisions are likely to be less knowledgeable than the arbitrators that are selected for the crab rationalization program. And so there could be greater uncertainty of the outcome because the courts, the judges in the court system, excuse me, probably have less knowledge of how the crab rationalization program is intended to work and how it actually works. Well, I also note that under this section of the regulations, there's a non-performance section and there's a quality issue section that could be arbitrated. The quality issues have their own specific regulations, and so while they could both be considered performance disputes, my assumption in the analysis was that this would only apply to the section of the analysis that specifically deals with the heading under the non-performance disputes.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, just a point of clarification on the costs. This option would remove mandatory arbitration, but potentially allow it on a voluntary basis. So if the parties chose to go the arbitration route versus the civil litigation route, is there an opportunity for those costs to still be shared if it's not specified in regulations as mandatory with additional direction from the council, or is that not an option in front of us?
Madam Chair, that's a really good point. And my assumption under when we were talking about option one was the only thing we're going to change is last best offer. I guess the assumption under this option, option four, is that if arbitration was selected by the parties, the equal division of costs could remain in place, and with just direction from the council that would be the intent of this option. And I do agree that they could still choose to go to arbitration. And I should have said, and when I began talking about this issue, is one of the reasons I think that this issue was considered by the council initially was the structure of kind of the fishery at this point. When you have people that hold IPQ and PQS, and if you hold IPQ and you don't actually have a processing facility that you operate, there could be circumstances where a person, an entity, could be, share match and be subject to meeting certain terms and conditions, and they don't actually have a physical plant to process. That they would be then working with a processor through a custom processing arrangement to try and make sure they can meet those obligations. But on their own, they can't necessarily fulfill a contract obligation that was set during the share matching and agreement process. And so those individuals could be in a fairly precarious position if they aren't able to contract with a processor, where they would be required to pay the ex-vessel price they agreed to, even though they don't have the ability to necessarily force a processor to process that quota that they're obligated to take from a harvester. Madam Chair, I think we've kind of talked about that already. Which brings us to alternative 3, which is the withdrawing of IPQ and IFQ applications. The regulations require a complete IPQ or IPQ-FQ application be postmarked and received by NIMS by June 15th for the upcoming fishing year. And that kind of goes back to that figure I tried to show kind of timelines earlier on. And NIMS has allowed IPQ applications withdrawals before IFQ and IPQ are issued. And again, I think under any of the situations, this would occur before IFQ and IPQ are issued, which has been done in the past. You can't have withdrawals after that occurs. But regulations do not clearly define the conditions for approval. And IFPQ withdrawal applications are reviewed on a case-by-case basis. IPQ application withdrawals have been submitted in the past and were well in advance of the annual IPQ allocate issuance. And I noted there was a pretty tight timeline when all this must occur. I also noted in the analysis that while this option applies to both IPQ and IFQ holders, that there's really not any reason for an IFQ holder to want to withdraw their application. They have a privilege to harvest a certain amount of crab. It's more likely that instead of withdrawing their application, they would simply lease their harvest rights to another individual, or privileges to another individual, charge a a fee, and collect money for not have to harvest the fish themselves. So this option, I think, really just applies to the IPQ holders. It's not really an issue for the IFQ holders.
Yes, before we move on, it looks like we have a question. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brannon. And on that point, we used to get some reports just to try to verify like that last statement on who might use this option more often on the amount of crab quota that's leased and lease rates. Was that part of your analysis, or is that not?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, there was a little bit of information provided. Most of the information was taken from and referenced back to the program review where we discussed that in a fair amount of detail. The lease rates, we talked about for like snow crab being 50% and the council wanting to keep kind of lease rates below that range. And there was some agreements within the cooperatives that tried to kind of limit the amount. And in Red King crab, it was, I believe, 65% lease rates were common, and their cooperative members were encouraged to keep it below that level based on requests from the council. And so that information was provided in an earlier analysis, and it's included by reference and for more detail.
Okay. My second question through the chair is, I realize you only analyzed the council motion, which is appropriate, but on the timeline issue under alternative 3, were there any conversations with NIMS about extending beyond 48 hours or kind of how compressed we would be in terms of issuing quota if we went beyond 48 hours, or is there some leeway there? Or did you not have those discussions?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I had a discussion with people within NIMS and within RAM specifically about if they had any concerns with either of these options. And, basically my takeaway from those discussions were that when these options were being developed, they were kind of asked if they had concerns with these two options, and they did not. They felt that they would be able to meet all the requirements that they have to go through, delaying, IPQ allocation or IFQ allocation by 1 or 2 days. I did not ask them if they were comfortable going beyond these two options. I just asked if they were comfortable with these two options.
Thank you. And Mr. Sukata?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I didn't know where to ask this, but it did come up a couple times as your presentation was going through. And understanding the crab is super complex, the regulatory review, as I was reading it, it seems to treat IPQ holders and processors as kind of almost interchangeably. And as I was reading it, and CDQ groups, for one, we were heavily invested in IPQ, but we don't have physical plants. We need third-party custom processing. Were the impacts of the proposed options and the pricing formula option 4, were they evaluated separately for non-processing IPQ holders? And if not, do we need more analysis on that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Sakata, I wouldn't say we discussed those issues in the analysis, but in terms of evaluating them separately, I wouldn't say we went that far. And I think if that's information that the council wants us to expand on, we could certainly do that. But we acknowledge that they're in very different positions, because of the pricing issue that we talked about earlier and the non-performance issues that we talked about earlier. And so they're real issues. We mentioned them in the analysis. We didn't really do a deep dive into, separating out physical plant processor that individuals that own IPQ or PQS versus people that don't. We have tables in the document that show in the most recent year, and they're table 3-6, I believe, and 3-7 in the analysis, who the PQS and IPQ holders are for the various fisheries. but again, we don't do a deep dive in the analysis of separating out those impacts.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Gahn.
Thank you. And I just have a clarification on your answer to Ms. Kimball's question regarding lease rates. Were you speaking to lease rates for IFQ or IPQ?
Madam Chair, I was speaking to IFQ if and I don't have any idea if they're even or what if there are lease rates for IPQ and what those are. Just a note, as often we do in these analysis for initial review, there was no attempt made to conduct initial regulatory flexibility act or determine the net benefits to the nation or impacts on the national standards at this stage of the analysis development. Those will certainly be included once the council selects a preliminary preferred alternative and the impacts on each of these sections. And with that, I would like to say that a big thank you to everybody who provided input on this analysis. It's certainly better than I could do by myself. And the next steps are where you are. This is initial review. You can consider the next stage of the analysis if moving forward for initial or final review, and potentially identify a preliminary preferred alternative. And perhaps the most important part is if you have questions, ask Sarah, not me.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. Any further questions? I have just maybe a relatively quick question, hopefully. You did skip over slide 20. I know that you had covered some of that as in a response to a question. And I know that these options aren't mutually exclusive, but in thinking through the baseball arbitration and some of the analytical thinking that you went through as far as the original purpose of that was to bring, two reasonable positions to the table, or in part at least, in the ultimate, circumstance where just one of those is chosen. In a non-performance scenario, could we assume that if arbitration was triggered, that those positions would be more divergent because it would be a matter of not having product potentially at all? And so you could see very different positions on whether or not and to what extent any type of compensation would be warranted in very different positions from the party. So I'm just trying to think of the kind of connection between these two options in that context, and wondering if you had any opportunity to put thought into that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know that I have a good answer for you right now. It's certainly something we could think more about. But you're correct that, under option one, we're looking at, moving away from baseball style arbitration where people kind of have an idea of what's going on. And this option for non-performance, as I tried to describe earlier, there's a lot of unknowns. What's going to happen with the physical processors? If something happens to your physical processor and you don't have a plant yourself, you're kind of at their mercy. in terms of, they could have a breakdown. They couldn't take the crab, and the liability doesn't necessarily, depending on how the contracts are structured, the custom processing contracts, you could be the person that holds the IPQ could be liable for non-performance as opposed to the other individual. And I'm not claiming to know how those contracts are structured when they're developed. But I think you are right that there could be a lot more divergence in the settlement that's requested under this type of arbitration than under option one. Someone, is obligated to pay the entire X vessel value for a bunch of IPQ they hold, and they simply can't perform under the contract. That's a big difference than perhaps a change in price. And again, I don't know that I have a good answer for you at this point, but I think it's something that we could expand on in the analysis.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for the presentation. So I think that brings us to our AP report, and I'll ask any members of the public wishing to testify, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. For the record, my name is Heather Mann. I'm one of the vice chairs on the advisory panel, and I'll be providing the AP motion on C4 crab arbitration. And one of these days, I'll learn how to work the projector.
Using this one.
Okay.
Whenever it comes up.
Okay. The AP recommends that the council move this analysis to final action for further review, and that main motion passed 14-5. There was a failed substitute motion, which or a failed amendment, which you can see, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the AP report? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. Okay, so I think this brings us to our mid-morning break. We will come back at 10:35 and begin public testimony on C4. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we are ready to begin testimony on C4. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes to testify. Organizations and associations, 6 minutes. We have 11 people signed up, beginning with Gary Painter, followed by Jerry Meals.
I guess that's on now. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Gary Painter. I represent 2 crab vessels that fish in every fishery from ADAC to St. Matt. Alternative 1, status quo. To me, this makes the most sense. Been there, done that, 3 arbitrations over time. Don't really see a reason to change things. Remove last best offer. When it's do or die, both sides sit up, take notice, pay attention, and to me, that's the best way to go. To me, this option supposes that with the help of an arbitrator, 2 sides will work things out. Arbitrator is an arbitrator, not a marriage counselor. By the time you get to an arbitration, each side has already tried to work things out. They couldn't. Let's split up the furniture and move on. Your analyst shows that there are more disadvantages than and advantages to this option, at least in my opinion. He also says that among those, the study says that an arbitrator is likely to consider other factors than the historical distribution of price. Crab rat arbitration was based on historical distribution. It's as valid now as it was then. Why would we change it? Arbitrations come after other processors and their co-ops have already settled. So now I get to a point where I don't want to say what I'm willing to pay because I don't want to pay that much. And it won't hurt to let me see if the arbitrator will give me a better deal than the other processors that have already paid. I need a cheaper price than that. Is that really a good argument? I don't think so. If you want to see a lot of more arbitrations, if that's the goal, this is the right track to go on because I guarantee there will be more arbitration. We've had 3 arbitrations over time. We're going to have 3 or 4 a year from now on. If this thing goes through, it's going to be very expensive, time consuming, and the marriage counselor will probably give us some opportunities and compromises in 6 or 8 months. A written explanation. In my opinion, anything that's important is confidential. You can't do it because of antitrust concerns. It costs extra money. And within a week, I guarantee you, as it currently is, everybody knows everything that happened in that last arbitration. So written discussion saying, I chose this guy because his argument was better than this guy. We already know that. The market report, that's one I say that's pretty good. Get it out.
Mr. Painter,
Each side knows.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up. Wondering if you could offer a concluding statement, please. Thanks.
Each side already knows, has planned his or her plan, and we already know what the price probably should be or within the parameters or along that line. This one doesn't do any good. Costs money. Yeah, throw it out. No arbitration for non-performance. The fisherman tells the processor, I'll deliver my king crab January 22nd. See you then. Well, Processor's not gonna buy that. He needs that crab to sell for the Christmas time. That's not right. He's gonna want to arbitrate that. Or the processor tells the fisherman, I know you're at the dock. I know you need to get back out, but we've got some cod to unload from some other boats. So give us a week or so and then we can unload you. No, we got to arbitrate that.
Mr. Painter, right?
Pardon?
I hate to interrupt, but your time is up and I'm hoping you can provide a concluding statement.
I'm very sorry, but among other things in my golden years, I don't hear very well. So
Oh. Would you please offer a concluding statement? Your timer is up.
Oh, I got you.
Okay.
I wanted 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. So does everyone else.
They just press. How do we start?
Oh, this is something that we control. So your time is up. Yeah. But I can see if there are any questions from council members. Will you take?
Done?
Yes, you're done. Mhm.
That was 6 minutes?
3 minutes
Oh,
for companies.
I represent two different entities.
If you represent a company, you only get 3 minutes. You need to be an association or an organization for 6. Thank you.
Not gonna fight.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Painter? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thanks.
Okay, Jerry Meals is next, followed by John Yanni. Is Jerry Meals online? Okay, we will circle back to him. John Yanni, followed by Daniel Foe. Is John online? Okay.
Hello, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the council. My name is John Yanni, and I'm testifying on behalf of the North Pacific Crab Association. The North Pacific Crab Association is an association of IPQ holders. We hold the majority of the IPQ and the BSAI crab fisheries. We have IPQ holders that individually process crab. All of the processing of crab is done by our members. And we have IPQ holders who do not have primary processing platforms and need to have their crab custom processed. I'm here to testify in support of the council moving forward with the preferred alternative for the alternatives and options in front of the council today. We support the council moving forward on option 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4. We also support the council moving forward with alternative 3, which would allow for a clarification of the regulations with regard to quota shareholders in the program being able to withdraw their application if the announcement of the TAC or other contingencies require that to do so. I want to concentrate on option 1 and the arbitration system because I think that's, quote, the most controversial in front of the council with regard to this package, although I'll address the other options as well. With regard to option 1, the arbitration system designed 25 years ago was designed to protect the last harvester standing from bad behavior from a processing quota shareholder. The council created processing quota in order to recognize historical processing in a rationalized fishery, first time ever done in any program in Alaska, and frankly, in any program in the United States. The concern of the harvesters was that they would be unfairly treated in pricing or other negotiations, and so therefore this arbitration system was created. At this point, the arbitration system is outdated in the sense that it does not allow for current information to really be taken into consideration in a price dispute or in another dispute. And in fact, it contains a non-binding price formula, which developed 25 years ago to preserve the division of first wholesale revenue. It was meant to be a backstop, to be a last man standing protection, so that the price or other terms couldn't fall behind so far that the harvester was penalized for it. Instead, as you've seen from the analysis, it has become the standard for an arbitration decision. Option 1 would allow a contract arbitrator to select a remedy that is not presented in an arbitration. It doesn't force the contract arbitrator to do that. It allows him or her to choose one. It won't add cost to a proceeding because the same amount of time will be spent by the parties arguing their position in an arbitration. And I don't believe, although it can be clarified with one of the contract arbitrators, the costs of choosing a remedy other than the two that are presented would be costly. I think what the council is not understanding here is that the current cost of the arbitration system on the PQ sector is very high. For those of us who do operate processing platforms, we know that the non-binding price formula is there. We know that the IFQ holder will demand the formula price, and it's likely that based on history, a contract arbitrator will find in his favor because they can't choose anything else. So that cost is now on top of vastly reduced tax and vastly increased cost of operating in the remote solutions. So that's a cost that's happening to us as we speak. And this very tiny proposed change would allow for a little bit more flexibility in the arbitration system. Again, it doesn't require any mandatory change. The contract arbitrator is still free to choose whatever remedy is presented or a different remedy. But we think the fact that he could choose something different than the parties proposed will provide some flexibility and could reduce the costs. Option 2, we think the parties to an arbitration ought to receive a written report. Right now, the contract arbitrator files the report with NIMS, which is confidential, but he or she does not even have to disclose to the parties why he made a decision that he did. That seems to me is not fair. It doesn't allow the parties to understand why a decision was made and therefore how they should behave in the future. More information, at least to the parties, should be there. With regard to option 3, yes, we agree the market report should be removed. It's dated material and not helpful. Option 4 should be retained for now because a non-performance arbitration by an IPQ holder that doesn't primarily have a platform could end up with them being held to mandatory arbitration through no fault of their own. If the person they custom process with either can't operate or doesn't want to operate, or if the economics of the fishery is such that they can't operate, they're going to be held to a non-performance arbitration. So depending on what the council finally chooses, we think this option should be retained. And with regard to alternative 3, as has been spoken before, this crazy timeline that we have and these small tacks really force everything into a very last minute decision. And IPQ and IFQ holders ought to have a chance to understand what the process will be if they decide based on externalities like low tax or high economics, what their options are for withdrawal, so they can protect themselves. The last thing I would say is that harvesters have argued that their costs are high too, but our cost and their costs are variable in the sense that fuel and insurance has gone up, but the harvesters pay a significant price for leasing IFQ. The documents show and the safe shows up to 50 to 70% of the ex-vessel value is paid to an IFQ holder. That seems to be a cost that they can control, especially in light of these low tax years. And I would also offer that the processors are willing to sit down and work with harvesters for other issues that are facing the crab fisheries. But we think that these little changes to the arbitration system are necessary and should be moved on for final review. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Yanni. You suggested that costs might actually go down if we chose another form of arbitration rather than the baseball style. I've heard some, I think, fairly good arguments that more likely costs will go up as well as the time to arrive at an arbitrator's finding would also increase too. So I guess I'm wondering if you could, from your perspective, walk through in a little bit more depth how costs might go down and what your thoughts are about whether or not a different alternative for arbitration would increase the time frame.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I'm sorry I was unclear. What I meant to say, or what I'm trying to say, is that the current arbitration system is costly to the processing sector because it knows that the history of the arbitration system basically results in a non-binding price formula decision from a contract arbitrator. So when it goes into, when a IPQ holder, either a primary processing IPQ holder or a IPQ holder that doesn't primary process, the sword of Damocles, which the current arbitration system and its rigidity is over the processing sector, is a cost that's facing it now. And that's why we have been historically requesting changes to the arbitration system to reflect that the cost of processing crab in the Bering Sea is getting higher every season, and B, the program's rigidity is costly to us. This won't obviously solve this minor tweak won't solve everything. It's important for the council to remember that Alaska crab species, especially in light of their small size, is not a price setter in crab prices. It's a price taker. We're a very small portion of the worldwide crab market, or even the national crab market. I mean, Canada, Denmark. So we just don't have that control. And so a pound of crab is what a pound of crab is worth of Alaska crab. And so I say that the current system is costly, and that should be recognized by the council. With regard to whether a individual arbitration would become more costly, yes, I understand the argument that the contract arbitrator would have to do more work to decide a remedy, but not significantly more, and certainly not significantly more in reviewing the arguments brought to an arbitration. Each party is going to bring their best argument to an arbitration. They're going to bring all the evidence that they would, even if you don't change this regulation. So the time spent by a contract arbitrator reviewing each side's submittals is not going to change. There is no utility in gaming an arbitration. All it does is you have to spend time with your particular attorney. Why would you spend extra time with your attorney if you were not serious about the proposal that you were bringing to the arbitration? What it does is it removes the imprimatur of this formula price and allows a contract arbitrator more flexibility in deciding in real time in 2025, 26, 27, not 2004, 2003, 2002, when the non-binding price formula was created. That's what I meant. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Yanni? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Daniel Foe is up next, followed by Shannon Carroll.
Good morning through the chair to the council. Thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Daniel Foe. I represent the Intercooperative Exchange, also known as ICE, which is comprised of 157 holders of unaffiliated catcher vessel owner, processor owner, and processor crew CPC quota shares. Big picture up front, ICE would not object to alternative one. This is a very complex system, and Tinkering with this system too much could create more problems than they solve. That being said, should the council elect to proceed with any options, ICE would support alternative to option 3, the elimination of the market report. ICE agrees that the market report is outdated by the time it's received, and there's other available sources of the information contained therein. I think in discussing some of the minutia of the arbitration program, we are missing a bit of the forest for the trees. It's important to ask, why is the arbitration component of the crab rationalization program there? The crab rationalization program replaced a free market system. Harvesters, in accepting this new system, gave up the right to deliver to the highest price. Share matching compels harvesters to deliver to certain processors with whom they match. It is definitionally, therefore, anti-competitive. The arbitration program is a necessary component of the crab rationalization program overall because it enforces some market protecting components. So looking at alternative to option 1, removal of the last best offer, we'll look at that in context. In context, prior to the rationalization program, a harvester would never deliver to the lowest bidder. There's no incentive to do so. Functionally, under the last best offer arbitration style, the only choice being made by the arbitrator is between the lowest price, because you're not going to arbitrate over anything but the lowest price on offer, and the next best price, because you don't want to lose. If you lose, then as a harvester, and you take too extreme of a position, then you're going to get paid the lowest price in the fleet. Looking at alternative to option 2, there are significant antitrust concerns raised by the issuance of written reports. I think we can't be so naive as to believe the contents of that written report would never get out. Arnold and Porter, in its memo, had particular concern about the issuance of any sort of written opinions as far as antitrust was concerned. As I've already noted, alternative 2, option 3, removal of market report is supported by ICE. Alternative to option 4, to remove the option for performance arbitration, would be disastrous for harvesters. That would leave harvesters with no recourse should a processor fail to accept their delivery or fail to honor the terms of their contract, except to go to civil proceedings, which can take year, 2 years. And by that point, you've spent so much money on the litigation process, you've really have an illusory remedy at most. Also, share matching plays into this as well. Let's say that a processor fails to perform. In a totally free market system, the harvester would never work with that processor again. Under the current system, the processor might be share matched again with that same harvester the next year. So there has to be a means for efficient enforcement of the obligations of the processors if they want to have a system in which the harvester can't work or deliver to whoever they want. With respect to alternative 3, the withdrawal of IPQ applications, there are many potential disadvantages with this. I understand that it has happened. So, of course, where something is functionally already occurring, having some rules of the road in place would make sense. The ICE's preference would be this does not occur. It would actually serve to further limit market participation. And I think the overarching goal of the crab rationalization program is to have a fishery, to have processors who are processing crab and delivering it to the marketplace. But if this option proceeds, the council should make sure there's clearly defined rules maintaining the ability to engage in the lengthy season agreements, and there has to be some guardrails about when and the conditions under which a application could be withdrawn. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Foe. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Foe. It seemed that one of the central points you were making is that sort of pre-programmed there'd be that harvesters would be almost entirely driven by price offered, and yet that confuses me some, because my understanding, at least, of pre-program is that the other aspects of the delivery were potentially just almost as important as price. And that if there were, for instance, a pretty small difference in price between two processors, but one processor said we can unload you right away, and the other processor said we can get to you in 12 or 24 hours, that would be a very meaningful difference to the harvester, and that they might, under those circumstances, choose the slightly lower price. And so I guess I'm seeing a slightly more complicated world there than you are, in terms of the negotiating leverage and the effect that had on price. So I think my question is, if indeed there were more factors operating pre-rationalization that would have an effect on the historical division, doesn't that change some of the argument about the dynamics of the current arbitration system from the ones you were emphasizing?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. I think you have to understand that my comments on price are specifically in the context of the last best offer arbitration. Obviously, all these other factors are negotiated, and a harvester will initiate arbitration if there's a truly outrageous price offered. But at that point, the only issue that the arbitrator is really considering functionally is the price, because the other things have been negotiated already. That's where the negotiation hung up, essentially, is on price. That's why there's been so few arbitrations, in part, in my opinion, because you can work out these other issues. But when there's a huge hang up on price is where it really cuts into the bottom line.
Thanks. I may have misunderstood the time frame that you were discussing that in, so that may have been the source of my confusion.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Under your comments for alternative 2, option 2 on the written report, you mentioned antitrust concerns, and I had flagged during the presentation on the analysis the new executive order on anti-competitiveness. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit more to your antitrust concerns.
To the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen, for your question. There is a recent executive order that's passed. That's EO 14267. That's called the Reducing Anti-Competitive Regulatory Barriers. It directs agencies to eliminate programs that create de facto monopolies, that create unnecessary barriers to entry, that limit competition, that create licensure requirements that limit competition, and that create anti-competitive constraints and therefore distort the free market. So while I'm not a criminal lawyer, I would say that I know enough to tell my clients, if they're hauled into a lineup, not to jump up and down and say, it's me, it's me, it's me. Where there's this sort of executive order in place instructing agencies to not, and in fact, to eliminate, I should say, programs that are anti-competitive, why would we remove the guardrails that were installed in the crab rationalization program specifically for the purpose of addressing antitrust concerns? So I think that the council needs to be extremely mindful of the impact of this executive order, and the fact that if we do tinker with this program and mess with the guardrails that are designed to make it more competitive system, that could ultimately be the death knell of the program.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Foe, for your testimony. And I'd like to go back to your kind of introduction to your testimony about your perspective on the importance, or actually the arbitration program being essential to protect the competitive aspects of this fishery. I guess my question for you is that I agree with you 100% in terms of when the program was implemented. But in my, it's getting dangerous, but my recollection of, antitrust theory and competitive markets is that competitive markets require a sufficient number of players on both sides to actually have competition. And I think some of our perspectives is that under the status quo, at least on the processor side, things have changed substantially from when this program was implemented and probably are changing the competitiveness of that market, notwithstanding any arbitration program. So I'm wondering if you can help me with your perspective and talking about how we were looking at things when the program was implemented versus those really substantial changes in competitiveness and with respect to your support, particularly to not move forward with alternative to option one.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Obviously, the dynamics have changed somewhat. There are only two processors actively accepting deliveries right now. However, you look at one of the options here, alternative 3, is to allow withdrawal of applications. So that would just further constrain the market. With respect to your specific question, I think that there's been consolidation amongst processors for a variety of reasons. And those both involve crab rationalization and don't involve crab rationalization, right? So I think the crab rationalization program isn't a significant source of the contraction of the processing industry overall. There's overinvestment in plants. There's things that were done in other fisheries. So I think we have to just look at what we can control with respect to this program. And with what we can control with respect to this program are the guardrails to prevent antitrust concerns. And these were a central consideration at the time of the creation of the program. I've reviewed that Arnold and Porter memo, and I must confess, I'm not an antitrust lawyer myself either. But I do recognize the concerns that were raised. And I think that as we look at, alternative to option 2, a written explanation, that's something that was very flagged, Arnold and Porter. It's very specific what would be in it. We have contract arbitrators who are also not going to be specialized in this area. So they're going to be spending a lot more time, money, expense, and energy to make sure their report's not going to violate a rule. It's going to get them personal liability for violating antitrust rules. So that will significantly drive up costs. So I don't know if I've answered your question very well, but
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Just following up on that, I guess it's option 2. The only antitrust concerns raised in the analysis were around providing this written report to the public. And so I think the council is trying to struggle with that. What could we provide that still allows parties to the arbitration to understand the reasoning why the decision was made? And I guess maybe just to be clear, I don't understand why harvesters wouldn't support that. Why don't harvesters want to understand how and why a decision was made if we can remove the antitrust concerns around a public report?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Ms. Kimball. I think what we want to avoid is a situation where these reports are used then as precedent in future arbitrations, because inevitably any arbitration is based on a snapshot in time, and the prices change. The award in one dispute will have little value, if any, for a future arbitration. And big picture, this has been a part of an ongoing effort by processors to essentially turn the arbitrations, either to eliminate the arbitration system or turn the arbitrations into trials, in which I think they believe they have a better chance of getting an arbitrator to maybe bite on a higher price. So when you look at removing last best offer arbitration, I've done quite a few arbitrations in my career. What do you do when you go to arbitration? Well, if you're on the claimant side, you ask for as much as you possibly can. So if I'm the harvester going to arbitration, I'm going to ask for the highest price possible. And if I'm the processor, I'm going to offer the lowest price possible. And arbitrators have a reputation, well earned, I think, for splitting the baby. So you're going to spend a lot of money for the parties to be further apart at the outset. And then whatever decision is made is based on the specific arguments and information received by that arbitrator in that arbitration. I don't think it would have precedential value for future discussions or negotiations because it's going to be based on such, like I said, a limited snapshot in time.
Mr. Toy.
I think I'm being confused easily today, but your answer confused me that because I heard you saying that harvesters would be concerned that providing written reports would establish precedent, but then you said a couple times during your answer that you thought precedent had very little value and that arbitrators probably wouldn't pay much attention to it, is what I inferred from your answer. And so I'm still stuck with Ms. Kimball's basic question of why is that information so why don't harvesters want it too? Because the precedent argument wasn't hanging for me.
Through the chair, Mr. Toy, thank you for your question. And to clarify, what I'm saying is, while the decisions would have no precedential value, and that the information contained therein would actually not be that informative, it would still be used and cited to, and then potentially have arbitration decisions based on what I consider not to be very valuable data. So old, outdated arbitration data. These only happen every several years. So there's been 3 in the last 10. So if I'm considering price information from 2015, it's not going to be, very helpful, but I think it's also parties will attempt to use it. So we're going to be creating information that has very little value, but then that's going to be taken into consideration maybe as if it does. I just think it risks moving the focus of the arbitration where it should be, which is the current price, if that makes more sense.
Thank you. And second question, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm also trying to further understand these antitrust concerns. In response to my question earlier, we were focused on option 2 in the written report. But then I thought I heard in your answer regarding the anti-competitiveness EO that the antitrust concern might be more broad, and you were speaking about guardrails. And I think that's what I heard you respond to in the answer to Ms. Baker's question on last best offer. So can you speak specifically to which alternatives and options here that you think raise antitrust concerns?
Through the chair. Yes, thank you, Ms. Goen. I think each of these components that are under review were created in part to address and to comply with antitrust concerns. So you could really look down the list. Obviously, if you look at alternative to option 1, because this exists because there's share matching. So without share matching, you wouldn't need a last best offer arbitration system, but share matching is itself creates an anti-competitive process whereby you're not able to go onto the market. If you look at alternative to option 2, as we've all discussed, the information contained therein has to be very closely guarded and limited to the point of, in my opinion, not having much value. That, I guess, is debatable. If you look at alternative to option number 4, performance arbitration, again, this has antitrust component to it because, again, of share matching. You might get matched with the same processor that you had a performance dispute with the year before, whereas in an open market, you might not. You probably wouldn't go out and do business with that person again if they mistreated you previously. With respect to alternative 3, it also has antitrust implications because you are further limiting the market. So I think you could make an argument that each of the proposed alternatives and options, except for alternative 1, and the removal of the market report, alternative 2, option 3, have antitrust component to them.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, everybody.
Next up is Shannon Carroll, followed by Jake Jacobson.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Shannon Carroll. I'm speaking today on behalf of Trident Seafoods, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify. My ask is that the council support alternative 2 options 1 through 3 and alternative 3 option 2 as PPAs and move this forward to final action. These are small changes that are being requested by processing and community representatives to try and stabilize engagement in the processing sector. As I noted last October, the uncertainty involved in how decisions are made and how costs will be evaluated in the arbitration system has had a chilling effect on processors' willingness to engage in the fishery. Speaking for my own company, the risk of arbitration, which is greater during times of market volatility like we see now, and the understanding that there's no chance at finding a compromise in the proceeding, has led us to withdraw IPQ applications in the past few seasons. I agree that arbitration shouldn't be used all of the time, but it can be a fair system to resolve price disputes when the arbitrator has flexibility to use their judgment. But right now, it's inflexible, and processors would rather not process than take that risk. And that's not an indication of a healthy program. I understand that the theory behind baseball-style arbitration is that it encourages parties to find a compromise or come to the table with a compromise position. But in our experience, the history of arbitration outcomes do not incentivize harvesters to do that. So as a company, we have to weigh whether or not we're going to get stuck with a product on a rapidly declining market due to slow deliveries and be the last processor to pay harvesters or not process at all. That's a big risk that's completely driven by the regulatory structure of the program and something that we can change today. This action does not get rid of arbitration, and it does not upend the program. Rather, among other things, it allows the arbitrator to use their judgment to find compromise when it's warranted by the facts, and nothing more. There's significant discussion on some of these points today, and I think the change being asked for is more consistent with the program intent than what's happening under the status quo. And I don't think it will dramatically change the program costs or timelines. I'll just conclude by saying that with respect to written reports, I think a written record and institutional knowledge is the fundamental tenet of any legal proceeding. And we strongly support being able to learn from arbitration so that we can better mitigate risk moving forward. We have robust antitrust laws to protect against antitrust concerns. And I think antitrust is a very strong deterrent to people go to jail over antitrust issues, and that's an effective deterrent against antitrust concerns. So I'll close there, and I'll just align myself with the comments, written comments by MPCA and PSPA, and take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for your testimony. And my question is about your support for alternative to option 1 and your sense that moving forward with that option would not significantly increase the cost of arbitration. And I'm wondering specifically some of the arguments we're hearing and maybe even reflected in the analysis that could be an outcome of alternative to option one is an increase in the number of arbitrations. And so can you provide your perspective on what you think the potential impacts would be with respect to just the number of arbitrations?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker, through the chair. I think a couple of points on that. First, I can't predict whether or not it would lead to more arbitrations, but I do think the presentation noted that the cost of arbitration is somewhat of a deterrent for people to engage in that, and that would not change. I think nobody wants to go to arbitration, and because in part it's costly. However, I do think that we have not seen arbitration used very much in the past since the program has started. And I think we've stated why we believe that is, that when there's no likelihood of a favorable outcome, it doesn't make sense to engage in it. But I don't think that that's a sign that it's working. And I think that, as I noted in my testimony, arbitration is there to be an effective arbiter of price disputes. And when there are legitimate price disputes, it should be utilized. And that's the function of the program that we have. We have a duopoly where there's share matching, and you have to have arbitration in such a system. The reason I don't think it's going to dramatically change the costs per arbitration is that you have a pretty finite set of facts that you're dealing with when you present to the arbitrator. It's not going to change the facts that you're presenting if there's an allowance for a compromise. It's going to be the same set of facts. So I think that presentation is not going to increase in time, and it's not going to increase in volume. And regardless of whether or not there's a written report or whether or not there's an allowance for a compromise, that arbitrator still has to sift through those facts and come up with some rationale for their decision. And so do I think that there might be additional time needed because they have to maybe make a more complex decision versus just one of the two offers? Yes, I do. But I don't think that it's going to be dramatically different because you're still dealing with a very discrete set of facts and circumstances. So I think that it may increase the number of arbitrations, at least at the beginning, but I don't think that it's going to be a dramatic increase. And I actually think that that's a signal that there's a program that's functioning. And I think the flip side is that you may have more processors that are willing to engage in the fishery, which is also an indication that the program's functioning as it was originally intended.
Thank you. And Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Carroll. My question is about the interest in the written report. I think it's fairly clear that addition of a written report will increase costs some. And so I guess I'm curious about what value you're seeing in a written report. I think there's been some pretty good arguments put in front of us that at least the costs, the values, the prices shift enough fairly quickly between years that they don't have much lasting value. So what else is there in the report that you'd be looking for that would be worth the extra cost?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I think two things on that. First, I think in the short term, there's a slight added cost of having the arbiter summarize what the rationale was. I think over the long term, you're going to see actually a decrease in cost because as a company, Trident can evaluate why they're not prevailing or why they did prevail in an arbitration dispute and plan accordingly in the future. For me, and for Trident, it's all about managing risk and liability in the future. And when you can understand where you made a mistake in the past on a pricing issue, you can avoid that mistake in the future. So I think over the long term, you're going to see an actual decrease in arbitration and costs because you're going to see companies hedging their risk and planning accordingly. To the point about it adding costs, I do think that I've never been an arbitrator, but summarizing why you did something should not be a significant added burden when presumably you're compiling notes and you're keeping some sort of rationale as to why you're doing something to begin with. So, and as noted, I think in the paper, they already do have to provide a report to NIMS. It's just that the parties involved in the arbitration can't get access to that. And I guess with respect to the point on precedent, I don't think that the precedent should be sort of dispositive on whatever the future arbitrations occur. But I do think it's really useful to have institutional knowledge over time. We went through arbitration for the first time in 10 years, and there was nobody at my company that had gone through arbitration before. It was new members on the harvesting side. The arbitrator had never gone through arbitration. So essentially, you have people who really don't have a sense of what has been done in the past in the program. And I think having some sort of record of decisions that perhaps could be useful in at least setting some foundation or the stage for a future decision, again, not making it dispositive on the outcome, is generally something that's viewed favorably in the legal system. So I think that there's a lot of advantages to it.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Carroll, for your testimony. My question is, I didn't hear you speak to alternative to option 4 on non-performance, and I apologize if I missed it. Can you just remind me Trident's position there?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We did not include it in our list of PPAs, but think that it's important to continue including for analysis. I think my understanding of the council's intent in bringing that forward was that there's an increased reliance by custom processing IPQ holders on smaller number of active processors, which exposes them to more risk should there be some sort of unforeseeable event at the facility or some reason that custom processing contract couldn't be brought forward, in which case they would be then on the hook for potentially the full value of that crab. And I think that's what the intent was, to look at that. I think it's important to continue looking at it, although I think the analysis noted several questions that needed to be looked at, and I would expect that to be fleshed out in the next review.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Jake Jacobson, followed by Tom Enlow. Can you please put on your mic? Thank you.
Members of the council, my name is Jake Jacobson. I'm here on my own recognizance. The crab rationalization plan is unique as far as I am aware, in that the program includes processors, harvesters, and communities. Should any council have the temerity to attempt such a complex program in the future, I would advise them to first take a very hard look at the crab rationalization program. One thing they may notice is that what was started out as a 3-legged stool has become a 2-legged stool, with a leg for harvesters and a leg for processors and communities. Communities are dependent on processors because they are most heavily invested in processor quota shares. So while communities have harvesting shares, or may have harvesting shares through IFQ or CDQ components of the program, the primary value and their greatest risk accumulators are processing components. Now you have lease fees from the harvesters, but I don't think you've ever seen lease fees from IPQ holders. They've never been asked for that information. We've provided our lease fees for years. They haven't provided any of theirs. They haven't provided any custom processing fees, which have been going up exponentially. So those are things they're concerned about, and they're concerned about a situation that they get into that where their fees are so high and their lease rates are so high that they can't make a profit, so they want to take it out of the harvesters. We don't have a great pool of money sitting around. If it weren't for the bailout programs that the government had provided, there would have been a lot of harvesters that wouldn't be in business anymore. So we're very grateful to receive that. But in this past fishing year, there were only 2 plants with the ability to process crab. At the start of the program, there were dozens. Now there are 2. I haven't got much time left. I want to cover this. Statements have been made to the effect that the arbitrator picks the historic division of revenues, and that is completely erroneous. I've been through every arbitration since 2008, including the 3 we've had in the last 10 years, one of which we lost. In those arbitrations, we were not provided with wholesale data. We did not know what the historic division of revenue was because we didn't have sales information. It's one of the reasons we might arbitrate is because, one, a price is out of the range of all the other processors, and 2, we don't have any sales information. They don't have to give us that information. They don't even have to give the arbitrator that information, and sometimes they don't. And so it's not true that they use the historic division of revenues as a decision. Our last best offers are not based on that. It's based on what everybody else paid. Looks like I'm out of time, but I appreciate the work on that the council does on this. Hopefully they'll be able to leave the arbitration system alone and let it work as it's done very effectively through the past history.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and be patient with me. I was formulating my question that came up quick, but I didn't hear you speak to the non-performance arbitration. And hearing your experience that you've been involved in all the past arbitrations that have occurred, can you just speak briefly to your thoughts on that option?
We've never used a non-performance arbitration, so I don't have any experience with that particular type of arbitration. We've done a couple of lengthy season arbitrations, which is an arbitration to decide whether or not the lengthy season approach should be used or a preseason arbitration should be used. Basically, there's a whole section of regulation that allows for preseason arbitration, and we've never been able to use that basically because it takes 6 months or so to schedule an arbitration. The last arbitration we had, it was 6 months after the end of the fishing year before we got into arbitration, and it was 8 months after our last delivery was made. So it's like a very lengthy process. Quick decisions like who delivers at what time are impossible under this system because we don't have like an arbitrator that is on call every minute. So we can say, hey, can we deliver here? Do we have to wait for this trawler to finish offloading? Do we really have to wait a week before we can offload? Our crab is dying in the tanks. And then they say, well, their fish is already dead. So we're going to take that first. So we don't have the option to go to those kinds of arbitrations just because it doesn't work under this system. Doesn't mean the system is bad. It's just, there are parts of it that are ill-conceived, but there doesn't mean that it's not functioning as it's intended. We're happy with the program the way it's worked. We just don't want any changes.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Tom Enlow, followed by Heather McCarty.
Madam Chair, do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this agenda item. For the record, my name is Tom Enlow, representing Unicy Incorporated. Unicy has processing facilities located in Unalaska Dutch Harbor and has provided a market and processing services for all managed species of Bering Sea loose island crab for over 50 years and was one of the 2 active processors for the 2024-2025 crab year. I'll be brief in my comments today and start by saying that UNICE appreciates the good work done by the council staff and the AP on this agenda item. UNICE supports the comment letter submitted by Pacific Seafood Processors Association and the North Pacific Crab Association on this agenda item. UNICE also supports the AP motion to move this agenda item to final action and further review. But if the council was to be inclined to be more prescriptive by selecting a preliminary preferred alternative at this meeting, then UNICE supports the PPA put forth by PSPA in their comment letter, which is alternative 2 options 1, 2, and 3, and alternative 3 option 2. Regarding alternative 2 option 2, the arbitration parties need to know the rationale from the contract arbitrator on of why the decision was made. The reason is that absent of report, there are no lessons to be learned from the outcome that would allow processors and harvesters to work closer together to avoid future arbitration. So I really feel that a precedent should be set to avoid future litigation. I'll close by saying that by and large, the program is meeting the intended objectives, providing a framework that protects the historical participants of the fishery. With current environmental and economic pressures that were not foreseen at the time of the implementation of the crab program, necessitate adjustments to the program. There's only so much money that can be made on selling a pound of crab, and the revenue share must work for both the harvester and the processor to continue to operate. By allowing the arbitrator to pick only the non-binding formula without any other considerations or from either side or potential to compromise, could potentially force IPQ holders to exit the program in the future if they feel like they're going to lose money by participating. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my comments, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Enlow. Based on your testimony about supporting alternative 2 option 1, I wanted to ask if you had, in your experience, I guess, do you see any examples where arbitration flexibility, where the arbitrator could pick something more than just the 2 proposals provided? Do you see any examples where that could benefit both sectors, harvesters and or processors?
To the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. I think that the thing that I thought about, in the past few weeks since this agenda item has really come forth, is the idea that circumstances where both harvesters and processors might want to, consider a potential change to the harvesting management where they could benefit, but it impacts costs on one side or the other. There might be room there for flexibility. I mean, the example that I would bring up is that we've known for some time that harvesters would like to reduce the size of the legally retained crab. And there might be a perfectly good biological reason to do that. We heard a lot of talk that when the apelio biomass was large and strong, there was a lot of smaller crab that were, really going into terminal molt before they were, fully mature. And that, I'm not a marine biologist, but the thought was that by extracting, smaller crab, there was a lot to be extracted that weren't quite legal size yet. They could have, potentially reduced the crash that happened by taking more crab out and allowing those crab remaining to continue to grow. Processors would have been totally against that, and in fact are against that, because it's going to increase the processing costs of processing those smaller crab. But I think processors might be more open to that idea if they thought that there would be some kind of flexibility in the pricing. I mean, there's not, otherwise, you know, the only way we would consider doing it is that there was some kind of tier pricing formula, and nobody's going to want to work within those kind of framework because it's going to be complicated and messy to administrate. So I think that would be, you know, an example of how maybe harvesters and processors could work to achieve something that harvesters are very interested in, but processors are not, if we thought that there was some flexibility in the arbitration program. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So
Thank you.
Next up is Heather McCarty, followed by Sinclair Wiltz.
Madam Chair, members of the council, I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, the CDQ group for St. Paul Island. We have made major investments in both crab harvesting and processing quota, IFQ and IPQ. And we also co-own and operate a crab fishing vessel through our wholly owned subsidiary, St. Paul Fish Company. That's the Early Dawn. Like many, I think probably all the other CDQ groups, CBSFA does not own processing capability and depends on custom processing to benefit from its IFQ investments. CBSFA continues to support moving forward with regulatory amendments to the binding arbitration elements in the crab management program, and I will speak to those briefly. We will also address a related second point in our testimony here, as we did in our comment letter. While we do not want to delay action on binding arbitration, CBSFA recognizes the need to continue examining the flexibility of the crab management program in the face of low crab availability and global economics. Regarding the alternatives, Alternative 2, Option 1, we support further analysis of this proposed change, and we believe the council and the public would also benefit from hearing from a crab arbitrator on this issue. That's a kind of a hole in your information, in our view. Option 2, the written report issue. We support moving this option forward, and we think this is quite important. If the council receives a legal opinion as to what information would be allowed under antitrust law, it makes sense that both the participants and the public should understand the factors that led to the arbitrator's decision. The analysis in front of you, as well as the conflicting information we are hearing at this meeting about the nature of the arbitrations, illustrate that the arbitration process is somewhat of a black box. We believe the council would benefit from further understanding, not to mention the public. Option 3, we support the removal of that regulatory requirement for a market report. Option 4, removing the arbitration option for non-performance. We support moving this option forward for further analysis if the council wishes, but given our circumstances, it seems prudent for us to eventually oppose this option. As we have said, under the current regulations, an IPQ holder with or without a processing platform could presumably be taken to arbitration for non-performance by their matched IFQ holder if the IPQ holder is not able to process crab. Those IPQ holders without processing platforms, such as CBSFA, are at substantially more risk since they cannot control the actions and decisions of those IPQ holders who do have processing platforms. While arbitration has never been triggered by a non-performance issue, the landscape of the crab program has fundamentally changed over the past 5 years, with some seasons having few active processors operating. This situation could persist and even worsen. All IPQ holders would be at risk of non-performance in the event of an unexpected disruption to the limited processing capacity. And this is a real concern for harvesters and communities as well, obviously. Alternative 3, we support continued analysis of this alternative and ask that an option be added that provides a longer time period than 48 hours. We need as long as we can get. The second point that I wanted to bring up is, as we said in our letter, the conditions in the crab season of 2024-2025 did upend the crab program for the fleet, the processors, and the crab-dependent communities. The low crab tax led to the economic inability to process in the North region, which led to the use of the one available management tool. You heard us speak to that under B reports. The emergency relief from regional delivery requirements, which was modified on the run to allow the North region IFQ crab to be landed and processed in the South. As you have also heard, it was designed to be used when it's not physically possible to deliver or process crab in either the North or the South, not to react to economic conditions that result in loss of processing availability or capacity. It is not a permanent solution to the current situation if it persists. We believe that with the expectation of low and variable crab tax for the foreseeable future, the crab rationalization program should be examined for flexibility in times of low crab tax. This analysis before you addresses the question of whether the crab program's share matching and binding arbitration regulations are functional in times of low crab tax. The ongoing question for us is, does revising binding arbitration regulations solve the core problems? Mr. Twite earlier in the meeting invited the communities of St. Paul and Unalaska to bring suggestions to the council, but we would need to include harvesters and processors in any response. We asked the council to consider requesting the three sectors in the crab management program, harvesters, processors, and crab-dependent communities, to form an ad hoc working group to examine elements of the crab rationalization program for functionality and flexibility in times of low crab tax, and present any recommendations for further consideration to the council by the XX October council meeting, perhaps. And topics could include an efficient process for emergency exemption from regional delivery requirements because of conditions in any region or all regions that make it, one, physically impossible to harvest or process crab, or economically impossible to harvest or process crab. Also, crab management, program management options under conditions of one or even zero IPQ holders with processing platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony on your last points, kind of outside of what's being proposed in the current analysis. You mentioned two topics, and I didn't quite catch whether those are things that both of those topics are things that you think would require regulatory changes, or are these, kind of streamlining the process for emergency exemption from regional delivery requirements? Are these outside of the regulatory environment?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I actually think there's an element of both in there. We showed, when I say we, I mean processors, harvesters, and communities did work together outside the regulatory program, but with the framework of that emergency exemption to work from. We did work together, but it seems that in these sort of fragile times that there needs to be a more foolproof way to deal with those issues, because I think that might take regulation, the framework itself, because as you know, it only takes one participant out of the many that have to sign on to such a change for it not to happen. And there has to be willingness on the part of communities to allow the transfer of crab taxes, crab processing taxes, and so forth. So it's a complex thing that is very fragile right now because it's not really meant to do the job that we need it to do right now, or may need it again. Yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Ms. McCarty, for your testimony. My question's on alternative 3. You made a comment about 48 hours not being long enough and you need as much time as you can get. Can you narrow that down to a more defined time frame? Is it a week? Is it 10 days? Or do you have any more thoughts on that, Ms. McCarty? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mueller, I would ask, the regulatory folks to maybe let us know what makes sense for them. I think most of us would say we'll take as long as we can get. And if it's 72 hours, fine. If it's a week, fine. But I'm just not sure that, given the current schedule that you saw from Mr. Brannon's presentation, that unless there are changes made to that schedule, which the council did discuss, I think, briefly, I think it was last October. Unless there are changes made to that, it's kind of there's a finite set of options there, I think. So I think you'd ask maybe the regulatory folks to give you an idea what that might be.
Thank you. And any further questions? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. McCarty, for your testimony. I have a couple of questions. The first one being about alternative to option 4. And you spoke to that very specifically in your testimony in terms of your current perspective on that, removing requirement for binding arbitration for non-performance of contract terms. I just want to make sure that I understood your position on that while, and because I'm struggling with what the actual impact and therefore potential benefit from that would be. But it sounded like you would like the council to keep that in the analysis, and perhaps there's some additional information that could be provided the next time we look at this. And you probably would have a fuller understanding of your position at that time. Am I capturing that? Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, yes. Our understanding currently is that we probably want to keep that unless there's additional information that makes us think otherwise, because as others have said in their written testimonies, it's if anything does get brought to arbitration, it's a better solution potentially than having any disagreements brought to civil court. It would be, as in other arbitrations, much more sensible to keep it in the regulatory process, perhaps then put it into the court system if there's any issues. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. And my second question has to do with your second issue that you raised to the council. And I guess I'm wondering your recommendation that the council request the 3 crab sectors to form an ad hoc working group. Are you specifically meaning an ad hoc group of industry and community participants? Are you envisioning any council member staff involvement in that process at all when you put that request forward? Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, the former. I think we have seen that council requests have some weight, maybe not as much weight as the council committee, but council committees take a lot of time and effort and resources. And we sort of talked about this before, that perhaps it might be beneficial for everyone involved in the crab program to sit down and talk about stuff that might make things better. So perhaps a council request for that sort of recommendation, a set of recommendations, might be compelling enough that folks would come to the table, just to be straightforward.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the question and answer there. They helped me formulate the question that had been nagging in the back of my mind, and that is just about the timeliness. Your testimony was indicating you thought it was pretty urgent. And I was trying to think through that timing issue. So I guess I'd like to just ask you, what are the factors that you're seeing right now that create your sense of urgency?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I think the fact that we've done this once, in the case of emergency exemption, we've done that once, and we've seen, again, I'll use the word fragile, how fragile that process is. And some people are more optimistic than others about the status of the stocks, the crab stocks. Some people think there's going to be a lot of snow crab out there, and some people aren't sure. And so there's a lot of uncertainty. And given that uncertainty, if we're going to be put in the same position we were in this last season. I think it will serve as another illustration of what it takes to get out of that situation. We recognize that the timing is such now that there can't be any real changes before that may happen. 25, 26 season for snow crab, but we would like to be ready for the time after that. And then regarding some of the other issues that we bring up in our letter, the idea of having, no processor at all, or even one processor, is such a huge concept that, it shakes the very foundations of your business plan as well as your concept of the crab world. And so, that creates some urgency in CBSFA's internal discussions that made us feel like we have to bring that to the council again. We said last October, and I think it was October, that the discussion paper really did address a number of other issues rather than just binding arbitration. And it kind of got to the deeper, bigger issues. But the council chose to move forward with the smaller ones, not small. I don't think they're small. I think they're important. To have this discussion about binding arbitration is important. But it's not the whole thing. It's not the whole banana, So that's what we're, again, sort of putting in front of you, and tried to do that in B reports as well. It's, we just don't know what's going to happen. And so we want to all have the same recognition of that uncertainty.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. And thanks for undertaking this.
So our next testifier is Sinclair Wilt, followed by Julie Decker. It's my intention to finish public testimony before breaking for lunch.
Madam Chair, members of the council, for the record, my name is Sinclair Wilt. I represent Westward Seafoods. Westward Seafoods operates 3 processing plants in Unalaska Dutch Harbor. 2 of the plants have crab processing capabilities with a long history of crab processing. In recent years, given the very limited crab quotas or no quotas, we have been processing crab at only one of our plants. And not only do we process our own IPQ allocated crab, we custom process for other IPQ holders. I'll keep my comments brief as I know the schedule is behind. We support moving the package forward and would support a preliminary preferred alternative if selected at this meeting to include alternative 2, options 1, 2, and 3, and alternative 3, option 2. Alternative 2, option 1, we believe an arbitrator should be allowed to choose a compromise remedy rather than being limited to the proposal of one of the parties, creating a winner and loser situation. This change would provide an opportunity for a win-win result rather than just a winner-loser outcome. Alternative 2, option 2, an arbitration written report, even if just a brief summary, would benefit the industry as to why or how the arbitration result was reached. Otherwise, industry is left with hearsay, rumors, and speculation as to the reason for the outcome. Alternative 2, option 3, I don't think that this doesn't seem to be controversial. It seems everyone's in agreement. We can do away with the market report. Alternative 3, option 2, industry would benefit from having 48 hours
time to decide whether to withdraw their IPQ or IFQ applications. Not that we have much time before the start of the fishing season from when the quotas are announced and we must start share matching, but a little bit of time would be available. And I'll just summarize by saying we are aligned with the written comments submitted by PSPA and North Pacific Crab Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilt, for your testimony. When in one of the previous testifiers, Mr. Carroll made a comment that he thought possibly in the short term that the changes envisioned in alternative 2, option 1 might result in, at least in the short term, more arbitrations, but down the road that might change. Do you share that viewpoint that could be the outcome of accepting that change?
I'm not sure I'm the best to speak to it, as our company or the two companies that emerged into one have ever gone to arbitration. So I don't have any experience with it, and I'll just guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Julie Decker, followed by, and Corey Lesh will be our last testifier. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Julie Decker. I am the president of Pacific Seafood Processors Association. We've submitted a letter that's posted online, as well as this attachment to my presentation that I'll refer to later. PSPA represents motherships and shore-based seafood processors operating across coastal Alaska and operating in almost every state and federal commercial fishery. Our members include the processors that have historically participated in the Bering Sea crab fisheries in St. Paul, Kodiak, Unalaska, and Akutan. These are the companies that process Bering Sea crab and also custom process crab for those who hold IPQ but do not have processing facilities. PSPA members strongly support moving this package forward for final action at a future meeting and support selecting alternative 2 options 1, 2, and 3, and alternative 3 option 2 as preliminary preferred alternatives. The Bering Sea crab program is very complex and highly regulated, and these are small changes to try to react to a need for more stability and transparency in fisheries that are highly variable with very low tax at this time. Why are people asking for these small changes? We're in a situation in which very few processors are participating, only 2 this year, because of cost and risk. And the slide that's up before you that I've included demonstrates how one of these costs, labor, has increased in recent years. This slide shows annual statewide seafood processing labor costs that have increased by approximately 50% in 2 years, between the years 2021 and 2023. Again, this is just one example of the type of economic challenges that processors are facing. Labor costs for seafood processors have increased much faster than other business sectors, and they're probably the second largest cost that processors have. So this action that's being considered is being considered because we're trying to retain participants, seafood processors, in this fishery. We want processors to continue to apply for their processing quota each year, and circumstances have to be viable in order for them to do that. Under alternative 2, PSPA is looking for more transparency in the arbitration process and allow the arbitrator to choose a compromise position if they deem appropriate, instead of being required to choose one or the other proposal. This is straightforward. It does not remove or change the arbitration formula or arbitration process, but it allows the arbitrator to consider all information and use their best judgment for an optimal outcome. It's important to weigh the benefit of an optimal outcome against any potential increases in administrative costs. It's also not clear that costs would necessarily increase, so it would be helpful to have more information on that in the next round of analysis. The analysis, for example, the analysis cites 2 potential areas for increased costs: the number of arbitrations and the duration of the arbitration. However, the cost and risk of an outcome of the arbitration is still shared. The cost is still shared by both parties, and the risk of outcome is still shared by both parties. Therefore, there's still that deterrent that remains in place. Both sides will still prepare their best case and submit the information for the arbitrator to consider. And so that is still the same. So those 2 essential components will still remain the same. So again, it's not clear that costs will necessarily increase. I'll also speak briefly to alternative 3, which would make it clear in regulations that both harvesters and processors are allowed to withdraw their applications for quota once they find out what the crab tax is. PSPA supports a change that would allow 48 hours to determine to withdraw their application for quota. In closing, PSPA is supporting these small changes in response to dramatic changes in the economics of the crab fisheries. We're looking to increase stability and transparency in simple ways that do not upend the program or substantially change the structure. We're not out of the woods in terms of stressors on crab stocks or dramatic changes from year to year. Therefore, we support these small changes to promote viable Bering Sea crab fisheries for harvesters, processors, and communities, because the bottom line is that each sector needs each other to truly be viable. And I'll take questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Decker. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. So our last testifier is Corey Lesher.
Good day, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher, testifying today on behalf of Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. ABSC is a trade association that represents the majority of independent crab harvesters who commercially fish for king, snow, and tanner crab with pot gear and the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab rationalization program. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today, and I'll keep this very brief. First, I just want to appreciate the detailed presentation that was provided to us this morning, and also like to acknowledge the testifiers before me today. In short, ABSC aligns our comments with the comments and testimony submitted to you by the Intercooperative Exchange and other harvesters, and we also support the formation of an ad hoc working group of harvesters, processors, and communities to meet together to discuss suggestions and solutions for the program, as was recommended in comments that you just heard from CBFSA. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lesher. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, I think this is a good spot to break for lunch. Let's come back at, oh, excuse me, yes, we had one member of the public who wanted to circle back to Jerry Meals. Okay. Okay, so he's not here. Thank you for the flag, Mr. Twait. Let's come back at 1:20, and we'll see if the council would like to take action on this agenda item. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We've received our staff presentations, AP report and public testimony on C4. Would the council like to take action? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that has been sent to staff.
Oh, I apologize. I think there was a question before we get to motions. Apologies. Yep, Mr. Brandon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Brandon, for coming up. I had a question following public testimony, particularly on the formula that I'm wondering if you can help me better understand. So in public testimony, we heard about a concern over how harvesting smaller Opelio and Bairdi might affect the price formula. And I'm wondering if you can give us a little more context there. My understanding of the formula is it's based on historical division of revenue. So if you had something like new products for crab or harvesting different sizes, it might not be considered in that historical division of revenue. It might be a new formula. But I'm wondering if you can explain that a little bit more for me.
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I will try, and I'm hoping to have visual aids, if you could present that for me. And what I did, because I went back to the price formula report that was provided. It was an older one. It was like 2015. My understanding is the price formulas really don't change much. They're kind of it's a linear regression, and it's kind of a static formula. And so it essentially is a formula that says the X vessel price is the first wholesale price times a constant and plus a constant, and the constant can be plus or minus. And so it creates a linear line with confidence intervals at 95% and showing where they fall. And so the figure that's on the board now is essentially the Red King crab price formula plotted out, and it shows the X vessel price on the x-axis, or the wholesale price on the x-axis, and the X vessel price on the y-axis. And so something like small crab wouldn't directly impact this until they change the wholesale price. So in a year, if the wholesale price changes because of smaller crab, it impacts this. But it doesn't change the formula because you would just move along the linear line to get to a different price. If you wanted to change the formula, basically you would estimate a different formula, which would change the slope of that line. It'd still be a linear line the way it's currently constructed, but it would change the slope. So if there was some externality that you wanted to take into account that you didn't feel was being captured properly by the current formula, you would that line would be re-estimated, and that would basically change the slope and give you a different outcome.
Thank you for that. And one quick follow-up. Is it the arbitrator who gets to decide if you use a different formula? Would that be the arbitrator if it came to that?
It could be. Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, that's a good question. I hadn't really given it a lot of thought of who has the authority to change that. I think it's kind of by agreement by the arbitration organizations if they feel the formula is representative of what's been going on. And I think that the formulas really haven't changed much, at least to my knowledge, for any of the species over the time period since they were implemented. You can see along the axis where it fairly well captures what the prices have been, given the division of revenue that's adhered to kind of under the arbitration structure and the agreed to prices.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking for a head nod about whether the motion has been received. Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot there, so I wonder if I should wait, Madam Chair, for it to be posted. Okay, on the agenda.
Is it posted? Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. The motion reads that the council recommends releasing the analysis for final action and identifies the following preliminary preferred alternative in bold. Additions are in underline and deletions are in strikeout. Changes to the options in alternative 2 remain within the scope of the current purpose and need for this action. Alternative 1, status quo, action alternatives are not mutually exclusive. Alternative 2, changes to the regulations governing the arbitration process. Options are not mutually exclusive. Option 1, remove the requirement that the arbitrator can only select a remedy proposed by one side. Allow the arbitrator to select an independent or compromise remedy based on the facts provided in the arbitration. Option 2, require a written report and rationale from the arbitrator to the parties to the arbitration. The report should largely mirror the written report submitted by the contract arbitrator to NIMS to avoid external costs. Option 3, remove the requirement for a market report. Option 4, remove the arbitration option for non-performance after a contract has been established to define BSAI crab price, delivery, or other terms. And option 5, streamline the information submitted to NIMS in the annual arbitration organization report and notifications by removing requirements for information NIMS already has, information that is not changed, and any other information that is no longer necessary. Alternative 3, IFQ and IPQ application withdrawal. IFQ and IPQ applications can be withdrawn after being accepted by NIMS at any time before BSAI crab rationalization species tax are announced, and within option 2 is the PPA 48 hours after BSAI crab rationalization species tax are announced. The second, Madam Chair, I can speak to the motion.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure I was very clear when I read through the motion. My apologies the first time. I just want to make really clear for perhaps those of you online that my motion proposes to identify alternative 2, options 1 and 3, and alternative 3, option 2 as the preliminary preferred alternative. And I'll speak to each of these briefly. Alternative 2, option 1 provides additional flexibility for the arbitrator to select a compromise or optimal position, and the value of which, in my view, is likely to override any potential increases in administrative costs noted in the analysis and in public comment. And changing the arbitration program model based on the information that I've seen and heard would not change which parties may trigger the arbitration process, which is the IFQ holders, and the council is not proposing any changes to how arbitration system costs are shared equally between the processors and harvesters. My motion proposes amending alternative 2, option 2, and based on these changes, I am not proposing to include it as part of the preliminary preferred alternative. It's possible after receiving the next version of the analysis that we could include it as part of a final preferred alternative. The reason for the modification is that based on the review of this version of the analysis and public comment and discussion with some council members, I believe that requiring a written report only to the arbitration parties is the most feasible approach. There are too many concerns about potential antitrust violations with a public version, and I recognize that. The parties to the arbitration have all the information that was presented in the arbitration. They just need to understand why and how the arbitrator made the decision, or whatever can be provided about why and how the arbitrator made the decision. Current regulations require the arbitrator to file a written report with the National Marine Fisheries Service. And I'm proposing that that report be given to the parties unless there is some confidential information that should not be included in what's given to the parties. Antitrust law always prohibits IPQ holders from sharing the information that information with any competitor. And I really hope that if there are any concerns, that NIMS will raise those about this report being made available to the arbitration parties in the next review of the analysis. And then the council will have that information to determine whether to include it in a preferred alternative at final action. Moving on to alternative 2, option 3, we heard unanimous support for removing the requirement for a market report. So I won't go into details there. I am still including for analysis, but not identifying in the preliminary preferred alternative 2, option 4. I think we've heard a great deal of written and verbal testimony about this. And I think in my mind, at least based on that, there's still some question about whether the results of this particular option would be an improvement over the status quo. And I'd like to see the next version of this analysis for consideration, determining whether it might be part of a preferred alternative that I could support. A new option 5 has been added to alternative 2. And this option is in response to modifications suggested by NIMS on page 12 of the discussion paper, the regulatory review discussion paper on Executive Order 14276, and would streamline the information required by regulation in the CRAB arbitration system reports. These seem like simple cleanup changes, but I did not include it in the preliminary preferred alternative, given that it's new. I appreciate staff noting this linkage and overlap in the 2 topics, and I appreciate where we can that we take on some of these streamlining actions. And again, it's possible when we do get the analysis back on this, which I'm hopeful it will, that we could include it as part of the final preferred alternative and have some efficiencies there. In terms of my recommendation to include alternative 3, option 2, in the preliminary preferred alternative to establish and clarify the process and timing for withdrawal of particularly IPQ applications in this case is, I think, the most likely situation. And I would just note that I think this is also an important part of this action, and I am selecting alternative 3, option 2 in the preliminary preferred alternative, which is the maximum amount of time after quota has been issued for applications to be withdrawn. Again, just Madam Chair, in putting this motion forward, I do understand there are different views on this action, and there definitely is not unanimous support for these relatively minimal changes to the arbitration program, and then the alternative 3 to clarify the application withdrawal process. However, as I think we've heard through testimony and through our written comments, the challenges facing the processing sector and crab dependent communities in the BSAI affect the whole program and affect the whole fishery. It's all interdependent. And so we really need to move forward with these actions, I believe, as indicated in the preliminary preferred alternative. Despite not changing the fundamental structure of the program, I think people in public comment have spoken very well to why we're considering these relatively limited changes to provide some additional stability, increase flexibility and transparency for this unique program, and to reduce the risk, especially that no processors apply for their processing quota. Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. For your alternative 2, option 1, they're picking it as a preliminary preferred alternative. Could you give me just a little more about why that choice of picking as a PPA, given quite a bit of testimony around it, the lack of maybe agreement about how it affects arbitration and some other things. I'm just curious when you're thinking there of choosing that as a preliminary preferred alternative.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Williams. I am, the information that we have in the analysis thus far and the information that we received in public comment in support of providing additional flexibility for this particular component of the binding arbitration system really, I think, provides an opportunity, again, for more optimal result to come out of arbitration rather than just limiting the arbitrator to the two positions submitted. I just really think that, I guess in my view, I'm not necessarily persuaded by the argument that the fact that we've had a limited number of arbitrations during since the program was implemented indicates that the program is working. I think it is possible that because of many factors, but largely because of the risk associated with particularly this baseball style arbitration, and that there is no flexibility for the arbitrator to find a sort of an optimal solution, that likely is resulting in lack of use of arbitration where it might otherwise be warranted for legitimate price disputes. And I think I was persuaded by that information. I think the information that's in the analysis and that we heard in public comment, it is possible that if the council moves forward with alternative to option 1 and removes the last best offer arbitration in the short term, we could potentially see a few increases in the number of arbitrations and maybe even a little bit in the duration. And I think understanding the potential for increased costs in determining the impacts of this option is important. But you'll also recall that part of the council's purpose and need for this action is, in addition to reducing, hopefully, or at least minimizing costs, that increasing flexibility and transparency in a pretty rigid system is also one of our objectives. And I am convinced that at this point in time, that the last best offer arbitration program is really constraining some of that flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. And my question is on alternative to option 2. And I was really seeing your changes as something that was within the bounds of what has already been analyzed. And so I just wanted to hear a little bit more about why, your view on why it wouldn't be included in a PPA, given that you showed some support for actually providing a written report. Is it simply the change in the wording that warrants more analysis before considering it for selection of PPA, or is there something else in the difference that I'm missing?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. My proposal to not include it in the preliminary preferred alternative was really more just process focused than substance. It was because the actual wording of the option is changing, and we are actually kind of reducing the scope of what the option would be in terms of requiring a report to whom the report would be distributed. I agree with you. I think that is within the bounds of what we've already analyzed, but just because the actual wording of the option changed, I didn't include it in the PPA.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. We heard in public testimony this concept of a working group, and I don't see that in your motion. I'm wondering if you can speak to your thoughts about that.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question. Yes, we did hear about that in public comment. I did not address that because I didn't understand I understood the request to be for a working group to discuss topics that are maybe not necessarily including arbitration, but could be much broader than that. And so I didn't see it as relevant to this particular part of the action.
And Mr. Twite.
Was your decision not to include the new option 5 in the PPA for similar process reasons that you described for option 2?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. Yes, and for this one in particular, the fact that it currently isn't in our binding arbitration analysis at all. Yes, so more process than substance.
Any further questions? Any amendments? Yes, Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment under alternative 2, option 1, to remove it as being selected as the PPA, so to remove the bolding. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Ritchie. Ms. Gahn.
Thank you. I appreciated hearing Ms. Baker's rationale on this, but I just feel like it's preliminary to be selecting a PPA at this time. We heard through public testimony, there's a lot of controversy under this element, so there's not consensus. It is a substantial change to the program. It's going to increase costs. There's also a request to gather more information from the arbiter so that we can better understand the elements in option 1. And I think we need to be seeing that information before we make a decision to select it as a preferred alternative. So I think it's just not appropriate to select it as a preliminary preferred alternative at this time.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? Any comments on the amendment? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Wasn't quick enough to get my hand up there, but I do have a process question on the amendment here. If I could, if we select it as a preliminary preferred alternative at this point, it doesn't mean we have to include that as a preferred alternative in final action. So I guess I'm not understanding, or conversely, the other way around as well. So I guess I'm not understanding the amendment to remove it at this point when we can select anything at final action.
Thank you for the question. My understanding of signaling a preliminary preferred alternative by the council is that sends a strong signal of the way that you're leaning. You're right. My understanding is it doesn't obligate us to it, but it's sending a strong signal to the public that that's the direction we're leaning. And I don't think it's appropriate to send that signal at this time, given that there's not consensus within the industry.
Okay. Any other comments? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we pick PPAs when there's not consensus all the time. I think it is helpful to the public as things go forward where we can to indicate a PPA. This is an element that I'm particularly interested in. And so I'm going to oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any other comments? Okay. I think we'll need a roll call vote on the amendment to remove option 1 as a PPA under alternative 2. Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kurland.
No.
Mr. Moeller.
No.
Mr. Ritchie.
No.
Mr. Sukata.
No.
Mr. Twite.
No.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
No.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
No.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
No.
Ms. Drobnica.
No.
Motion fails 2-9.
Thank you. Any further amendments?
Three. David? The no votes that I had were everyone except for Mr. Williams and Ms. Goen.
Okay. Thank you for repeating that, Mr. Witherall. Okay. Any further comments on the main motion? Sorry. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Ms. Baker's work on this and the analyst and all the testimony we received, but I will be supporting the motion. I probably would have included option 2 and option 5 in a in a PPA, but fully understand the process questions and the ability to get more direct information based on those changes to those 2 alternatives and the addition of option 5 in for the next analysis. I'm glad that Mr. Mueller pointed out that we do have the opportunity to provide a different preferred alternative at final action, but I think it's extremely appropriate to signal to the public what we're most interested in this action, and move that ahead so we can get appropriate public comment at that time. I think these are smaller changes. I think they are worth looking at. I understood the testimony about the work group wanting to look at bigger changes, but keeping this action on a timetable that's very, I guess, more expedient and aligned very closely with the purpose and need is really where I'm at. So appreciate the motion. I'll support.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I can support most elements of it, but I'm really struggling with that alternative 2, option 1. I just think it sends the wrong signal. But I do want to just take a quick moment to acknowledge that we've heard through this agenda item that all crab fisheries stakeholders are struggling, harvesters, processors, and communities. I think we're facing a much bigger problem about lack of available processors, low tax, and poor markets, and this action doesn't fix those core problems that we're facing. I understand that it can help, some minor elements of it, but it's not addressing those core problems. I just think we really need to be looking at solutions that create some relief, but need to look to maintain that balance between harvesters, processors, and communities in this program. And I'm concerned that some of these elements are going to disrupt that balance and cause even further problems. So with that, I will not be supporting the motion. And I would also like to signal that I encourage harvesters, processors, and communities to continue to work through these core problems that we're facing. I think we need to be talking about the bigger issue and addressing that head on. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to support the motion. Obviously, I have some reservations based on my vote earlier. However, I think that largely the components of this motion are something that are needed. I think there are still some things left unanswered that I hope between now and our next taking up of this action, we may try to address to help inform us better. The world in which this whole situation is unfolding is the markets, the biology, all of that is changing dramatically and has been moving under our feet. I'm not sure we really know what the results will be. I hear a lot about these are small actions, and that may be true. Yet again, they may not be. But be that as it may, I think the bulk of the alternatives and options here are important to hopefully help with the situation. I think time will tell whether these are small or large and whether they actually result in the actions. When I asked earlier, some of you recall, I asked about lessons learned from anywhere else, and there really isn't a place to go find the lessons learned. So I guess we're going to be the lessons learned here when we make this choice ultimately down the road. But I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just mirror Mr. Williams's comments in terms of support, and probably just elaborate that about the only one that I'm really pretty sure of that I'll support when it comes to final is removing the requirement for a market report. But I wanted to think a little bit further about the idea of a work group, and I don't think we should consider it under this agenda item. But I think, want to maybe have a couple more conversations with some of the proponents. And I want us to also really think about what we can actually even reasonably project taking on in the next few meetings at least. We've talked a lot about resources. We're going to talk about it again at staff tasking. That's where I think this really should come back up. But while I find the idea very appealing, of taking this opportunity while we're focused on the CRAB program, and I guess in crisis, there's opportunity as well, while we're working through this crisis with processors, snow crab dynamics, communities, et cetera, to maybe take a larger look. But I don't want to put us in the position of promising more than we can currently deliver. So I think it really is a staff tasking discussion. But I'm hopeful we can maybe get a little bit more meat on it before we get to staff tasking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any other comments? Mr. Fortenberry?
Thank you. Just briefly through the chair. I just wanted to note that under option 2, it says written report and rationale, which was also the language in the previous option 2. And I'm just noting, and I maybe should have raised it during the question portion of this, but that I'm clarifying, and we understood from Mr. Brandon's presentation, the written report to NIMS is very bare bones. It does not include a rationale. So I'm looking at those as two separate things, that there'd be a written report and rationale, and staff would be looking at both of those in the next analysis to determine whether both or either potentially raise antitrust concerns, is my assumption.
Sure. I'm seeing a head nod by Ms. Baker. So thank you for that clarifying question. Okay. Any further comments? Okay. Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I will be supporting the motion to release this analysis for final action. I think the proposed alternatives and option address important issues in the arbitration process, and I think it definitely merits full consideration by the council. I think some of these options definitely have the possibility of improving transparency, flexibility, and efficiency in how some of these disputes are resolved and how that information is reported. So I appreciate the effort to streamline the regulations and while preserving the ability to ensure fair outcomes for all parties. So once again, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. Any other comments? No. Okay. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. I realize there are certainly different perspectives on this action, as there are in many of our actions in front of us. As we're not at final action, I think, we're only sending a wrong signal here if we choose not to do anything and move this forward through the analytical process. From my perspective, I think there's a lot of signals that the CRAB program is struggling. Many of those have been identified. And in a lot of changing dynamics in this fishery. The changes here, I do agree, are very limited in scope, and would just want to echo that this council, has a full understanding of the importance of all participants in the CRAB program, harvesters, processors, and communities. And the intent of these limited changes are to ensure the long-term viability of all of those parties. So really appreciate all of the work that's gone into this and the discussion around the table, as well as the public testimony that we've received. Thank you, Ms. Baker. And with that, we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Calling the roll on CRAB arbitration motion. Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
No.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
And Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other actions under this agenda item? Okay. Seeing none, that takes us into our D2 staff report. Ms. Henry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, Anna Henry Council staff here to provide a brief introduction for D2, the Central Gulf Rockfish Program Review. This item was originally scheduled in April, but due to the council schedule, it was pushed back to this meeting. Written comments that were received in April are posted on this meeting's e-agenda. There's also one additional comment that was received at this meeting that's on the agenda, although it is a resubmission of a comment that was received in April as well. The AP did review this item in April, and you will receive their report as usual after the staff presentation. So just a reminder that program reviews are required by Magnuson for all limited access privilege programs. Reviews are intended to evaluate the program's performance in meeting its goals and objectives and are required to occur no less frequently than once every 7 years. The most recent program review for the Rockfish program was finalized in October 2017. And you saw the work plan for this program review in June of 2024. So we're now at the second council meeting on this infographic here that shows kind of the process for program reviews. So a reminder here that this is not an action item. There's no action required. The council may provide feedback on the review's completeness of evaluating program impacts and the program's ability to meet its objectives, and may recommend any changes before the document is finalized. Any changes to the program that may come out of this review could be considered for action separately from the review. This could be initiated during this agenda item or during the e-staff tasking agenda item. And with that, I will hand it over to Daryl Brennan and Dr. Mike Downs to present the review.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. For the record, my name is Daryl Brannon, and as Ms. Henry said, we'll be walking you through the Central Gulf Rockfish Program Review. The study is intended to meet the requirements of the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program Review, as well as the allocation review is required, and Ms. Henry's already gone through the requirements to do that, so I will not repeat that. The analysis itself in section 3 contains dashboards, which are a request that's typically come through our SSC for any program reviews to provide kind of a snapshot and an easy way to look at the overall performance of the program. And based on previous directions we received from the SSC that they like to see that information, those are included in this document as well. There are 4 primary objectives that were defined when the Rockfish pilot program was developed, and you'll probably recall kind of the progression of this program, and it began with the Rockfish pilot program. Then that was replaced with the Rockfish program, and then that program expired after 10 years based on direction from the council, which is a little bit different than we typically do, and it was reauthorized recently, and it would automatically renew without expiration unless it's changed by the council. And so the 4 primary objectives that were defined under the pilot program is to reduce bycatch and discards, encourage conservation-minded practices, improve quality and value, and provide stability to the processing and workforce in the city of Kodiak. And you'll recall that this program requires that deliveries be made to the community of Kodiak. The goals and objectives of the Rockfish program were to retain the gains realized under the pilot program in terms of conservation, management, safety, and the economic gains that had been made under that program. And so I'm going to walk through kind of in 4 sections before I turn it over to Dr. Downs to go through the community impacts of the program. Those 4 issues, starting with conservation. And this is just a look at the TACs that have been set from 2002 through 2024 or early 2025 for the various species, or through 2025 for the various species, both the primary species and secondary species allocated under this program. You'll recall that there are three primary species, those being Pacific Ocean perch, northern rockfish, and dusky rockfish. And you can see that shortly after the most recent program review before this one, the POP tax increased substantially. In terms of secondary species, the green bars represent the Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod, and they basically went in the other direction. There was a dramatic decline in the POP or the Pacific cod tax after the last review, and there was an increase in the sablefish tax that was allocated to the trawl sector. And you can see that for the other species, they were more stable than these other two species that I just talked about of the secondary species, and are shown in that graph. In terms of retention of the primary species in the rockfish program, these have been very high. They've approached 100% in almost every year. That's shown in table 9-1 of the document. The rates were slightly lower in 2011 for POP and northern rockfish when they dropped slightly below 99% retention rate. But again, that's still very high. Dusky has always remained above the 99% threshold. The retention rates of these species in the open access fisheries are considerably lower, and that's likely due to the quality of rockfish delivered. If they're delivered as part of some other delivery, there could be quality issues. It's also the ability of the processing plants to process small amounts of rockfish when they're targeting or when they're focused on processing pollock or cod or some other species, just the capacity issue. The next conservation issue is PSC issues, and this is a figure that shows the total amount of PSC, and we're looking at halibut PSC in these figures. And in the total amounts in both the open access fishery and under the rockfish program, the bottom portion of the figure shows halibut mortality in kilograms is a percentage or as a portion of groundfish catch in metric tons. And when you look at the top figure, the red portion of the bars is the rockfish program halibut PSC, and you'll note that in 2024, the red bar is a little bit bigger than it normally is. And there's a discussion of that in the text on this slide, and it talks about approximately 60 metric tons of the 76 metric tons of halibut mortality in 2024 was attributed to a single trip. And this basically gets back to the observer estimation procedures that we use in all fisheries. Not every fish is counted or counted from every haul. And so there's an estimation process that goes on. And so essentially, the 60 metric tons came from one sample trip or from one trip and it had to do with the sampling procedure and discard of or arrow tooth and all those other factors that go into the sampling rate. But based on my discussions with people in the industry, that's basically what was driving that larger halibut PSC number in 2024. This is a similar slide for the catcher processor sector. And you can see there's a little bit more variability in terms of the overall amount of halibut PSC usage. That a take-home message is that the rate in terms of halibut mortality per metric ton of groundfish catch has declined dramatically since the program was implemented, and it continues to be a relatively small amount of halibut mortality per metric ton of groundfish harvest. In terms of Chinook salmon, you can see for the catcher vessel sector, again, there's more variability than there was for halibut in terms of total numbers. And this is due, I think this is not unexpected because of the lightning strike phenomenon that's often associated and discussed in terms of Chinook salmon PSC usage. I do note that, while it's variable, the last couple of years have been in the open access fishery, especially, have been higher than previously seen. But in the rockfish program itself, the amounts were still very small. And again, the numbers on the bottom are the number of Chinook salmon per metric ton of groundfish catch. And I included a linear line in that just to kind of show that there is a downward trend, even though there's a lot of variability over the time period. Again, this is the Chinook salmon in the catcher processor sector. And you can see again, there's quite a bit of variability and overall a little bit of a downward trend in Chinook salmon per metric ton of groundfish catch. In terms of reduced seafloor contact, and I know you've spent a lot of time talking about this issue at this meeting, and this used the 2022 version of the fishing effects model to provide information, and it's included in section 15 of the analysis. The figures in the analysis are for the 3 primary species and show habitat reduction for the core EFH area. The percentage of habitat disturbance is less than 5% and is steady or declining for all species. Habitat reduction tends to be less than 1% in most areas. And the highest habitat reduction levels focus on the same general areas for all the species considered. Slowing the fishery appears to have provided modest improvements in reducing seafloor contact and associated negative impacts of EFH. And as you've heard, which I really can't add anything to what you've already been hearing during this meeting, is there are economic incentives to avoid bottom contact, especially when you're fishing on rocky areas like for the rockfish species that can damage gear and increase costs. The program objective to improve management. The Rockfish programs allows cooperatives to manage vessel allocations and oversee transfers within the cooperative, and it provides mechanisms for members to agree to contract terms that help the fishery meet the council's objectives. Just a quick reminder of changes that have occurred to the program under Amendment 111. There were 11 management changes, and they're discussed in more detail in section 2.1.4. And there were 4 management changes under Amendment 113 that have been implemented, and they're in section 2.1.5 of the analysis. And that basically came out of the program review that you recently had. There's also a short discussion of the Frank Lobito Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2018, because of the catcher processor that's discussed in that fishery and the sideboards in West Yakutat and the Western Gulf of Alaska also apply to the Rockfish program, but they're described. But that issue was also taken up by the council when you reviewed the Amendment 80 program review. And there's a summary on page 67 of this document. And basically, the council decided after reviewing that not to take any further action on that issue. And so you've already looked at that issue and decided that it didn't require any additional action by the council. Potential future changes to management. We just look back at the past and now the future changes, and that's provided in section 16.1. And it's an update on NMFS management changes since Amendment 113 was implemented. And I think the major changes are that the NMFS Alaska Regional Office Catch Monitoring Control Plan Specialist in Kodiak is retired. And there's no current plans, to my knowledge, to backfill that position. This will reduce cost recovery fee costs, but it also, that position supported the accurate catch sorting and species identification for the Rockfish program. So NMFS is going to have to rely on different methodologies to verify catch information. The NMFS staffing change coincides with an industry-led project that kicked off in April 2025 to place shoreside samplers at the Rockfish program processors and determine whether electronic monitoring could replace the need for at-sea observers. And so because the catch monitoring control plan specialist is no longer in Kodiak and there's no plans to replace them, there's regulations listed in this slide pertaining to the CMCP specialists that could be considered for removal, since they're no longer necessary because that position is no longer functioning in that role. Also, if the council chooses to proceed with electronic monitoring in the Rockfish program, NIMS intends to streamline existing regulations as necessary to comply with unleashing prosperity through deregulation, order that states that for each new regulation, you have to get rid of 10 regulations that are existing. In terms of managing the fishery, there are two.
Excuse me, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair, Mr. Brandon. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that last slide in summary, slide 14, about we have such confidence that we are not going to refill or backfill the CMCP specialists, that we are going to remove those regulations altogether and just ensure that we're relying on other sources. Am I getting the summary statement of that slide right?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. And my understanding is there are certain requirements that, the industry has to meet in terms of fulfilling that regulation, and they can't necessarily be met because the CMCP specialist isn't there. So, and since that position isn't planned to be refilled, those regulations probably should be removed because they can't be complied with the way they're written. Wrong machine. There are two issues that kind of arose as we were developing the program review, and that they were in the context of quota share use cap calculations and processor use caps. In terms of the quota share use cap calculation, those regulations state that a person may not hold or use more than 4% of the quota share assigned to the CV sector or 40% of the quota share assigned to the CP sector. The calculation of that cap is based on the sum of a quota a person is initially assigned plus any cooperative quota transferred to the cooperative that is assigned to that person during the year. In other words, it's not the amount of quota that a person has harvested plus what they hold but have not harvested. And so it's any quota you hold during the year gets counted towards that cap. It's not necessarily how much you actually use during the year. And this is the way that the regulations are implemented for not only this program, but also for the crab rationalization program and for the PCTC program. And there was just some discussion among the industry and the agency about that interpretation. And so I just wanted to highlight it in this presentation. In terms of the processor use cap, a processor may not process or receive more than 40% of the CQ issued to the CV sector. And that's for the primary rockfish species plus Pacific cod and sablefish in aggregate, more than 40%. And these caps are applied at the individual processing plant level as identified by the federal processing permit number issued to the plants. And it's not at the corporate level. And so, for example, if a company had 2 plants in the city of Kodiak, each of those plants would be allowed to process up to 40% of those combined deliveries. And it wouldn't be the company that owns those 2 plants would be limited to 40%. I would note as a side note that I don't really talk about on this slide that the 40% amount had been increased through one of the regulations that was implemented under, I think it was the amendment 113. It might have been the 111. I think it was 113 though, where the council voted to increase the processing limit from 30 to 40%. My understanding is that under the old 30% limit, there were a couple of occasions where a processor exceeded that cap, but by a very small amount, and no one's exceeded the 40% amount. And my understanding, the reason that cap was exceeded was because the vessel hailed that they were going to deliver a certain amount and it wasn't exactly right and it slightly exceeded the processing cap when it was actually delivered and weighed at the plant. Another objective of the program is safety, and we describe this in section 14. Based on vessel name and casualty date, NIOSH, using the NIOSH database, it was determined that there were no work-related crew member fatalities or vessel disasters when participating in the Central Rockfish program during the entire time period from when prior to the Rockfish pilot program through the current date. A potential reason for the good safety record at sea includes extended fishing seasons where people don't need to race for fish, and allowing captains and crew to determine when to operate in the event of inclement weather or crew member fatigue. In terms of economic performance, the bar in this figure shows the total harvest in terms of weight, and the other lines show the first wholesale ex vessel values, as well as the number of vessels participating in the fishery. In terms of ex vessel price per pound, and these are in 2023 dollars, you can see that for the rockfish program species, the primary rockfish program species, there was a slight decline in 2009 and an increase through 2012, and a fairly steady decline after that to the point in 2023 where it was back down to fairly close to the lowest level realized in 2009 in terms of the real prices. In terms of the sablefish price, which is the blue line in this figure, you can see that the price peaked in about 2010 at the ex-vessel level at about $5. And in 2003, the average price was under $1 per pound. It just kind of showed the economic decline in this fishery. And the sablefish portion of this fishery was an important species for delivery because of the high value that it had, especially earlier in the program. In terms of first wholesale revenue, and again, it's in 2023 dollars, you can see a fairly similar trend with a fairly substantial decline in recent years. And again, if you look at the sablefish price, which is on the right axis of this figure, it was over $7 a pound in 2011, and by 2023, it had declined to about $2 per pound at the first wholesale level. This figure simply shows the catch and value of POP, or the catcher processors, and the increased catch was largely driven by the increase in POP TAC that we talked about earlier. That drove the metric tons. That also provided the increase in value for the CP sector. And you can see the number of CPs active in the fishery has declined and has been fairly steady at 4 vessels over the most recent years since the last review. And so the question is, why has the economic performance not met expectations in recent years? And it basically goes back to the overall economic conditions that the groundfish fisheries in Alaska are facing. Using the Alaska seafood industry snapshot that was developed by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, the fisheries in Alaska have suffered a $1.8 billion loss from 2022 through 2023 and a 50% decline in profitability. These are primarily due to higher wages and higher energy prices, interest rates, and increased cost of operation, ex-vessel and wholesale price decreases, including the rockfish species that we've looked at. And there's been changes in strategies and for consumer or for retailers and for consumption patterns by individuals and seafood supply, restaurants and those kinds of things, because there was, the retail demand for seafood consumption at home increased during the pandemic and really fell off because restaurants were closed and they couldn't operate, and it was slow to come back. And so because of that change, you know, really retailers used different models for the supply of fish they had in inventory and how they brought it out of inventory, which has had a substantial impact on the demand for a lower quantity of seafood. And retailers are less likely to provide discounted rates to clear inventory since these changes have taken place. Again, this are some more of the reasons why economic performance hasn't necessarily met what we hoped it had in recent years in the Rockfish program, including international trade and tariffs, strengthening U.S. dollars, inflation, declines in U.S. seafood processing jobs, and lack of revenue assurance for harvesters and processors, and just the overall biological and economic changes that the industry has been facing recently. And I would note, and Mike will talk about it in a little bit more detail, that, you know, while the economic performance in the Rockfish program maybe hasn't been as good as people would hope, it appears to have been better than other segments of the seafood industry, and that may be in part due to the design of the program that was implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Twite and Ms. Kimball.
Thanks. Mr. Brandon and Dr. Downs, I'm going to struggle a little bit to put this as a question, but your conclusion that even though the economic performance just viewed in isolation of all other factors wasn't up to our expectations, you made a really salient observation, I thought, and that is that, and maybe I'm putting words in your mouth slightly here with part of it, but it seems like the program itself became even more integral or even more important to the Kodiak overall economic seafood picture. And that was one of the objectives of the Rockfish program, was to take what had been sort of a minor fishery and restructure it in a way that it could become a much more important part of the total portfolio. And so it seemed like you were concluding that if you only look at the program on its own, you might conclude it's not meeting its objectives. But if you look at the program in terms of the whole of the Kodiak seafood harvesting and processing picture, the program is meeting its objectives very well in a time of real crisis for the seafood industry. So I suppose the question is, how badly did I mangle your point?
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Yeah, that is one of the findings that you'll hear about in just a few slides, that in fact, it really is kind of a success story in the sense of, while there were declines if you look at the diversity of the portfolios, both on the processing side and on the CV side, yes, in absolute dollar terms, there were some declines in return in the rockfish species. However, the declines were much more dramatic in other species, and the proportional value of the rockfish, the species under the Rockfish program, increased in relative value compared to everything else that was going on, both on the processing side and on the vessel side. And it was a little piece of stability when lots of other things were not. So in that sense, I think, yes, you are absolutely correct that Kodiak is better off for this program than were this program not to have been implemented.
Excuse me, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief because mine was very much related to Mr. Twite's question. When I look at the tables that you provided, Mr. Brandon, like slide 19, for instance, I guess the analytical question for me is always like, what would that table have looked like absent the Rockfish program, or you could use any of the tables. Like, it's very hard to sort through all of the other factors, external factors that are having a strong effect, but we're trying to envision kind of what would the situation be absent the program. And I guess my question would be, like, analytically, that's probably way too difficult to try to get at in a standard review. But that's the framework that I'm trying to answer that question for myself. Is that fair?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that's fair. Yeah, I don't know, and we didn't do it, so I don't know how it would have turned out. But if you would have taken, every other fishery as kind of a basket and looked at the relative change in price over time or the change in value over time and compared it to the percentage decrease in the Rockfish program, we may have been able to be a little bit more quantitative and really laying that out in detail. We did not do that, but that might be an approach that you could think about doing something like that.
I could. And if I could add to that, one of the things that we couldn't quantify, but industry talked about a lot, both on the processing side and the vessel side, was part of the original impetus for the program was to move rockfish out of conflict with other species, the peak of the salmon processing in the summertime. And so moving the rockfish into what was otherwise a slow period of the year, you managed to keep crews on vessels earning money. You kept the processing plants out of sort of the bottom of the valley of a slow period to help cover fixed costs during that time and so on. And so in terms of the overall efficiency of the annual round of fisheries participation, both again on the processing side and on the catcher vessel side, that's something people talked about a lot, but not something that we were able to quantify sort of, yeah, that effect, basically. Okay. Through the chair. So I'll present a few slides on the fishing community section. And as you'll recall, from previous project reviews, there are multiple Rockfish program components that either were designed as or have served to act as community protection measures. And as Mr. Brandon already noted, that Kodiak has been the center of gravity for this fishery, and those measures were designed to keep processing occurring in Kodiak. The first part of this section has a subsection on the regulatory context, and I'm not going to go over that, but can answer any questions on that if you have them. But I'm going to talk about three other topics, and one is you have seen not only previous program reviews for this, but there was the reauthorization analysis that Mr. Brandon talked about. And so you've seen social impact assessments at each step of the way on that path. And so this first section talks about what were the documented effects of the program in terms of community impacts in those previous assessments. And some of those included transfers of quota share from the catcher processor to the catcher vessel sector, benefiting Kodiak-based catcher vessel cooperatives. Some Kodiak shoreside processors benefited from history in the fishery. Others benefited from participation in the trawl entry-level fishery that occurred under the pilot program. And the community benefited from virtually all shoreside processing remaining in Kodiak. We just talked about the temporal redistribution of rockfish landings and having operational benefits for Kodiak shoreside processors and their crews, Kodiak-based CVs and their crews, and Kodiak fishery support service providers. This is something we also were not able to quantify, but The times that are slack for vessels and that are slack for processors are often slack for support service businesses. And with having more activity for more of the year, that also benefited those service providers. And the transfer of quota from the catcher processor sector to the CV sector that occurred under the pilot program also increased local CV activity, deliveries to local processors, and incidental business to local support service providers. Other features of the program, the non-severability of quota share from LLP licenses has served to limit consolidation as designed. Ownership and use caps have limited catcher vessel consolidation. We didn't see the types of things you've seen in other rationalization programs with the, we talked earlier about the crab program, the consolidation you saw among vessels, and that did not occur in this. And in part, that's due to the design of the program, but also in part recognizing the portfolio of the vessels that are in this program. Rockfish is a relatively small component. It's not, the main or only fishery that these vessels participate in. So that's helped limit consolidation as well. The change in the qualifying years essentially locked in the benefits that accrued to Kodiak from the one-way transfers of QS from the CP to the CV sector. I don't know how I changed the screen there, but I did. Sorry. Shoot. I seem to have lobotomized. Oh, sorry. There's a lag now. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is, okay, those were the previous findings, which still hold true. In terms of quantitative indicators, since the last time you've seen a review like this, is Kodiak has increased in its percentage of local address Rockfish program CVs. So there's more Kodiak associated catcher vessels. Kodiak has increased their percentage in gross revenues of those vessels, ex-vessel revenues. There has been an proportional increase in catcher vessel dependency on Rockfish revenue, which speaks a bit to Mr. Twite's question. And in all revenue categories, percentages have increased. Absolute numbers decreased in the most recent few years, indicating that other fishery revenues had been decreasing at a quicker rate. Quota share holdings have increased in Alaska since the last review, primarily due to increases in quota share holdings in Kodiak. Kodiak has gained LLP licenses with Rockfish quota share since the last review. And we can't say the types of things we said in previous reviews about employment and wages for vessel crew and processors, in that the EDR data are no longer available. So I'll just leave it at that. And also the number of Rockfish CPs has declined over time, but have remained stable in number, 4 of them, and their ownership location has been stable since the last review. If you look at the number of engaged shoreside processors accepting deliveries, that's declined since the last review, but has remained stable at 4 over the years 2020 to 2024. And the one thing that is a little confusing is the Rockfish longline entry-level fishery has not, it's had relatively little participation. It's been exclusively jig gear since implementation. During the Rockfish pilot program, there was some hook and line entry fishery activity, but it's been exclusively jig gear since the program itself. It's been exclusively by Kodiak CVs in 5 of the last 6 years. And it's been limited to only 1 or 2 CVs in the last 5 years covered by the data. The catch has been exclusively processed in Kodiak since 2021 through 2024. As we've summarized, there's been multiple beneficial impacts for Kodiak across the CV, shoreside processor, and support service sectors. Rockfish remain a relatively modest portion of the CV portfolios and processor portfolios, but operational efficiency gains have been important. Both harvesters and processors have been adversely impacted by fishery conditions external to the program that Mr. Brennan talked about. But the Rockfish program has been relatively stable and represents a success story in otherwise challenging times. And I think this is my oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Dr. Down. Yes, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Downs. And before you kind of move on from this general topic, I should have probably asked this earlier. I'm back on slides 28 and 29, still reviewing the social and economic concerns, and I wanted to ask specifically about the indicators of Kodiak percentage increase in local address, Rockfish program, CV ownership, and then on the next slide is Alaska quota shareholdings in the program increasing. And just consistent with some other indicators for the Rockfish program, sometimes local ownership in vessels or increased quota share participation by Alaska residents goes down with rationalization programs. So would you attribute, again, potentially these different results for the Rockfish program due to the the limited nature of Rockfish holdings within the entire portfolio of fisheries, or do you think there are different dynamics for those 2 indicators?
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Ms. Baker. I think there's 2 things going on. One is with the community protection measures that were part of the program that reinforce deliveries just to Kodiak, I think has created some opportunities for that to happen, that you're seeing vessels, if not move to Kodiak, certainly spend more time of the year in Kodiak. And the other thing that I think is happening is when we talk about, there's a slide that's coming up soon that talks about quota share holdings. And we're going to talk about some other communities besides Kodiak, that the sort of the center of this fishery in terms of participation has been, in Alaska, it's been Kodiak. In Washington, it's been the Seattle metropolitan area. And in Oregon, it's been Newport, specifically in Lincoln County in general. And you think, well, wait a minute, all of those things have gone up in terms of quota holding. How is that possible? Well, what's happening is there are fewer communities participating in Oregon. It's kind of consolidating into Newport for whatever set of reasons. In the state of Washington, it's consolidating away from smaller communities towards the Seattle metropolitan area. So in a number of our rationalization programs, there's been a movement from smaller communities to larger communities. And typically in previous cases, it may be that ownership, there was a smaller amount of quota that was qualified for initially in those smaller communities. And so it was not as large of a process of part of the portfolio, and that movement has taken place. So I think there's things specific to the Rockfish program that encourages sort of the aggregation of activity and therefore ownership investment in Kodiak. But I think there's some larger things that are happening too that just basically small to large has been happening.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I lost the slide. I can't find the slide. I read this in April when we were going to, so I apologize for this question, but I think you said on one of your slides that one of the main conclusions in terms of benefits, at least at the community level, was the transfer of quota from CPs to CVEs, and that a pretty significant amount of at least POP and maybe sablefish was transferred from the CP sector to the CV sector. Was that early on in the program, in the pilot program, or is that a continual pattern that we see?
Through the chair, no, Ms. Kimball, you're right. It was part of the, and if I didn't, I think I mentioned this on at least one of the slides, that transfer did take place during the pilot program. And then when the Rockfish program was implemented, it kind of locked in those gains because the qualifying years for the Rockfish program included years after that transfer had already taken place. So that sort of became history that determined holdings for the program itself.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I lost my place. Was it this slide? We talked about, oh no. Sorry. So just a couple more slides. There has been, and Daryl mentioned this, considerable consolidation of shoreside processing ownership in Kodiak in recent years, as described in the analysis. If you read, Ms. Kimball, the analysis in April, there's been consolidation that has taken place since then. And in terms of changes to the Rockfish program as a part of that consolidation, there is at present only one shoreside processor and their affiliated Rockfish cooperative over the last the years of the program that has not been either on either end of a consolidation, either as having acquired other processing entities or been acquired by another processing entity. So that's just something that kind of jumped out of the data when looking at which plants were involved in such transactions. But as Mr. Brannon noted, for this program, that the processing caps are at the individual plant level, not the corporate ownership level. And also, and you guessed right on the amendment number, it was Amendment 113 where those caps were increased. So that's not an issue at this point. And as far as the fixed gear entry-level fishery, that has consolidated into Kodiak, as I mentioned, but the levels of participation have been very low in recent years. And we've tried, but it's not possible with the, for us anyway, to determine the causes of the decline in participation with existing data. There's no indication at present it's due to any attribute of the Rockfish program, but we simply don't know what's driving that decline. And this is my last slide. And we've already talked about this quite a bit. Among non-Alaskan communities, the Seattle metropolitan statistical area, the metropolitan area, remains substantially engaged in the fishery. It's increased its quota share ownership in all three primary species and remains the center of gravity for the CP component of the fishery and for large-scale support service providers. And as I've already mentioned, Newport and Lincoln County remain substantially engaged in the CV sector with increased quota quota share ownership in all three primary species. And I think that was my last slide. And
that's it. Madam Chair, there are slides that address the national standards, but we basically talked about that information already in the presentation. They were included in the slide bank just for informational purposes. And I don't intend to go through those unless there's a strong desire by the council to see those. I went too far. The last slide was a thank you to all the people who helped me. Not unusual that I've gone too far. And so thank you for all the authors and the people that contributed the paper. It was, without them, I couldn't have done as good of work as I did. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Mike for sitting beside me in countless presentations since this is his last one. He's bailed me out of numerous things that I've said that I probably shouldn't have, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. We'd also like to extend our appreciation to Dr. Downs, being that this is your last presentation to the council and for your dedication to this process. You'll be missed. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you. So that takes us to our AP report. Thank you, Ms. Riddell. I understand that AP did not hear this meeting. It's been quite a few months, so we really appreciate you reporting to the best of your recollection. Thank you.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I did go listen to the AP deliberations again just to make sure I got it. All right, and I also believe I'll be presenting after the 3 advisory panel motions. I will be presenting the AP's staff tasking motion as well. So for the record, my name is Chelsea Riddell, and I am one of the vice chairs of the advisory panel. All right. The first Rockfish program motion reads, the AP appreciates the work that went into the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish program review and recommends that the council adopt the review. The main motion passed 19-0. On motion 2, it reads, the AP recommends that the council request NIMS clarify how the Rockfish quota share use cap at 50 CFR 679.82A2I is implemented, and that main motion passed 19-0. And then for motion 3, the AP recommends that the council initiate a discussion paper on implementing electronic monitoring in the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program shoreside sector for all target species and harvest with both pelagic and non-pelagic gear. Given that a large amount of effort has gone into implementing the pelagic pollock trawl EM program, which shares participants with the Central Gulf of Alaska RP, the discussion paper should compare and contrast the 2 fisheries to explore which aspects of trawl EM could be utilized in a rockfish EM program. And with that, I'll take any questions before I move to the staff tasking motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Riddell. And my question's actually on motion 3. And because we are a little disjointed, given it was an April recommendation, and did the AP have any discussion about kind of the next steps for the EM program, or whether having any of those kinds of questions and issues go through the FMAC committee meeting might be helpful? Awkward because we've already had a meeting, but I really just want to understand if the AP talked through some approaches to answering these questions, or they just really felt very strongly about a discussion paper.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. The AP did not really discuss what the appropriate venue would be at that time, and this is a little bit awkward at that time. The agency had indicated that it would be good to initiate a discussion paper. As you mentioned in the presentation, they're looking at removing, potentially handling the CMCP regulations, so there's things changing, and the agency is in support of the program, but we did not discuss the appropriate vehicle. And then, as you mentioned, we have had the FMAC meeting since then and discussed the program.
Thank you. My second question is on motion 2, actually. And not, I see there is a lot of rationale, so I could just have gone through all that. But was the AP really looking just for clarification on how it works, like something different that's already in the analysis? Or were they really looking to indicate a necessary change to how that's done? Did that discussion happen?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yes, there was discussion on it. It was at the time we were unsure if it needed a regulatory change or if it was just the way that sort of eFish and the eFish program was calculating the use cap. And so the request was made specifically like this to clarify how it's implemented. And it's my understanding that there's been discussions with the agency since then. So that's what the AP really focused on, was more how that use cap functions and the challenges with it.
Do I get one more?
Okay. Well, is it on the same motion? Okay. Okay. Go for this.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to confirm that the AP didn't revisit these motions since April. You didn't have this on your agenda for June. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. I think we're ready to move on to the staff tasking motion.
All right, the advisory panel's staff tasking motion read, the AP recommends the council initiate a discussion paper to allow for directive fishing of IFQ halibut with pots in the Gulf of Alaska, and this motion also passed 19-0.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Adele, for the report. I'm just wondering if, following this motion, if there was any conversation over the potential utilization of pots in the Gulf of Alaska, if this were to be implemented, if it's something that the motion maker thought would be used soon or later. Just looking for a little bit more on that.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for the question. Yes, the AP did discuss that whale predation is increasing in certain parts of the Gulf of Alaska. And so there has been discussion about how they could use pot gear to target halibut. And so it's also realizing this isn't my fishery. I recall that the AP discussed that if you still have sablefish quota on board, some vessels already are able to target their halibut with pots. And so this action it was discussed, would be used to sort of reduce burden and reduce regulatory complexity, and then allow vessels to innovate to reduce interactions with whale predation, and that it would be used frequently because they also, the motion maker noted and other AP members confirmed that they feel that if this is implemented now, they could also get ahead of some of the whale predation before it becomes an even bigger issue.
Thank you. Just wondering also, considering other species that are kind of concern for the state of Alaska right now, if there was any conversation around this potentially decreasing rockfish bycatch at the AP, or if it was mostly focused on whale depredation?
Thank you through the chair. To my recollection, it was mostly focused on whale predation.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you. Thank you for all of your hard work and the rest of the AP throughout the meeting. Thank you. Okay, with that, that brings us to public testimony on D3. Ms. Riddell. Different hat.
Yes, different hat, switching hats. Thank you through the chair. Let me just pull this up. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Chelsea Riddell and I'm the Assistant Director of Alaska Groundfish Databank, but I'm here to testify today in my role as Shoreside Rockfish Intercooperative Manager, and then I'm also the cooperative manager of our 4 Rockfish Shoreside Catcher Vessel Co-ops. First, I'd like to thank staff for their work in the Rockfish program review. They did a really good job. And we also supported the AP motion in moving it forward without any significant changes. I also wanted to speak briefly on some of the successes in the Rockfish program. As you're aware, this is our only rationalized trawl fishery and in the Gulf of Alaska, and this makes a big difference in terms of how we operate in the Rockfish program compared to the pollock fishery. So rather than having to herd over 60 individual vessels to come to a consensus, a unanimous consensus, which we have to do in our pollock fishery, we're able to, in the Rockfish program, have our 4 cooperative presidents really make the decisions for their cooperatives with their cooperatives, of course, for 46 LLPs and around 20 to 25 vessels that participate annually. So it makes making improvements in the fishery much more efficient. And I think the Rockfish program and the presentation that you saw really demonstrated this. Not only does the cooperative structure allow us to implement improvements annually, but it also sets up a structure to easily make changes mid-season. This allows us to continually improve our efforts to minimize PSC. This was the first year, as they mentioned, that we have fished in April, with the exception of the emergency rule in 2021. And so when salmon started to pick up, we were able to have a stand-down meeting, pause, implement 2-week-long area closures in the areas that were having the problem, temporarily pause night fishing until some really big tide swings stopped. And then we're able to move the fleet to a really significant biomass of POP that sustained the fishery for the following 3 weeks. And if we hadn't been having challenges and had the tools to move them, we probably wouldn't have found that. It was kind of in a different spot than we typically fish. So that really just shows how the cooperative structure interacts and is able to improve PSC outcomes. Since then, our PSC has been minimal. And then as you heard in the gear innovation presentation, we use time zero to actively implement closures and move the fleet. I've already spoke to Mr. Williams offline, but I did want to note for the rest of the council that we tested that in the pollock fishery with 2 vessels, and then we're currently using it with about 15 of the 24 vessels that will fish rockfish this year. So for the vessels that are using it, they love it. And I think a lot of vessels would like to have it. But everyone kind of has their own unique plotter program that they like. Some guys are really stuck to their globe, which is now obsolete, but all of their data is there and they want to keep using it. And so I do think we'll see more transition, but it usually involves getting a whole new computer in your wheelhouse and upgrading. So it is a little bit of an investment. Fishing and processing in April really kept Kodiak functioning. I think when this council was here last year, it was pretty depressing in Kodiak. Everyone really noticed the empty docks and the lack of movement. And this year has been a lot better. And so all 4 of our processors have actively bought rockfish. 1 co-op has finished, 2 just have a couple vessels finishing up, and 1 that delayed a little bit based on some processor projects is still working on their quota. And so this really helped everyone make a business plan that was as efficient for them as possible. So some vessels took a break after Pollock ended and did shipyard. Others moved right into Rockfish. Some have now moved into flats. Some are headed west for the B season, AFA B season that opens tomorrow at noon. And then others are still working on their Rockfish before they go salmon tendering. So it really does help fill those gaps, even though it's a pretty small fishery. Our harvest this year has also been the best that it has since I became inter-co-op manager, which is kind of when everything started going downhill with the markets. The first season was good. But we have seen a lot of improvements. So at this point, as of this morning, we've harvested about 25.4 million pounds, or 77% of our POP. And over 50% of our sable fish and cod. At this point in 2024, we'd only harvested 36% of our POP, 61% in 2023, and 41% in 2022. So fishing in April was a significant part of this, but not everyone started right out and used the whole month. It's also indicative of just processors being able to buy the rockfish and a bit more market stability and consistency in vessels wanting to fish it. So I wouldn't say things are back to where they were in 22 and prior, but we have seen some positive improvements. And as it was noted in the presentation, this not only keeps our vessels and processors operating in Kodiak, but it also keeps our support businesses and others working during this time. So it's really important to Kodiak. And that's all I have for you today, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you. Okay, so that concludes our staff presentation and AP report public testimony on D2. See if the council would like to take action. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that has been received by staff. Fairly straightforward. Wait till it's posted on the screen. The council accepts the CGOA Rockfish program review after incorporating suggested edits from the council and AP as practicable. The second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, just really want to commend the staff on another well-researched and comprehensive program review, this time for the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish program. I think, as Ms. Vanderhoven mentioned this morning, I think as we do more of these reviews, we're really homing in on the key items to include. I think the Rockfish program review document outlines the goals and objectives for the Rockfish program quite clearly, and provides good indicators and discussion of the extent to which these goals and objectives have been attained over the review period and honestly since the program was implemented, given some of the changes. As Mr. Brannon's reminded us, the Rockfish program was reauthorized starting in 2022 without a sunset date, and this review demonstrated that it largely continues to meet the goals put in place when the program was first implemented in 2012. With this motion, I am recommending that we consider this review complete. And although I do not have any specific modifications for the council to consider at this time, and I'm not quite sure if the AP did either, I was just thinking in terms of recommending incorporating suggested edits from the council and AP as practicable. If there were things in the discussion among the analysts and the AP or the council that staff thought it would be helpful to perhaps include in the final version of this report, then I would certainly support that. Happy to take questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Okay. Any comments? Yes, Mr. Twig.
As I sort of indicated, I think in an earlier question of Mr. Brandon and Dr. Downs. It just struck me that this review, more than any of the others I've seen, really did a great job of putting this program in the context of the larger events that were going on, both in terms of the other programs, but equally in terms of some of the other things that were affecting the seafood industry at the time. And I just think it really useful to have that additional sort of context and ability to really sort of step back and think about the big picture that this is actually a pretty small part of, but turns out a really important part of, and it demonstrated that really well.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Yep, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for your overall report, but I just wanted to comment that Mr. Brennan, Mr. Downs, and Ms. Riddell, it was refreshing to hear a report of really what amounts to, not perfect, but a very positive outcome of a program that we've been working on that appears to be benefiting communities, fishermen, and our management system. We don't get those all the time, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to hear a refreshing deal in this beautiful place in the afternoon. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any further comments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know trying to wrap this one up, but I do have to echo those comments and thank Dr. Downs for all his work, just very specifically. I think he does an excellent job bringing together kind of the human dynamic and most certainly the Alaska community dynamic in a way that we just don't see that often. And I just appreciate that genuine interest in doing such an excellent job. So had to say that, and I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion. Ms. Baker, I'll see you if there's any objection. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further action on this item? This agenda item? Okay. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to briefly address I don't have action, but on the other AP motions that they put some time and effort into, particularly asking for a discussion paper on the Rockfish trawl EM. I just wanted to make sure the council's aware that the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee did take up that issue. It's section 5 of the report that's posted for this meeting if you're interested. We definitely received an update on the work that the agency is doing to help facilitate movement toward an EFP for Gulf rockfish, and so that is underway. I don't have a motion for discussion paper because I personally don't think that's necessary at this time. On the second, the other motion that was put forward from the AP, I also wanted to make a few comments. We've had some discussions with the agency and possibly providing some clarification of those regulations and how they're interpreted in the B reports at a future meeting. I think we talked about potentially October, and if it's appropriate, to ask Mr. Curlin if that might be a way in which we could address that approach from the AP, or if there's another opportunity for that.
Through the chair, yes, that's our intent.
Thank you. Just wanted to follow up on those two.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything further? Okay. Thank you both. So let's take our mid-afternoon break, come back at 3:30, and we will begin our staff presentation on D4 at that point. Yeah, it's the end of the day. Council members, please come back to order. So we are ready to begin our staff presentation on D4.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff. We are on D4, Black Spotted Rough-Eye Rockfish Accountability Measures. I've just got a very brief staff presentation here and a short discussion paper. This is a precursor to a discussion that we're going to have during the fall specification cycle. So I'll go over very briefly what the current accountability measures are under the BSAI Groundfish FMP. The council's request for the discussion paper, again, that is what will come back to you in the fall. And then a list of potential accountability measures for black spotted rough-eye for you to consider moving forward, with the idea, the overall idea being if you want to streamline some of the accountability measures that you listed out in your December motion, that would be helpful to staff moving forward. Oops. Okay, just briefly, this is not in your discussion paper. It's referenced in a footnote. We'll put more information in the paper that's coming to you in the fall, but the accountability measures that are in the Groundfish FMP, section 3.2.4, these measures reference measures that are used to basically enumerate and manage catch. So they reference and have more information on our overall observer program, the catch counting system, the in-season management process, which manages to the TAC level, and our harvest specifications process that could account for a TAC overage in the subsequent year. The National Standard 1 guidelines require that a reevaluation of accountability measures and potential modification are necessary if an ACL is exceeded more than once in 4 years. And as you heard in December, the black spotted rough-eye complex ACL has been exceeded 3 of the last 4 years. So we do need to look at our accountability measures and potentially consider modifying them. This is just the council's motion from December. These are the 6 items that you requested in a discussion paper. Again, this discussion paper will come back to you at your October meeting in the beginning of our specifications process. So it will have a more detailed review of our accountability measures, spatial information on black spotted rough-eye rockfish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the sub areas. Information on the fisheries that catch BSAI rockfish and the amounts over time, stock status and evaluation, if possible, of the biological consequences of the overages, and a discussion of limitations and assessment information for evaluating stock status. The 6th thing was you listed out a series of potential accountability measures. I don't have control again. Okay, so what we're going to talk about here today are these accountability measures that you listed out, and a brief discussion of each in terms of the data that's available or the feasibility and what analysis would be necessary to look at those. So starting with closures, the first thing that you talked about is you requested that the analysts, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I should pause. I do have Marine Fisheries staff online also, Mr. Steve Whitney and Krista Milani, in case of questions after we finish with this. As we discussed, the staff has discussed the feasibility of spatial closures or seasonal closures. Any kind of spatial closures obviously would require an FMP and a regulatory amendment package. For this stock in particular, the spatial closures would be very difficult because of the confidentiality issues with the catch information. When we've discussed it as staff, we could aggregate across years to possibly identify candidate spatial areas, but they may not be indicative of consistent areas of catch. This is an incidentally caught species. This is not a directed species. So given that, spatial closures may not have very much effect in terms of limiting catch. For seasonal closures, the regional office, the NIMS regional office, does not have the authority to seasonally close other target fisheries until an OFL is approached. We'll talk about this a little bit in the next slide on modified in-season management authority. For this stock in particular, it is close to directed fishing at the start of the year, as NIMS regional office in season does when the TAC is so low that it can't be open to directed fishing. They could put it on PSC status at the start of the year rather than when they reach the TAC or ABC, but that doesn't prohibit catch. That's been a continual problem with this stock, is that it on PSC status it's still caught, it's just discarded. It doesn't limit catch. Modified in-season management authority, we've been discussing. So that is an approach that would allow the National Marine Fisheries Service to close a fishery or an area as an ACL's approach. That authority currently is limited to when approaching an OFL. So that would require the council going through an amendment and a regulatory RAR, EARAR process. In looking at this, it does seem that this is an option that is allowable under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, but the council in addressing the options for this wouldn't want to specify the specific situations in which this authority could be invoked. So the council would need to consider, we wouldn't be looking at in-season management authority that would overrule an OFL. So you wouldn't be managing all of your target stocks only to an ACL. You would be looking at when should the authority to close a fishery approaching an ACL be invoked? So that's a policy question that if the council wishes to go forward with this in October, and we'll have more information for you at that time, you would want to articulate some sort of policy as to, for example, this should only be invoked for this target, and or this should only be invoked if an ACL has been exceeded more than once in 4 years, or something that goes along with it, and then we would pursue that under a regulatory and FMP amendment. The FMP amendment itself would be in order to list that as an accountability measure and with the ones that you currently have in your FMP. The other thing that is possible under consideration would be to reduce TAC in the fisheries that catch black-spotted rough-eye. Incidentally, that really is limited to the directed POP fishery. That does not require any analysis, but if the council is interested in that as a possibility, staff could provide a table of potential TAC reductions and resulting bycatch reductions at your October meeting when you begin your specifications process. That is your one option that is available to you in the 2025 specifications process. Every other option that we list in the paper is not available to you absent subsequent analysis and council action. You also asked that staff consider additional ideas. The ones that we tried to put forward that would be possible, you could have a directed fishery allocation for black-spotted rough-eye. That does carry, again, these are substantial council analyses and considerations. But if you wish to go the direction of a directed fishery allocation, you could do that. That does lead to the potential for very small allocations and potential restricted fishing opportunities. It would then become a choke species because it's got a very small TAC to begin with. You could also look at hard cap sideboards. So that's not an allocation, but it would limit catch. Again, these are rather large analyses and council time if you wish to go down that route, but that is something that the council could indicate, and we would move forward with that. So again, just in summary, your discussion in October will include the stock status, the data on the fisheries catch, and the possible potential biological implications of the overages. But at this meeting, we are just bringing forward these options to see if the council wishes to streamline the accountability measures so that we can focus our time on the ones that seem more reasonable to the council in accordance with the additional items that are in the discussion paper. And again, just to reiterate, the timeline for implementation of anything but the TAC reduction would probably be for the 2027 specification cycle. If you were to initiate an analysis of one of those other options in October, that would likely be a 2-year timeline for that. Madam Chair, that's all I have on this.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Strom. I'll just notice to the public, that we don't have an AP report on this, so please do sign up for public testimony before we get through with questioning here. So Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I just on a couple, and I know these were things that the council asked you to look at, not that you generated, but on the directed fishery allocation, I was just trying to, I think the main take home I got was it would be difficult to do in an analysis, but does it even solve the problem? And I didn't know if you had any further comments on that. It feels like we would just be creating another, I think you said in the paper, choke species, and then we'd be putting it on everything on PSC status and not actually limiting catch, but I may not understand that very well.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I actually would look to Krista Milani or Steve Whitney if they want to speak to that. When we were discussing the possibility of a directed fishery allocation, I think we didn't have an in-depth discussion of whether or not that in its own would limit catch. It would, because it would be a choke species that would close other fisheries. And I think that was the way we were looking at that, but I would look to them if they have any comments.
Yes, through the chair, Steve Whitney, National Marine Fisheries Service in-season management, and I've been kind of the point person on these Aleutian rockfish fisheries for quite a while. So yeah, I was told to come up with things that would definitively stop exceeding ABCs. And so this incidental fishery, it's very much incidental in the Pacific Ocean perch fishery. And historically, they used to top off on it. And then 2013, the industry agreed to work with us to stop topping off. And they did. And by 2015, we were in a really good situation where we were 50% of ABCs. It was really, things were going really well. And then there was a massive year class in 2011, which is estimated to be 8.5 times bigger than any year class on record. And by 2018, these small black spotted rough-eye started mixing in with the POP, and there's just nowhere the fleet could go without catching them. So it really is an incidental catch, and they're homogeneously mixed in with the POP at this point in time. And it's, since the biggest take of POP is Amendment 80, with CDQ taking a smaller amount. If you were to give them hard caps or hard cap sideboards, if you don't want to give an allocation, the best way to do it would, no, we can't. Historically, there were spatial hotspots, so they stopped fishing those. So now they're homogeneously mixed in. And the agency doesn't have we can't be as nimble as industry is when they direct their own fisheries. So both of these options would create hard caps, and what they would do is they would reduce their POP fishing. So really, I think you can look at the sideboards or directed allocation or a reduction in the POP fishery as 3 different flavors of the same thing, where ultimately you're reducing POP fishing. And I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. Because we're looking at this potential management measures as accountability measures specific to this stock complex, for the purposes of the paper that we're refining for October, we don't need to think in a bigger context about potential implications or how some of these other tools may or may not be used, since we're really just focused on black spotted rough-eye on this. Is that the correct take on that?
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, through the chair. Yes, what we're trying to bring, why we're bringing this forward to you at this meeting is to try to refine what you want us to explore further for October. I would note that if you were to continue to look at exploring increased in-season management authority, one of the things I think that we would probably bring back to you in the fall would be the implications for other fisheries, as there would be a number of decision points should you go that route, in terms of, do you want this for all fisheries? Do you want this for only this fishery? You are likely to face a similar situation for other rockfish in the BSAI. But I think we could explore more of that. So right now we're only looking at black spotted rough-eye, but some of these could also be applied to other situations should you find yourself in that situation.
So that would be a decision point for a later date when we have that info. Thanks.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I believe that would be a discussion in October.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. So that brings us into public testimony. Looks like we have 2 people signed up. Oh. Mary Beth would like to. She has a lot to say today. So we'll start with Ruth Christensen and then Mary Beth Tooley. Thanks.
Madam Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It's been a long week, but for the record, Ruth Christensen, testifying on behalf of Ocean Peace. We are one of the main Amendment 80 companies with significant participation in the Aleutian Islands. So this is a critical issue for us. But more broadly, the incidental catch of black-spotted rough-eye rockfish in the Aleutians is one that is extremely important to the Amendment 80 sector, and we are taking it very seriously. We have and continue to make efforts over the last several years to minimize the amount of incidental catch that we are getting. It's kind of been alluded to, but for many years, the AED sector has had a no targeting active avoidance protocol for black-spotted rough-eye. In recent years, these efforts have primarily involved active avoidance in the western and central Aleutians via a change in fishing depth for the targeted species. But most recently, regardless of the depth we have fished at, black-spotted rough-eye are encountered in large numbers, primarily in the Aleutian Islands POP fishery. So in addition to the active avoidance on the grounds, for this year, the sector has established other cooperative protocols. All companies are going to be monitoring their black-spotted rough-eye catch with sea state alarms. All companies have agreed to continue to not target POP in Area 518, where there is some incidental catch. Cooperative members have agreed that we are going to meet in sometime this month. This is the month when black-spotted rough-eye catch generally starts to increase. We are also going to meet when 50% of the TAC has been caught. And the purpose of these meetings will be to discuss harvest numbers and potential management measures or potential measures that we can take to mitigate further incidental catch so that we don't exceed the ACL again. And as it's been pointed out, in 2025, the 880 sector recommended a lower Aleutian Islands POP TAC in 543 in recognition of the concern for the incidental catch. So this is an accountability measure that has been put in place this year. Just real quickly, the black-spotted rough-eye complex is a healthy complex. It's not overfished. It's not approaching overfishing. Survey biomass trends have been increasing since 2016. The 2011 super large 2011 year class was mentioned, and this is going to continue to be an issue for us. There's no genetic structure for black-spotted rough-eye, and I think we're all very well aware that the annual bottom trawl survey has poor sampling capabilities in the Aleutians. So what we see on the grounds does not match survey numbers. So just real quickly to conclude, going forward for the fall, we do not want to see the council focus this discussion paper on accountability measures that would reduce the flexibility we have in our sector and potentially negatively impact our ability to fully harvest our target species. So going forward, we would like to see measures, spatial management measures, seasonal closures, as well as a directed fishing allocation and sideboards removed from the discussion paper. These are very rigid management measures, and they would take away our flexibility and, like I said, potentially impact our ability to fully harvest our Aleutian Islands tax. So with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen, for your testimony. I was trying to track the last part of your testimony, maybe ask in this way, like what measures in the discussion paper did you think should be forwarded? Is it just modified in-season management authority, or was there something additional?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that. Definitely modified in-season management authority, I think is a good one. And that kind of, for the same reasons, that to Ms. Vanderhoven's question, there's going to be a lot of information there that I think can come forward that we can focus on and have a discussion about. But also included in that is the reduction in TAC for fisheries that catch black spotted rough-eye. It's not ideal because it could potentially impact the TAC of catching the TAC of our target species, but it is an option. It is one that was implemented for this year, so that one can be brought forward as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you again for your testimony.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, then Mary Beth Tooley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mary Beth Tooley, O'Hara Corporation. As a company, we also are highly dependent on our Aleutian Island catch and spend a bit of time out there. And I fully support all of Ruth's comments and just wanted to add a few things. And one is that we've been fully aware of the issues surrounding this particular species. And we began with others in our sector putting together a cooperative research program in cooperation with the Alaska Seafood Co-op, NOAA Fisheries, and APU to look at untrawlable areas relative to the industry's ability to actually survey those areas in a way that could be consistent and hopefully used in surveys. Currently in the Aleutians, this is a significant problem. So one of our vessels did participate in these surveys, and the assessment authors were very supportive of the process, and we're looking forward to utilizing the information and assessments going forward after there was a time series. Unfortunately, that program was put on pause in 2024. We were able to get the survey in, but due to lack of funds, we're on pause. We would not like to say that we're done because we hope that we would be able to again go back to it. And certainly we're thinking about rough-eye at our company quite a bit. Given where we are right now, the resources going forward are going to be more limited and less availability. So it's difficult to know when we might get back to that. Most of our catch comes out of areas that the surveys do not currently cover. As Ruth pointed out, the stock is increasing. There's evidence for that. And, being precautionary, the assessment authors, looking at that most recent year class, downgraded it going into the assessment, which I think, that's often the case, but it does create problems for us out there. As far as, where we go from here, there was a lot of discussion at the CCC, or some people here at the table were there for that, for ecosystem components. The way it's currently constructed, it's not very functional for these kinds of situations. There was some discussion by the agency of perhaps looking at ways they could make it, more functional going forward. This is a, data poor situation. The agency is going to be prioritizing some assessments over others. This is a, low value, species. It's rather a conundrum on where we go from here, because encountering them is problematic, and we're going to be highlighting it, as Ruth pointed out, going forward this year in a much tighter fashion. We've been, tracking it in the past, but we'll do our best and going forward with more restrictive measures at this point is problematic. But there are limits, and we all have to stay within them and figure out ways to do what we need to do. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, and we do need to address this given we've exceeded the ACL. We haven't exceeded an OFL, but I wondered if in your testimony, when you alluded to kind of the new communications or measures, some of which Ms. Christensen mentioned, like what of those looks different from what you've done in the past? I think that level of communication is something your fleet has come to the council and talked about as a means to reduce this incidental catch, and it just hasn't, for many reasons, worked, to be frank. So what's different, I guess, about what you're doing this time?
Well, all the vessels now going forward have, a threshold at which they have to do a report. So through there's a sea state program this year that we didn't have in the past. The wheelhouse will be engaged in, where they're at and what their limits are, and those, alerts will go out to everyone. So everyone's aware in season, as catch occurs. We do get weekly reports and monthly reports through the co-op. And this is just going to be, much more, timely as these things occur. Discussions will be, we'll be having meetings on the topic and discussing ways in which we could implement through the co-op system more restrictive measures for boats on the ground would be considered. I'm not saying we're going to do, be more restrictive, but it provides an opportunity if the group as a whole decides that that's the right direction to go in.
Thank you again for your testimony. Okay, so that concludes public testimony on D4. Would the council like to take action? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I've sent to staff, and it's long enough. I'll wait for that to come up. The motion reads, in addition to items 1 through 5 of the council's December 2024 motion, the council is revising item 6 from that motion in order to clarify and streamline which accountability measures, or AMs, the discussion paper should focus on for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands BSAI Black Spotted and Rough Eye Rockfish Complex. Number 6, evaluate potential accountability measures that may be effective for this stock complex, including A, reducing total allowable catch or TAC in the Pacific Ocean perch-directed fishery, and B, modifying in-season management authority to allow NMFS the flexibility to close areas or directed fisheries where black spotted and rough eye are caught when the annual catch limit, or ACL, is reached, similar to the authority NMFS has when overfishing limit is reached. The discussion paper's evaluation of accountability measures should consider their effectiveness in preventing catch of black spotted and rough eye rockfish from exceeding the ACL. The discussion paper should be ready for the council to reference for setting TAC in the 2026-2027 groundfish harvest specification process as it currently is. And with a second, I can speak to it briefly.
Second.
Thank you for the second. Who is? Oh, Mr. Curlin.
Thank you for the multiple seconds, whoever got credit for that one. The stock-wide annual catch limit, or ACL, which is equal to the ABC, or acceptable biological catch for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island Black Spotted and Rough Eye Rockfish Complex, has been exceeded for 3 of the past 4 years. Current accountability measures specified in the BSAI Fishery Management Plan have not prevented catch from exceeding the ACL. National Standard 1 guidelines require that the system of ACLs and accountability measures be reevaluated and modified if necessary when an ACL is exceeded more than once in a 4-year period. In December 2024, the council made a motion requesting a discussion paper evaluating the effectiveness of current accountability measures for the BSAI Black Spotted Rough Eye and to explore accountability measures to prevent future ACL exceedances. This motion is meant to clarify and streamline which accountability measures should be explored in the discussion paper currently scheduled for the October 2024 council meeting. The reduction of the POP TAC is the only potential accountability measure that would not require regulatory amendment under consideration under that package, under this amendment. The council could take action by reducing POP TAC during the next harvest specification cycle without a regulatory change. Modifying in-season management authority to allow for a closure when an ACL is reached should only be used as an accountability measure to avoid exceeding an ACL more than once in a 4-year period. If possible, this discussion paper should be available for review at the September Groundfish Plan Team meeting. And this motion focuses on item 6. However, the council reiterates that it's important the discussion paper and consider current stock status information, the biological consequences, if any, from the recent ACL overages, and the limitations and assessment information available for evaluating stock status. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Vanderhoven. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for your motion. And I admit I don't know a lot about this fishery, so but I wondered if you considered focusing the accountability measures just on the fishery for which it's a real problem, like in the Aleutian Islands POP fishery, or whether you really would like the paper to look more broadly.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. In the motion last year and in the motion here to streamline what's considered in that discussion paper, we've kept it very focused on this particular fishery to address this accountability measure issue for the exceedances. I think we haven't had to deal with accountability measures very often because we have been able to keep within ACLs for the most part. I know we have other species that we've come close or it's been an issue or a potential issue. I think what we get out of this paper as it relates to black-spotted rough-eye may help inform any future issues where we might want to look in a bigger context. But at this point, I'm just keeping this focused on the issue at hand with black-spotted rough-eye.
Follow up, and I it's probably just late in the day, but is it your intent that since we are trying to be focused and make some progress here, that it would be on BSAI, black spotted and rough eye rockfish complex, like taken incidentally in the Aleutian Islands POP fishery? Or are we trying to look at, that seems to be where the problem is. Do you see what I'm saying? I think I didn't say it correctly the first time.
Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Kimball. I do see where you're going. And I think as I read the motion, it does stay specific to directed fisheries where black spotted and rough eye are caught in the motion.
Okay. Thank you. And any other questions? Any amendments or comments on the motion? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief comment. I think I was the one who made the December 2024 motion. So I just want to express appreciation to staff for identifying things that seemed a little off the mark and might require a bit more work than was worth the effort. So appreciate Ms. Vanderhoven's motion to streamline this. I think it puts us in a good place. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Any other comments? Okay. Yep, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I appreciate the work too. We definitely need to address this, and I appreciate the testimony saying the fleet's obviously trying to also address it. I would hope, since we're trying to make some progress, we'd really focus on where that catch is happening. I don't have an amendment to your motion, but I really hope the focus is on the Aleutian Islands POP fishery, since I think that's where this incidental catch, the majority of it is happening. But I am supportive of moving forward. My intent in trying to limit it down to that is in part because I'm not that thrilled about expanding in-season management authority all over the place. And so as keeping it as narrow as possible for now, even though I hear the hesitation in other rockfish species maybe coming up, I think was my personal preference. but I'll support the motion as written.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you for your work on this, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll see if there's any objection to the motion. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Okay. Anything further? Okay, that brings us to our D6 agenda item. So it'll be my intention to take this up and then break for the day. Might take us through close to normal breaking time anyways. And then we will begin our discussion in the morning with staff tasking.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff, providing you an overview of the SSC's Harvest Control Rule Workshop, as well as where that fits into the council's climate work plan. So I'm going to go through in a general overview of the council's climate work plan, what our workshop was intended to cover. And then this all ties into the ongoing CEFI work. You heard from Dr. Bob Foy about some of that, and where it fits in with the ACLIME and GoCLIME work. And then the first step of it being looking at our groundfish and crab tier systems and harvest control rules, and then following up with where we are in the simulations of harvest control rules and what our plan is moving forward. Okay, so just to remind the council in terms of where this fits into your climate work plan that you adopted in December following the recommendations of the Climate Change Task Force and the SSC recommendations on the SES 8. So you had four main aspects of that that are listed here on the slide. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this because I think my next slide gives you all of the wording of your climate work plan, and I don't want to go through all of that. I would just note for you that when you adopted this work plan in December, you noted that this was your first step. So this is meant to be a moving progress of a climate work plan, and you may be augmenting that. But these four items were your first steps on this, and you might look at additional longer-term items and priority actions in the future. But the point of coming back with tying this in with the council's work plan is that at some meeting, and I don't know that you've determined when, staff, we would continue to come back to you to indicate, much like you do with your groundfish work plan, what your progress is towards the council's work plan. So that is not the update that I'm providing you at this time, but when the council wishes to have that, which I suggest would at least be not until the specifications cycle in the fall, because a lot of the other items here relate to the specifications process, we would be coming back to you to indicate where we are progressing along the council's work plan, where it dovetails to the ongoing work by the CEFI initiative, and if the council wishes to augment that work plan or just get an update on where you are. But the point of this is just to tell you that this is the fourth part of it, this is to recap reviewing the tier system and looking at climate-informed biomass targets and limits and climate-robust or forecast-informed harvest control rules. So moving on, I don't know, some of you, I think were able to attend the SSC's workshop. This is just a quick snapshot of the sessions that we had. We had 3 different sessions, and then an SSC discussion of moving forward with the work plan. I know that you received the SSC's report, so I'm just going to touch on a couple of these just to provide you a snapshot of what we discussed at the workshop and what the ongoing work is that's going on from this. We had a lot of participation from a diverse group of people, and it was really informative. I just want to come back to the Changing Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative, so the CEFI initiative. You've heard updates on this in the past in conjunction with our Climate Change Task Force. This is really the team that is underpinning all of the work that you're going to see going forward. So we have a really diverse team, including the ACLIME and the GoCLIME team, and they're doing a lot of modeling work, pulling together. We're starting to see the synthesis of all of these different initiatives that have been going on over the years that you've heard snapshots of over that time. But I think it's important to remember that this is all coming back with the CEFI initiative. And just along those lines, I'm just telling you the ACLIME and the GoCLIME teams. You've gotten some updates on ACLIME and GoCLIME. The A climate has been ongoing for longer, and so they're in stage 3, and that just gives you a list of the collaborators under A climb 3. Goa climb is coming up behind it. Both of them have their overarching goal of supporting productive fisheries and resilient communities through climate-informed ecosystem-based management advice. Again, this is just sort of where these are all going, because this is very important in terms of for us for you as a council to begin to look at harvest control rules. You need the management strategy evaluation team that's going to underpin those evaluations of those harvest control rules to give you an idea of what that means. And so the overarching goal of these two projects in coordination with each other are trying to look at projecting physical and ecological conditions under different global carbon mitigation, characterizing that uncertainty, and looking at the effectiveness of adaptation methods and management measures that you might look at in fisheries management. So all of the scenarios that are being coordinated through Goa Climb and A Climb are forming the basis for these management strategy evaluations that we're looking at in order to see what the impact of those harvest control rule or other management changes are moving forward, and looking at it through the lens of different carbon mitigation strategies. Specifically, this workshop was looking at revising the harvest control rules to be more climate resilient. That was part of the council's motion in October and reiterated in the council's work plan in December. So the first step of that then is to identify what flexibility there is under our current crab and groundfish harvest control rules and tier systems. And I would note that on your e-agenda, you have a link to the SSC's workshop agenda. There's a separate workshop agenda in which we posted both the PowerPoints that were discussed during the workshop, as well as supporting material, including a paper that lists out the tier systems for groundfish and crab and the flexibility. And I have a couple slides to walk through that. You also requested that we identify recent issues by stocks with the application of the current system. That was the original basis of asking for this workshop, primarily in the groundfish and as well as crab system, where we were finding that our current harvest control rule system wasn't fitting in certain situations, and it was happening. This is where you come back to looking at your risk tables and where we differ from the application of your ABC control rule using risk tables. And so none of that is not a quantitative harvest control rule. That is an ad hoc departure from the harvest control rule. And then we are looking at, in the workshop discussions, as well as in a separate folder that we've been compiling amongst the team, compiling literature on different harvest control rule shapes, the Goa Climb, A Climb results, and looking at different biological reference points in other regions or fishing rate moderations. When we get to it, and hopefully we will begin to get there as I get to at the end of this presentation and next steps, at some point we would be looking for the council to weigh in on a policy objective in modifying harvest control rules. That's the intersection for the council. So just recalling from national standard guidelines, we're looking at OFL and ABC control rules, and this is where science and policy get mixed up a little bit. In theory, it should just be, the science part should be only uncertainty. The risk part should be a policy decision. In practice, those are merged. And, but the council at some point needs to weigh in on your tolerance for risk. So for the crab, when you set up your ABC risk policy, for crab during Amendment 36, your risk policy, for all practical purposes, with a P-star of 0.49, set ABC equal to OFL. But practically speaking, we have never set ABC equal to OFL for crab. As you just went through some crab specifications, you'll do that again in October. That's been using a general consistent buffer system for all stocks. So one question that raised in terms of our discussions at the workshop is, should that risk policy be reconsidered? If we're looking at the crab harvest control rules, should we look at a different explicit risk policy for crab ABCs that does consider more of risk policy and uncertainty? Or are we comfortable with a more ad hoc buffer approach that's done just looking for consistency across stocks? For groundfish, we do have a max ABC control rule, and for most stocks, that is what we set ABC at. We use the max ABC control rule, but we have been using the risk tables to try to characterize out of assessment uncertainties, whether they are environmentally driven or something in the assessment that isn't fitting. The risk tables then are being used to justify setting an ABC below the max ABC, and that's done at the plan team and the SSC level. But that is why we are looking at, should we consider quantitative revisions to our harvest control rules so that we are not using this ad hoc approach in setting ABC at a level below our control rule. Just to remind you all of what our groundfish and crab control rules are, here the OFL control rules in red, the ABC control rules in green. Again, for crab, they are appreciably the same. Both of them, we structured the crab harvest control rule to be similar to groundfish. The proxies are different, but the general nature of it is the same. It is a sloping control rule, and the kink is at BMSY, which for groundfish is based on female spawning biomass and at a proxy level of B40%, so 40% of unfished biomass. Of these control rules, then the FABC for groundfish is slightly below that. The kink is at the same level, but the fishing mortality decreases. For both of them, for the FOFL, the alpha level, so sorry, I have a slide on this. Okay. There's a parameter alpha where you could change the slope. That can be done without an FMP amendment. That is the way we structured it. Practically speaking, we've never done it. But if we're trying to look at what is possible without going through an amendment analysis, you can, practically speaking, change the slope of that, but you cannot change the kink of the OFL control rule. However, everything below the OFL, anything below the FABC and the ABC control rule is flexible without having to go through an amendment analysis, but you don't want to do it without some form of management strategy evaluation. If you recall, you've heard this for crab already, for snow crab. You can change the currency of the biomass without making any amendment changes, but you want to have an analysis of what that means and how that differs from using the biomass that you're currently using. So this was step one of this analysis, was to look at what can we change and where do we have the latitude. Now going into what we're looking at with the harvest control rule team, and you heard a little bit of this with the SSC, and I wasn't going to put these up here because I didn't know that you wanted to get into this kind of the weeds, but you did ask a lot of questions of the SSC, and I just wanted to show you what the slope of what the different control rules being considered are by the team. And when we come back with an update in the fall, we'll be looking for guidance on whether there are others or ones that we should move forward. But these are the 10 different ones that are being looked at, starting with status quo and then looking at different ways. All of them include the same sort of idea of a sloping control, but some of them have more of a cliff. And then what you talked about with the SSC, some of them have that tailing at BMSY, so past your target level, then you decrease harvest. And that's again where you got into the discussion with the SSC on socioeconomics, because that's a policy decision, is how to restrict harvest when you're over your target level. When you're on the other side and you're sloping down below your target level, that's for conservation. So the difference, I'm sorry, Mr. Witherall.
Madam Chair, I just had a question. You want to roll, Diana, and you kept saying it reduces harvest, but I think what you meant is it reduces the harvest rate once it gets beyond BMSY. I didn't want people to walk away thinking that if we make this change, you're going to get reduced harvest.
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Witherall. Yes, that is correct. All of these are rate based. So the FOFL, the FABC. So from here forward, we're only talking about the ABC control rule. We're not talking about any changes to the OFL control rule, and the rate of that do require an FMP amendment. These can all be done and implemented without going through an amendment analysis, but it is talking about restricting the rate. So just moving forward from those, there are 4 candidate harvest control rule scenarios that the team is more interested in moving forward. That doesn't mean we're limited to these 4, but of the 10, these are the 4 that the team is planning to explore more. So it includes 2 different scenarios, the number 5 and number 10, that do reduce that rate when you're past your target level. And the others are set up for different scenarios. The HCR 7 in particular, we've been kind of trying to talk about this as a bridging exercise between the use of risk tables on a qualitative basis and the use of a harvest control rule on a quantitative basis. And so that's kind of the point of the harvest control rule number 7, is that it tries to bring in environmental variables into the control rule explicitly versus what you have right now, which is that those things exist in the risk tables. So it's trying to bridge the use of risk tables with the use of harvest control rules in a more quantitative, transparent way. The problem with the risk table, it's not a problem. I mean, they've been really useful in a really incredible way of characterizing uncertainty, but they are not quantitative or transparent in how they are applied. It is a buffer that is decided at the SSC level. It's not something that quantitatively comes from a control rule. I just have this slide up here because I wanted you to have the link. If you feel like playing around, there is a Shiny app where you can click on that and you can plug in different variables in your harvest control rule if you want to play around with it. There's also a lot more information on that about harvest control rules in general, and you know, huge kudos to my colleague, Dr. Hulsman, for putting all of this stuff together and leading this. Just to give you a wrap up in terms of what you talked about with the SSC. So we had an overview similar to that, but much longer. And then we did some lightning talks and brought in a lot of people, both from the Science Center as well from the ACLIMB and GoACLIMB teams. And we had some SSC members from the Pacific Council, Dr. Chris Free that came in, and Dr. Cheryl Burns that also participated. And we tried to do some lightning talks to try to get a sense, I'm sorry.
Ms. Gone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was actually back on slide 17. Sorry to interrupt your flow. Yeah, that works. My question is, for all these different harvest control rules, is the idea to like pick one for all the species, or is it that different species may have different harvest control rules?
Thank you through the chair, Ms. Goen. That's a great question. I think it's the latter. I think what we're looking at is that some of these might be more applicable to some species. What we want to do is try to look at the simulations on candidate species, and the team at least was looking at sort of pollock, peacod, flatfish, crab species, and looking at it might not be that one size fits all for all of them. It kind of depends on what you're trying to achieve. And this is again where the intersection with the council comes in terms of what are the policy objectives you're trying to achieve by applying that control rule to those species. And it may be very different for crab than groundfish.
And thank you for that. That's very helpful. And a quick follow-up, would there be management strategy evaluations then to figure out like which species fit which harvest control rules?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Goen. Exactly. That's exactly what the team is doing. And that's where, again, going back to the GoACLIMB, ACLIMB groups, that is exactly what the entire team is doing, is running these management strategy evaluations. What we're trying to do, and it would be great to get some council concurrence on which are the most important ones to you. And then at some point, what are your objectives for those? They may be different for flatfish than they are for pollock. They may be different for snow crab than they are for Bristol Bay red king crab. And we're not at that point yet, but that is sort of where this is going forward in terms of it intersecting with policy.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Stern.
Okay. Okay, so again, just a quick recap in terms of the sessions. And I would note that one thing that we specifically brought in, if you heard his talk, the only environmentally, right now that we're aware of in the United States, environmentally driven harvest control rules for Pacific sardine and the West Coast. And so we had a discussion as well that I'm sure is reflected in the SSC minutes on kind of the pitfalls of kind of the pros and cons of bringing an environmental variable into a harvest control rule if you don't have a good prediction of where that's going to go. And so we're trying to consider all of this as we move forward. And so different control rules may or may not have environmental variability tied into them, because if we don't have a good prediction of that moving forward, that the sardine harvest control rule is a good example of where that could be problematic. And then finally, you heard a little bit of this from the SSC. We had a short discussion of cap considerations. Some of those harvest control rules, the way that they have that tailing limb right now, that's because of using the 2 million metric ton cap in the Bering Sea. And so that causes the overall, when you simulate it, the harvest rate to decline because there is a 2 million metric ton cap. There's also modeling simulations going on in the Gulf. Right now, obviously, the OY for the Gulf is not limiting, but the team may go forward with some considerations of what would it look like if it was limiting. And so obviously, these are all policy decisions for the council. You at some point would weigh in on whether or not you're interested in a harvest control rule that would consider the cap. Right now, the reason why it looks that way is that's in simulation only. It's not necessarily that the team is trying to say that we should be putting forward a harvest control rule that immediately drops down in rate after a certain target level, but it is a consideration. So for now, it's in simulation. At some point, it would be a policy decision if your objective was to continue to have a cap, whether it's the one we currently have in the Bering Sea or a possible one in the Gulf. And then this is my final slide in terms of next steps for where we're going. The idea is to pull together from the team a discussion paper for the plan teams to review both the crab and the groundfish ones in the 2025 specification cycle. Right now, we believe that would include an overview of all the harvest control rules being considered now, not necessarily limiting. If there are others, they keep cropping up. It was 7, now it's 10. But then calling forward some candidate harvest control rules and their objectives. And then one thing that we talked about a little bit as a team is the potential for review opportunities. So if we are staying in the realm of an ABC control rule that does not require an FMP amendment, we still want it to go through a rigorous review and a transparent consideration in the council process so that the council still weighs in on policy objectives. We also talked about the possibility of having at some point a CIE review of those harvest control rules as well. And so at that point, then we would be looking for council feedback on the policy objectives that you would be considering in harvest control rule revisions, again, possibly differing by stock, as well as we have some draft performance criteria, but in this discussion paper, we would be putting forward the performance criteria and looking for feedback on whether or not you have additional performance criteria that you would like to see included. And I believe that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Stram and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Dr. Stram, for distilling rather quickly, for a very quick turnaround, a lot of ground that was really worked over during the workshop. It was a really meaty workshop. To your next steps, it seems to me that where things are right now is that before the council can really weigh in an informed fashion, there needs to be some more exploration of particularly those 4 that the workshop sort of highlighted. And I'm understanding, I think from your presentation, that the CEFI tool can be really focused on that in the near future. And I'm also seeing here some thought about using the plan team. So are you sort of suggesting, as I try to think about how to arrange those next steps on timeline, it sounds like the timeline that might work is the simulation work over the summer in time to begin to run some results past the plan teams and get their feedback. Obviously, plan team reports get reviewed by the SSC, and then that's all reported back to the council. And that would be sort of the first council look at how these are performing, both in terms of their actual performance, but also in terms of how they're addressing risk. Because you sort of reminded us that there's a couple of areas where we'll need to weigh in. One is just the general shape and utility of and which things to apply them to, but the other is there's sort of heightened consideration of risk issues. but none of that can come until after there's at least a fair amount of sort of simulations so that we've got something we can actually sink our teeth into, as that really is a question.
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Twite. Yes, the short answer is yes. The results that were presented during the workshop were very preliminary, to give an indication of the direction that we're going. We met with a subset of the team just today, so that's where I was trying to pull together the next steps that what we think is reasonable going forward. Again, I guess I would caution all of this is assuming that staff resources continue. At this point right now, we think that we will have the same resources going forward with this team. But we would be trying to, I guess the parts that I have on the slide here are what we know we can bring to the plan teams, which would be a better description of a detailed description of the purpose of each harvest control rule considered, the candidate ones that we would bring forward, their objectives, potentially some results in simulations, as long as there's time and resources available to provide the results as well. We have draft results right now. I think there's always a caveat as to how much we'll have of results for all of them moving forward, but I think that that's a reasonable assumption. And then the performance criteria, which we do have a draft of now that we would be using to evaluate them against. We have not brought the plan teams into this discussion yet, and so we thought that that was a place to start this discussion, so that we can get some weigh-in from the plan teams, and then it goes through our normal process, and that our white paper that we would be providing to the plan teams would be available to the SSE and to the council. And however you want to take that up, you can take it up under groundfish specifications in the fall, or you can take it up separately, but we would want it to be accompanied with plan team and SSE review. Hopefully that answers your question.
Mr. Twite.
It does, and I mean, there's always that sort of delicate dance between the scientific development and the council's review of it from a policy perspective, and trying not to get one too far ahead of the other in either direction. And if I'm hearing you describing this correctly, that amount of work that you're showing here prior to council feedback, it is all work that wouldn't be getting too far out. We wouldn't be foreclosing on any council options.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, Mr. Twite, I think that while we were pulling all of this information together to have this workshop to share ideas, the idea of bringing something on paper to the council sooner rather than later is so that we get the council's feedback on, are we pursuing the right objectives? Is this what you want? Or do you have ideas on other objectives that you'd like us? We don't want to get too far ahead without council concurrence that the objectives that we're trying to achieve by these control rules are the right ones that you want. And so I think that's what we're looking for. We're just not ready to get that right now. We were trying to pull everything together to have an informed workshop to share ideas. But I think the next step would be bringing that information in a digestible, high-level form to the council to say, these are what we're looking at. These are the objectives. This is where we see the performance of them so far. Do you want something else? Do you want to augment? Do you not like this direction? We want the council to give us the direction as a team as to where we should go.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, before we take Mr. Witherell's question, I'll just ask any members of the public wishing to testify in D6, please do sign up. We don't have an AP report on this, so before the end of our questioning here. Thank you. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not quite sure how to word this question, Diana, but I was really intrigued by the control rule with the tail end coming down, so you had a lower harvest rate at higher biomass. And I want you to check my plain language understanding of what I thought I understood from that presentations was that, at least for some species, if you harvested at the ABC control rate, that over time, catches could actually increase quite a bit as the stock size increases. And along with that would come quite a few ancillary benefits, like having a higher number of older age classes and more age classes in the population, and perhaps higher CPUE for the fleet, for example, and lower costs. So I just want to check, is that kind of plain language takeaway of what I was hearing of the results from some of the simulations?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Witherell. And if I can consult my notes here, I can tell you what some of the benefits of that tail end with the reduced would be in terms of avoiding stock crashes, but also greater diversity in age classes and higher spawning biomass. And so those were some of the benefits of the long term. And again, I would say that the policy objective was not embedded that it should decrease. That is an artifact of the cap. But if the council wishes for that to be an objective policy-wise, we can provide for you, will provide for you, what are the benefits that you see with that decline? It's not necessarily that you are restricting catch. It just means that you might have greater benefits overall in spawning biomass and age diversity by virtue of having that control rule, but that control rule is an artifact of the 2 million metric ton cap in the Bering Sea. It could be something that you wish to do, and you may wish to do it in the Gulf also. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Dr. Stram. See, do we have anyone signed up for D6? Okay. So,
Well, actually, a couple.
okay, let's take a very brief stand down till 4:40 while we're getting the motion to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So would the council like to take action on D6? Okay, well, 30 more seconds. Yeah. So Mr. Tway is primed. Yeah. As always. He's getting a second wind.
No,
It's that time of day. Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Mr. Tway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion. My motion is the council appreciates the work of the SSC to address the October 2024 request by the council for the SSC to consider revisions to crab and groundfish harvest control rule curves that might be necessary to adapt to the changing environment, a task that was also identified in the climate work plan adopted by the council in December of 2024. The council requests that the subset of candidate harvest control rule curves that the SSC found most promising for consideration, parentheses, primarily workshop harvest control rule curves 1, 5, 7, and 10, and a parens, be presented to the plan teams during the fall specification cycle. The presentation should include an explanation of the objectives to be achieved by the different harvest control rule curves along together with draft analytical results. The council expects that the analyses and the plan team reviews would be provided to the SSC for their recommendations to the council in order to update the council as they consider further guidance on harvest control rule curve revisions. With a second, I can speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. The presentation from Dr. Stram, as well as the questions that she got from council, pretty well describe this path. This is the path that we started already with our request to the SSC to conduct a workshop on this subject, as well as when we adopted our climate work plan in December of 2024. You've heard a presentation on the workshop. The SSC was able to distill a lot of discussion into several areas of focus for further work on the types of rule curves that might meet the objectives that the council established. And you've also heard a description of the staff resources that are available at this time, as we best understand, to begin work on running a series of analyses, primarily simulations, that will give us a sense of how each one of these four focal ones, and probably any others that sort of bubble up through the process, how those perform relative to the expectations that the council has set for consideration of climate informed or environmentally resilient harvest control rule curves. And the idea is then to make use of the plan teams who have not really been part of this discussion until now, make use of the plan team structure and the plan team reports back to the SSC to begin to bring that back towards the council for council consideration and potentially council guidance at that point. Other than we know roughly when the plan team calendars are and when the SSC will review those, this motion is still somewhat silent on actual timing of having the council consideration. And that's by design. Obviously, we can visit that some during staff tasking. Dr. Stram pointed out that there's a couple of different ways we can just fit it into our specs process discussions, or we can agenda it separately at a time when we can focus on it a little bit more. But we'll develop that during staff tasking. It's, in my view, given our concerns about resources, this is probably the most resource efficient way to move forward and probably the best part of our climate work plan to really begin to develop as well. We'll ultimately need to have a conversation about some of the other elements of the climate work plan and what we can move when and how. But this one is far enough along that we can see a pathway, and it's a pathway that looks like it's achievable with the resources that we have currently lined up. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. And I apologize if you covered this. I'm wondering about timing and the motion direction that the most promising harvest control rule curves be presented to the plan teams during the 2025, 26, or whatever, this fall. If I'm getting a head nod from Dr. Stramp, so were you then expecting that the analyses and plan team reviews would be provided to the SSC at the December meeting for the recommendations to the council this year?
I'm probably going to use some help here from Dr. Stram as well, but it was my expectation anyway that the plan team reports from the first set of plan team meetings will go in front of the SSC, go to the SSC in October, but that the SSC may or may not be able to dive into that part of that report in October. So I'm expecting that the SSC will have some latitude about when to actually begin to address that part of the plan team report. But I think Dr. Stram may have thought this through a little bit more.
Thank you through the chair for the question, Ms. Baker and Mr. Twite. I did speak with the SSC co-chairs specifically about timing. In order for us as a team to speak with the plan teams, it needs to be in the fall specification cycle to reach the groundfish and the crab plan teams. The SSC was not sure until they set out their agendas for October, December, or further when they will have the time to take it up. In an ideal world, it would be that we provide the report in September from the plan teams and they are able to take it up at the October meeting. I think it depends on their timing, and they understand that we're trying to meet the plan team's timing. So our evaluations and our paper will be available to the plan teams. When the SSC has the time to take it up, I think will depend on them setting up their agenda, which they tend to do after we finish this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Stram. So I guess my follow-up question to Mr. Twite is, given that description, is it your intent that, I guess in terms of this motion, the council expects that the analyses and the plan team reviews would be provided to the SSC as for the recommendations to the council whenever practicable, or in terms of timing? Is that something that I could infer from your intent for this motion?
The intent is that the SSC will have their discussion of both the material that the plan teams reviewed as well as the plan team's perspective when the SSC thinks they can give it their full attention.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. My question is on the harvest control rules 1, 5, 7, and 10. Is the intent of your motion not to limit the plan teams to only looking at those? That's just the starting point for their discussion, but it doesn't exclude consideration of other harvest control rules.
Primarily is the operative wiggle word there.
Thank you. Any other questions? The motion? Any other comments or any comments on the motion or amendments? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for all of your work on this, Mr. Twite and Dr. Stram. Okay. So is there any objection to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Thank you. Great. Any further action? D6. Okay. Seeing none, I think this is a good time to break for the day. We will be coming back to our public session at 8:30 tomorrow. I would ask council members, we need to go into a brief executive session at 8:15 for an administrative update. So please arrive at 8:15. And hopefully we'll be done within 15 minutes, and we'll begin our staff tasking at 8:30. If we need longer, then we will just provide updates on the website. Thank you. Yes, in this room. Yeah. Okay. Have a good evening. Thank you.